Hi. This is a full recap of the manhwa with the edition that became a bestseller and gathered only the best audience around it. If you've seen the first 3 parts, then re-watch the video at this time. And so enjoy watching, and all the best. How big can a person be that they cannot move around the world without someone's help? When he stepped on the ground, the entire village thought an earthquake had begun. No one could understand what was happening. But it was just Master Chu training because he had a goal to lose weight as quickly as possible, as he was facing a major competition with an enemy. However, even a mosquito's touch was enough to make him fall. He was so clumsy that talk of any battle was out of the question. During a walk, he dislocated his shoulder, and his multi-ton body began to fall to the ground, shaking the plates on neighboring tables. His clothes did not last long because no master could make such a dense material that could withstand the pressure of his body. He fell to the floor and severely injured his arm. But was it always like this? What does it take to push one's body to such a state? In fact, no. It all began many years ago when the great village was attacked by gods, and they started doing whatever they pleased, including burning down houses. No one could resist their power, so everyone had to run, leaving their homes and saving their lives. There was no other choice. It was on that day his parents perished, in that unfair battle. His home was destroyed, and he was left an orphan. But now he has returned to the past to confront the evil gods and deal with all of this. Except he ended up in the body of this fat man, and needs to deal with this problem somehow. He has only 6 months to save the village and overcome all enemies who want to harm his village. He needs to reach the great ginseng root first, because if the god sees it before him, all his training and preparation will be entirely pointless. But damn it, it will take a minimum of 16 months to get this body in shape, and he simply doesn't have that much time. He needs to figure something out. Odette starts shouting at the shaman and tells him that he promised his son would be fine, but he's doing nothing to save him. But then Chu gets up and says he needs to go for a walk. Otherwise it will take him too long to get himself in order. The father immediately orders the strongest palace servants to help Chu get some fresh air. But Chu refuses the help. He doesn't want to be carried again because that won't help him lose the extra weight, so he decides to stand up on his own. The assistant grabs him by the arms and helps him walk. It's very difficult because Chu is not exactly lightweight. Here he takes his first steps, and his father looks on, remembering how he took his own first steps in childhood. And now, after many years, he's walking again. The courtiers watch all this in amazement, wondering how Chu just lay and sat for so many years, with everything brought to him, and now he's walking on his own. The training begins, and the trainer yells that if he wants to lose weight, he must cut all sugar from his diet, or nothing will work. But before everything, they need to do a weigh-in. Chu sits on the scales, and as a counterweight, they release many pigs. However, the rope that should hold several tons simply snaps, and Chu doesn't even budge a centimeter. Chu realizes that this won't work, and achieving the perfect body will take a lot of time. He needs to find another way to lose weight. And if he doesn't find it within 6 months, the gods will start causing chaos throughout the village again. But what to do? Or perhaps it's worth considering an alternative solution to the problem. Is such an option even possible? Or will he need to take some action? Or is there a way out? Of course, if he can reach the great city before the gods and obtain the ginseng root, they won't have enough power to burn down the entire city. This thought makes Chu smile. This is the solution to his problem and how to solve everything faster. His laughter fills the rooms of the palace. The assistant doesn't understand why he's happy and thinks he's gone mad. So he quickly runs into the palace to call the shaman before it's too late, as the training seems to be taking a toll on Chu's health. The great shaman Lin runs. He began to serve the court at the age of 20, while his classmates were still taking exams. At 50, he began to teach his successful medicine. He must know a way for fast weight loss. As soon as Lin reaches Chu, he asks him if there is a way to lose weight quickly because he doesn't have much time to wait. Lengthy training and proper nutrition are not what he needs right now. He needs some kind of potion that will solve his problem. The shaman says that such a remedy doesn't exist, but they can use the power of water, of course, thought Chu. While they were walking to the lake, the assistants were already exhausted, as they did not expect Chu to want to go to the lake so quickly. They can't understand why he wants to lose weight at all. Chu begins to wade into the water, and as he had forgotten before, water possesses the remarkable property of buoyancy. In the water, it was quite easy for him to move, so he decided to go further. Advancing forward, Chu suddenly stumbled. The ground abruptly gave way, forcing him to sink to the bottom. With splashes, Chu's giant body disappeared underwater. He didn't even have time to blink. On the surface, only circles in the water indicated that someone had been there. Odette, the servant of the young master, thought that Chu was just amusing himself with such playfulness. Who could have thought he would enjoy swimming so much? Chu continued to dive deeper and deeper where the blue of the water thickened. Panic was taking over him. Suddenly, one of the servants had an idea. Could it be that there was an abyss underwater, and the young master was simply drowning? Panic overwhelmed the servant, who realized the situation. It wasn't a joke. Losing his master in such a silly way would be disastrous. Chu was gradually losing consciousness due to lack of oxygen. Everything swirled and darkened before his eyes. Before his eyes, Chu saw a vision of a carriage, pulled by 2 horses, racing through the forest, with signs of arrows hitting it. He felt like a ghost, observing the events. A woman held a baby wrapped in a blanket, looking at him with sadness in her eyes. She was clearly badly wounded and fading before his eyes. Suddenly, an unknown girl emerged from the water together with Chu, who was unconscious. Dragging him ashore, she dropped his body to the ground with a loud thud. The servants rushed to revive their young master. 2 of the servants bowed in front of Chu's father, looking horrified and incredibly sorry for what had happened. It seemed as if his aura took the form of fire, surrounding him with a furious flow ready to incinerate those who caused the owner's wrath. Huang, unable to bear such pressure, blurted out that it was the idea of the imperial healer who betrayed Chu. Chu's father became even more furious and drew his sword, rushing towards the healer, but they managed to stop him from taking revenge. To prevent the situation from escalating further, a girl entered and attracted everyone's attention with her voice. Unexpectedly, she spoke with reason, suggesting that the healer explain his actions and argue his point of view. Not losing his composure, the healer explained that the young master wanted to lose weight badly, and that's why he suggested this method. Hearing this, Chu's father regained his senses, realizing that he had completely forgotten about his son's feelings. In the ensuing silence, the girl's voice was heard again, proposing to allow the young master to swim, as it could be done not only in the stream. Chu lay there and pondered how he almost drowned in a stream, and it wasn't even the sea. And then 2 girls entered his room, the one who had recently saved him from drowning, and the one who suggested his training, the sister of his current body. They came to invite him along. Looking at the girl's face, Chu couldn't understand why she was so beautiful, finding it hard to believe she could be related to his current body. The maid of his sister approached Chu, wanting to help him get up and finally leave. Chu didn't believe that she could do it and even tried to dissuade her. After all, 4 strong men had lifted him before, and it was difficult even for them. But surprisingly, she effortlessly lifted him to his feet. Sitting in a sedan chair, Chu couldn't understand why the porters were in such high spirits, even though the journey seemed arduous for them. He kept thinking, these guys were definitely not simple. They carried him so easily and effortlessly. Before Chu, a spectacle unfolded that surprised him. People were sweating and digging a hole, lining it with stones. Approaching and examining the excavation site, he couldn't understand what it was. Were they digging a grave? His sister clarified the situation, explaining that now he wouldn't need to go to the stream since he had his own pond now. The workers, seeing Chu, rushed to greet him, their faces lit up with smiles. They were very kind and friendly. The young master couldn't understand why they were so happy, as the old bastard had exploited them. Shouldn't they be hostile to his son? But the people were genuinely delighted to see him, and their smiles never left their faces. Then Huang approached Chu, who immediately asked him about what was happening here. Huang explained that his father was a symbol of integrity, and always shared food and water with the peasants, caring for their well-being. Chu pondered over everything he heard and saw. If he put all the facts together, looking at how Sung was so generous with supplies and always ready to help the workers, he began to understand, and it dawned on him. If there's a wealthy man with a good reputation among the people whom everyone respects, and he is his son, it's true that he doesn't need to do anything to live well since he already has everything. Only now did it fully sink in for him. The candle was burning, measuring time and giving an idea of how long Chu had been underwater. And suddenly, Chu's massive body emerged from the water. Thanks to the artificial pond, he no longer tried to sink to the deep bottom. Huang had already prepared a massive steel ball on a chain to aid in the training. After coming out of the water, Chu had a weight attached to him using a steel hoop around his ankle. Securing the ball, Huang hurled it into the water, and Chu followed its trajectory. The heavy iron core quickly sank to the bottom, taking Chu with it, firmly anchoring him below. Due to its weight, Chu couldn't assume the lotus position, so he decided to meditate while standing. Focusing his mind, he began to gather spiritual energy, spiraling it and absorbing it. A ball of golden energy formed in front of Chu, growing more luminous with each passing moment as it was absorbed. Having gathered enough energy, he opened his eyes, achieving maximum concentration, preparing for the next step. A smile crept upon Chu's lips. He managed to absorb the spiritual energy and direct it towards his heart, which, in turn, began to circulate it throughout his body. Feeling the power of the spiritual energy, he could now sense the water currents surrounding him. He gradually started to manipulate the water around him, forming small vortices. Confident in his abilities, Chu decided to test himself in one of the techniques. He thrust his leg forward and firmly planted it on the bottom, preparing himself. The first powerful Shaolin technique capable of shattering rocks from 100 meters away. After finishing the preparation, Chu swiftly extended his arm in a strike. Continuing the training, Chu moved fluidly, transitioning from one pose to another like a dance. The sharp movements of his hands resembled sword strikes, slicing through the water without any resistance. Chu performed lightning-fast lunges, another technique, Namgun Celestial Sword. Meanwhile, Huang sat on the shore, marveling at how long the young master could hold his breath underwater. Did some talent awaken in him after his near-drowning experience? And he had been training for a whole month already. Chu surfaced from the water with a satisfied smile. Without catching his breath, he called for Huang. Back at home, an important moment had come for Chu, the moment to measure his weight. Huang prepared the scales, and after a moment of hesitation, Chu finally stepped onto the platform. Surprisingly, his efforts were not in vain. The scale's arrow showed a significantly lower value than during the first weighing. Uncontainable joy overcame both Chu and Huang. The latter was also happy for his young master. Unable to contain his feelings, Chu embraced Huang, expressing his gratitude, as without his support, he wouldn't have achieved such results in such a short time. Calming down, Huang began talking about how wonderful it was that the servants wouldn't have to sew torn clothes anymore, how the sedan bearers would find it much easier, and how, according to rumors, Chu was rejected in marriage because he was too fat. The last remark was unnecessary. That was the last straw. Chu erupted in anger. Huang clearly didn't know how to read the atmosphere and didn't understand when to stop. But what Huang did understand was that he should flee to escape the impending storm. So he quickly left to tend to his duties. Chu sat down to ponder. He gained spiritual energy and shed a lot of weight. But this was just the beginning. Spiritual energy is what people obtain through numerous exercises. However, this path could be shortened by consuming spiritual herbs, which would reduce the potential. That's why Chu needed a virgin ginseng. Chu's thoughts were interrupted by the healer, who brought a beneficial healing potion meant to restore his strength. Taking it in his hands and practically snatching it from the healer, Chu quickly drank the entire potion. But as is often the case, medicines usually taste bitter. Chu realized this too late and could only express his displeasure by spitting out the bowl. Entering the house, he began to meditate again to gather and replenish his spiritual energy. Taking deep breaths, Chu absorbed the energy along with the air. Drop by drop, Chu absorbed the spiritual power, and soon he would be ready to face that demon. After the meditation, Chu once again took the healing potion, greatly surprising Huang, who knew how bad it tasted. He also decided to diversify his training, so now Chu would hike up the mountain. 2 more months later, Chu stood underwater, continuing his grueling training, harnessing his spiritual power. He switched to more complex techniques, gathering energy and releasing it with a sharp push of his open palm, creating a powerful stream of water. At the same time, a large wave rose to the surface from the impact. Huan couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that this arrogant swine could use the palm technique. He pondered aloud, oblivious to anyone around. But Huan's excitement was short-lived as he failed to notice Chu's father standing behind him, who clearly wasn't pleased to hear such things about his son. Taking the head manager's sword, he was already thinking of cutting the impudent one into pieces. But he wasn't allowed to, as the head manager intervened, ordering the servants to drag Huan to the dungeon, thus saving him from the patriarch's wrath. Huan's face, being dragged on the ground like a sack of potatoes, expressed immense gratitude. In his thoughts, he thanked the head manager for such mercy. Chu's father, forgetting the recent misunderstanding, was literally glowing with joy because his little son had just practiced martial arts. Deciding to support his son's endeavors, he ordered the head manager to bring paper, ink, and a brush, intending to write a letter. A little later, gathered at the estate, they presented Chu with a book on martial arts that would now serve his training. They taught him the technique of divine sky, not in the form of a thick book on martial arts. Chu's father was very pleased, stating that it was a secret technique from the imperial palace, astonishing Chu with such influence. Moreover, he claimed that he wrote to the emperor once, and the emperor replied immediately. In reality, he wrote letters every day. At some point, he even lost faith that the emperor would respond. In the courtyard, Chu was introduced to his new teacher, his sister's husband, who unexpectedly turned out to be knowledgeable in martial arts. They called him Chun. He had a rather handsome face and didn't give the impression of an experienced warrior. Chu's father began to praise Chun as he belonged to one of the best martial clans, stroking his ego, making it seem like he would soon reach the heavens. Chu thought only about how the former head of this clan once begged him for training on his knees. Should he tell them the truth? But thinking about what might happen to his new father, he decided to wait. But then an idea came to his mind: how to legitimize his skills. If he said that he had studied under the head of the Dan clan, there shouldn't be any problems. And he could attribute all his techniques to the gifted book Divine Sky, given by the emperor. It would be difficult to verify. Having made up his mind, Chu fell to his knees before Chun, asking to be accepted as a disciple before a master. This deeply touched his father, who in his thoughts praised his son for becoming so respectful. The training continued, and Chu tried to fulfill all the requirements of his new teacher, which was still difficult given the state of his body. Assuming the first stance as Chun demanded, he tried to concentrate, but he lost balance again and barely stayed on his feet. Chun poured tons of anger on him, wondering how he couldn't even perform the simplest task. He tormented Chu and brought him to a boiling point. When Chu suggested trying a different stance, he received even more negativity. A bunch of words about his incompetence and immaturity. This was the last straw for Chu's patience. He couldn't tolerate such treatment anymore, considering that he was just pretending and not showing any real progress to avoid suspicion. Straightening up and looking at the infuriated Chun, he decided to set the record straight and proposed testing his skills in combat. Chun's laughter even surprised the birds flying over the estate. How could some inexperienced guy fight him? Taunting and picking his nose, Chu suggested that Chun was just scared and afraid to fight him. That hit a nerve with Chun, and falling for the childish trick, he started threatening that he used to be a part of the dragon family. But Chu's further provocations made Chun agree to spar. Overwhelmed by anger, he no longer cared who challenged him. But Chun said he wouldn't fight at full strength, as it wouldn't be fair. He closed his spiritual channels with a blow to the base of his neck, also tying his right hand to his body. When preparations were complete, Chun shouted that he was ready and even allowed Chu the first strike. Chu was fine with that and began to concentrate his energy for the strike. With a sudden burst of speed, he rushed towards Chun, gaining momentum with each step. This greatly surprised the overconfident opponent. As he flew within striking distance, Chu swung his right hand, preparing a devastating uppercut. Shooting upward like a spring, he aimed his fist at Chun's chin, but Chun managed to dodge, amazed at such agility. Despite his agility problems due to his physical condition, Chu continued his attacking combination, approaching from the right side where Chun's hand was fixed. He delivered a powerful strike to the side, preventing him from escaping. But Chu didn't stop there, concluding the attack with a swift strike from the back of his fist. Knocking Chun to the ground, Chu thought that he hadn't taught the conceited man enough, so he loomed over him, ready to pound him into the dirt. Chun couldn't believe his eyes. He said it was impossible. To which Chu replied with a satisfied smirk that he was, after all, his disciple. At the same time, Huan stood guard at the gates, his nose high. It was both an order and a punishment for him to stand there without proper rest. Chu approached, calling out to Huan, and inquired if he was pleased with the demotion, and whether serving on the post was too easy for him. Huan couldn't find an answer, only asking why the young master was not at the training session. Chu provided the logical response that the teacher was not in the condition to train at the moment. Meanwhile, the teacher was lying nearby, completely bandaged, and his wife, who was also Chu's sister, attended to him. He complained to her about how everything hurt and itched, but she was happy that her brother turned out to be so talented. After advising Chun one last time to rest and promising that he would feel better, she decided to leave him alone. A carriage drawn by horses approached the city gate. Inside, a man sat in the dim light, not making a sound. But as it turned out, he was not alone. His companion on the carriage journey said that he saw no point in participating personally. However, the man was adamant about visiting the clan. He ordered the coachman to take them to the address. Chu wandered through the city, observing the surroundings. He was interested in the world before chaos arrived. Suddenly, he noticed a group of men discussing something around one of the market stalls. Looking at such a quiet and peaceful life, Chu indulged in memories of how the chaos minions ravaged the world. His gaze became glazed, seeing nothing before him but those events. When they appeared and conquered the world, darkness engulfed the light and joy, leaving no place on earth for respite. But his thoughts were interrupted by the villagers who saw the young master, and joy was written all over their faces. They swarmed around him, observing him like some little creature, amazed that he could walk on his own. Someone didn't even know that he could do it. Then one of the girls offered him meat on a spit as a gift. Considering Chu's thinness and his diet, the offer was very tempting. Seeing this, all the villagers decided to give the young master a gift and started bringing various presents. Seeing such affection, even Chu's obsession with not accepting all this so easily subsided, and he thought that he could lead such a life after all. Suddenly he felt someone's intense gaze, but when he turned his head, he couldn't see anyone. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Around the corner, a man in dark clothes and a wide-brimmed straw hat was hiding. He couldn't have noticed me, thought Chu, about to leave when the stranger suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Chu, wanting to inquire about what he was doing there. The unknown man reacted quickly and aggressively, swinging at Chu and hitting him. The blow was powerful and fast, and Chu was unprepared for it, unable to react in time. Chu's body flew as if shot from a cannon, crashing through the whole street until he was stopped by the wall of a building. When the dust settled, people could see the young master lying unconscious among the debris of the wall. The attacker hurried to escape, leaping onto the roof and running away. People yelled after him, calling to catch the intruder. When Chu came to his senses, he was furious, ready to tear his offender apart with his bare hands. People were confused, not knowing how to react to the attack and Chu's behavior. Gathering himself and seeing the looks of the people, Chu assured them that he was fine and decided to leave the scene, thinking he should improve his combat skills. In Chu's house, his father was having a conversation with his daughter. He was very pleased with his son's achievements and already considering where to place him. Chu's sister, however, was more reserved in her feelings and asked not to rush things. It was too early to talk about such matters. The mention that such haste was due to the Namugan clan and its heiress with whom Chu was supposed to marry upset him. Namugan had no intention of getting married since childhood, aspiring to become a master of martial arts, which she owed to no one. Observing the man's condition, she realized that no, it wasn't because of he. It had to do with the reason for his wife's death. Enemies were after him, but they ended up killing her, and he still blamed himself for it. After all, he was the one who should have died instead of her. The horse-drawn carriage with 4 horses continued its journey, and inside, 2 men continued their conversation. The members of the Namugan clan assumed that the talk would turn to marriage again, and rumors about Chu's laziness, plumpness, and lack of character were widespread. But they continued on their way. One of the men pointed somewhere with his finger. They were supposed to learn everything about Chu there, and only then could they get rid of him forever. Chu sneezed. Surely someone was thinking of him. He thought that it was just someone admiring him behind his back. Stepping into the alley, Chu couldn't find anyone. The faces were completely empty, which was quite strange for this place. He decided to check everywhere possible, even peeking into trash cans, but everywhere was empty, absolutely no one. Chu couldn't understand where everyone had gone. Suddenly a man with a broom appeared from around the corner, immediately asking what the young master was doing here. Chu, in turn, wanted to inquire where all the poor people had gone, as there used to be plenty of them, to which the puzzled man replied that Chu's father had built houses and given land for cultivation to all the poor 20 years ago. But then Chu remembered that he had been told once that the walls have ears, or to be more precise, the poor people, from whom one could learn a lot. The beggars hid in the shadows of walls, in every alley and corner. They were the ones who had their network of informants, who filled the whole world and called themselves the clan of beggars. And then Chu realized that if there were no beggars here now, then there was no such clan as such. And there was no one to obtain information from. At a table sat a man, one of those who had come here by carriage. He was the head of the Namugan clan. Opposite him was a man of an unpresentable appearance, sharply contrasting with him. Instead of the patriarch of the clan, the scruffy-looking man started talking, assuming that they needed information about Chu to stop the attempts of marriage and get rid of him once and for all, as expected from the clan of beggars, the patriarch thought. However, the member of the clan of beggars said that he couldn't provide such information, clearly bargaining, although he didn't admit it to himself. The second man couldn't understand the point of hiding information about the scientist's son from the patriarch. But with a wave of his hand, the patriarch interrupted him. The case was in the Yu family, the informant confessed. Their old man's rage could harm not only the local branch but the whole organization. After thinking for a moment, the patriarch threw a bag full of silver onto the table, hinting at the seriousness of his intentions. But the informant stood his ground. They needed the permission of the head, otherwise they refused to work. Without changing his facial expression, the patriarch took off a fancy-looking ring from his finger and placed it on the table. The son of the patriarch was astonished. The one who possessed it received complete protection from the Namugan clan. Such things were not given away for nothing. Chu approached the rich-looking house. It was amusing that it was a branch of the clan of beggars, and its appearance didn't match the name. No wonder he had been searching for it for so long. As he was about to enter, a sword was brought to his throat by the guard, calling him a fatty and refusing to let Chu inside, citing the presence of important guests. Deciding to ignore the insolent one, as he was no longer an ordinary citizen but the sole heir of the Yu family, Chu headed forward. But just as he took a step, he received a blow to the back of his head. The guard had clearly crossed the line, and Chu had no intention of letting such things slide. Bloodthirsty and baring his teeth, the guard moved closer to teach him a lesson. Inside the unknown room, 2 men in dark clothes and straw hats were reporting to their leader. Their appearance resembled the one who attacked Chu. After listening to the report, the unknown man drew conclusions that only he understood and fell into thought. Sung, how is that old tiger doing? The informant handed over to the clan leader the requested information about Chu, everything they could find from the day of his birth until yesterday. Handing over the notebook, he warned that no one should know about this. Snatching the records from the man's hands, he vowed in the name of the clan that no one would learn about it. The whole story would remain a secret. The informant said goodbye and hurried to leave. The patriarch, opening the records and immersing himself in reading, was interrupted after a short while by shouts coming from the street. Asking his son to check what was happening, he continued reading. His son looked out the window and saw Chu standing opposite the guard who had struck him on the head, and tension seemed to hang between them. A bruise was forming on the guard's cheek from the strike. As you might have guessed, Chu had put some effort into it. Despite that, he comforted himself with the thought that he wasn't ready, which is why he let the blow through. Chu continued to taunt the guard, criticizing all his movements and techniques. His kung fu was clearly inferior to Chu's. The attacker got angry with the criticism, thinking that it was aimed at his clan's style. It wasn't like that. He was just clearly not well trained, as Chu hastened to inform him. Chu also suggested that he simply apologize, and he would forgive him. There was no point in wasting his time on any riffraff. This became the tipping point for the guy, who, breaking free, rushed to attack with his blade unsheathed, angered by the insult to the Na-Mugen clan. Chu easily evaded, even lazily considering the situation, stating that the guy was the first to unsheath his sword, so he was ready for a serious fight. Stepping back from the attack line and then lunging forward, Chu made an unexpected upward move, catching the not-so-agile guy off guard. The powerful blow hit the guy's torso, lifting him half a meter off the ground and taking all the air out of his lungs, leaving him gasping. Not stopping there, Chu grabbed the guy by the hair and delivered a powerful right-hand blow to the opponent's head, finally throwing him off balance. Then came another strike, this time with a kick, driving the stranger into the ground and raising clouds of dust. Holding the guy by the collar and clenching his fist, Chu intended to teach him some manners, as the clan had failed in that task. People were starting to gather around them. Chu kept delivering one blow after another to the already battered face of the guy, hammering good manners into the brute. But then he was interrupted by a shout, asking him to stop, which came from somewhere above. Glancing at the source of the sound, Chu noticed a silhouette quickly approaching him. A forceful landing, and a new combatant appeared before Chu. Stepping back and taking a couple of steps, Chu created some distance between him and the newcomer. But the newcomer didn't wait and rushed after him, rapidly closing the gap and accumulating spiritual energy in his hand. Chu recognized the technique used by the patriarch's son. It was the explosive lightning-fast mystic palm. He quickly realized that he couldn't defeat him in this body. There was only one option left. Or maybe there was one more. Preparing himself, Chu also began to concentrate energy in his hand, getting ready to take the blow. The opponents closed in on each other rapidly. It was difficult to block such a strike, so Chu planned to redirect the energy and neutralize the impulse. Finally, they collided in a standoff. Chu grabbed his opponent's fist with both hands, trying to nullify the strike. At that moment, the patriarch decided to peek outside to inquire about the commotion and caught sight of the moment of the collision. Chu gradually lost the upper hand and gave in. Passed. Muscular hands, scarred, held a sword, and the owner of the hands was counting the number of strikes performed in training. 29,996. 29,997. Past Chu stood balancing on a plank on top of a sharp stone, and from his sword swings, water rippled away due to strong gusts of wind. Unable to maintain balance, Chu fell forward and plunged into the water. The construction under him was extremely unstable. His teacher was dissatisfied. Chu didn't hold the sword well enough, so as a punishment he was assigned 10,000 more swings. Night, two people dueling in the middle of a field with swords, and their clashing could be heard tens of meters away. At some point, the battle froze. The swords clashed once again in a standoff. Both opponents tried to overcome each other to gain an advantage. Chu couldn't withstand the pressure and bent under it, immediately receiving a powerful knee strike to the solar plexus. Falling to the ground, trying to catch his breath, Chu dropped his sword and looked at his teacher. The teacher was not pleased with him. Chu immediately pleaded for mercy, asking the teacher to stop hitting him, spare him, and give him a little rest. His teacher smiled in response, but it didn't reflect his true feelings towards his student. Enraged by the student's attitude towards the weapon and training, the teacher burst into a lecture about how a true enemy wouldn't spare him, and one who abandons his weapon doesn't deserve to live. He immediately swung his fist to drive this lesson home in a more accessible way. Present. Chu missed the strike and was propelled backward, flying through the air. The attack had indeed been powerful, and he couldn't handle it. Chu couldn't understand what had broken his concentration because everything had been going according to plan, and he could have stopped the attack, but he failed. Servants rushed towards him as they recognized him. His opponent stood in contemplation. Although he couldn't completely neutralize the explosive power of the strike, he had managed to disperse it significantly, and how he did it was unclear to him. As Chu suffered damage from the strike, not enough to knock him out but enough to make him boil with rage, veins bulged on his temples, and anger rolled ever closer. Finally regaining his composure, Chu became the embodiment of rage, intending to get up and subdue the scoundrel who dared to attack him. Surrounded by servants, he tried to drill a hole into his opponent with his gaze, but suddenly fell back. By that time, others had come out of the building, including the fair-haired informant. Addressing the clan patriarch first, he immediately noticed someone lying on the ground. It was Chu, who exuded torrents of fury even while lying down. The blow clearly didn't do him any good, as he had to come to his senses while horizontal. Taking a closer look at the person lying on the ground, the informant from the beggar clan recognized the young lord, and immediately rushed to him to check his condition. Asking who dared to do such a thing to the young lord, the general attention was directed towards the patriarch's son, and fury was evident in the eyes of the people. The young man realized that all the attention was on him, and what's more, it was far from friendly. He glanced at his father, but found no support there. Understanding that the information he gathered about Chu was not needed, as it clearly did not reflect the true state of affairs, the patriarch decided to resolutely tear the records apart. By that time, Chu's father had arrived and immediately launched a verbal attack on the perpetrators of his son's misery. He knew that this could happen, and the beggar clan was clearly involved. The fair-haired young man, taken aback, quickly began to justify himself, defaming the Namugan clan without hesitation. The head of the Namugan clan tried to defend himself, claiming that the attack was unintentional, and his son was not to blame, but such arguments didn't sway anyone. Why would anyone attack people in the first place? Chu's father was furious, and if it weren't for the fact that the man opposite him was quite influential and could become Chu's brother-in-law in the future, his head would have rolled long ago. A member of the beggar clan whispered to the young man to kneel down and apologize because Chu's father was a highly respected person. Even the emperor would heed him. When Chu's father was considering informing the emperor about the incident and had already made plans to discuss it with his son-in-law, Namugan realized that the situation was dire. This was no joke. Kneeling down, the two men began to alternately beg for forgiveness, trying to bury the incident and escalate the situation they found themselves in. Chu's father, who was again consumed by anger, saw his son almost on the brink of death, yet these two men kept clinging to his feet. His only son. Suddenly the door opened, and out came Chu, curious about the commotion outside. A hairstyle he couldn't fathom suddenly adorned his head. Passers-by, mostly young girls, found his hairstyle quite endearing. Apparently one of the maids had tried her best to braid his hair in such a way while he was unconscious. His father, seeing his son regained consciousness, hurriedly asked if he was all right. At the same time, the informant from the beggar clan immediately rushed towards Chu with unclear intentions. Upon reaching him, the man acted like a dog, hopping around Chu and showing extreme delight that the young lord was okay. While complimenting Chu's strength, he only provoked irritation in him. Unexpectedly, Chu bowed respectfully to the dark-haired man, showing him respect as an elder brother, even though Chu was younger. After all, they were related, and Chu had something up his sleeve. A cunning smile crept onto Chu's face while he was still bowing. He wasn't going to let it go just like that, but that would come later. Straightening up, Chu decided to inquire about what they were talking about while he was away. Chu's father said that he wanted to go to the emperor to punish the wretch who attacked Chu because he couldn't forgive him. But for now, Chu decided to ease the situation by cordially greeting his opponent, whose name was Sun. Formally, Chu was his uncle, despite being younger. With a darkened face, Chu pulled Sun's cheek as a form of punishment for disrespecting him. It turned out that Sun was his young instructor, who was supposed to teach him in the future. However, for Chu, the man had been more of a tormentor. Settling the score for that was a sacred mission. Passed. Chu was once again fighting with his instructor Sun, one of the 6 sages, who was obsessed with training. When Chu was distracted, Sun took the opportunity to thoroughly educate him with the flat side of his sword, showing no mercy. Chu was already lying on the ground, embracing Sun's legs, begging for mercy. He couldn't bear the beating anymore. But upon seeing Chu drop his sword again and beg for mercy, Sun flew into a rage and swung his sword as if it were a bludgeon, intending to continue his lesson for Chu. In a real battle, you won't beg for mercy from your enemy, Sun said, preparing another lesson for Chu. Present. Now Chu understood the hitch that prevented him from taking Sun's strike. His body had reacted to that attack on its own. After getting acquainted, everyone decided to gather around one table in the Chu family estate. Despite a certain awkwardness, they started a conversation, and Chu was curious about why they had left his older brother behind. Chu assumed they were here for a wedding, but he didn't have time for such events and hurriedly informed everyone, which surprised his interlocutors. Chu refused to elaborate on the fact that he still had much to learn and understand, to meet many people and even share work with them to explore the world, even beyond Murim. Chu's father was very surprised by this statement, claiming that the world beyond Murim was very dangerous, full of killers, bandits, and other unsavory characters. To this Chu retorted, "Is Namgun a thug?" once again surprising even his father. Chu continued to talk about how practitioners of martial arts have their own path, trying to divert the conversation. But Namgun wasn't reading the situation and didn't understand what was going on. Chu decided to end the dialogue politely, bidding farewell to everyone, and turned to leave. Spotting a fair-haired young man named Hyun, Chu called him over, and he gladly rushed to Chu. With a wicked smile, Chu leaned closer to Hyun and suggested that they should talk outside. Those who remained inside exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what had happened, feeling a bit awkward. Hyun started discussing Chu's hairstyle, which clearly didn't meet his standards. Instead of pointing it out, he chose to praise the young lord's hair. Chu got slightly annoyed upon noticing his hairstyle, and he began straightening and untangling his hair. They continued their conversation on the move, with Hyun trying to flatter Chu and being surprised by his knowledge of Murim. Chu, on the other hand, reminisced about his accursed teachers who had trained him for a long time. Negative emotions welled up in Chu as he remembered those memories, while Hyun continued to fawn over him. Pondering the situation and his actions, Chu decided to take on his first disciple, Sun, already imagining how the boy would torture him. It would be a good revenge. Chu stood by the shore, continuing his training, while Huan, standing nearby, asked him to take a little break. But Chu was not concerned about that. He walked determinedly towards his goal, despite the obstacles. However, his attitude towards Huang had worsened. Just then, Chu's sister arrived, also giving him advice about rest and taking care of himself and his body. She was accompanied by her maid guard. Huang immediately puffed up and straightened himself as if swallowing a wedge. He was clearly breathing unevenly around the maid, but he couldn't surprise anyone. Approaching Chu, his sister warned him about the dangers of Murim, especially since their mother had also died because of it. At those words, Chu's sister lost her composure, overwhelmed by fear for their family and, in particular, for Chu. Observing his sister's behavior, Chu decided to ask her what was wrong, as it was not like her at all. Determined to support his sister, Chu reassured her that nothing bad would happen to their Yu clan anymore. He would take care of it. He ended his speech with a bright smile. The sister was pleasantly surprised by such words, and a smile appeared on her lips too. Her brother had grown up and was no longer a child. He was ready to take responsibility. She had always seen a little boy in front of her, but now her brother had grown up, and it was time for her to realize it. Chu was surprised by these words. A smudged human silhouette leaped out of the water, flying like a bullet towards the shore. It was a tall young man with broad shoulders and a sports figure that could be seen even through his clothes. It was unmistakably Chu. Indeed, he had lost weight, but his skin, which had been stretched out, didn't return to normal and hung in tatters. Chu's father was worried. His son had become too thin, with only skin and bones left. He looked as if he could break at the slightest fall. Chu planned to set off on a journey, claiming he would stay with the Namgun clan. Chu justified his trip as a desire to meet Sun, who was a part of their family through the Murim. In reality, Chu intended to begin his training. Despite his father's objections, Chu had already made up his mind, and promising to return unharmed, got up from the table and headed to gather his things. Sitting in his room, he sorted through the items he might need for the journey. He couldn't travel under his real name, so he decided to take on a name from the past, Jin. Gathering his belongings into one bundle and placing it on his back, he swung open the door, ready for new adventures and the path that awaited him. But as soon as he stepped outside, he was met by a crowd of people waiting for him. Huang approached him, introducing the delegation that would accompany him to his destination. Chu's father had certainly made an effort to ensure his son's safety. However, this was not part of Chu's plans. His plan was to obtain the virgin ginseng and kill the servant of chaos. But with such a crowd, it wouldn't work. No one should know about this. Otherwise, his father would create a fuss, and Chu wouldn't be able to explain his actions. He must not get caught. But then Chu came up with a plan. First, he needed to get rid of Huang. So, he suggested they have a drink together, claiming that Huang had always helped and protected him, and yet they had never had a drink together. Concealing his face with bandages, Chu smirked. Night fell over the Yu clan's estate, the perfect time for Chu's escape. Chu's sister walked under the night sky, accompanied by her servant, engaging in a leisurely conversation. She decided to visit Chu. The servant used to dress Chu in funny costumes and create elaborate hairstyles when he was still chubby. Suddenly, Chu's sister asked the servant who he reminded her of. The servant replied that he reminded her of her young mistress. After finishing the conversation and releasing the servant, the girl decided to continue on alone. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Chu quietly opened the door, intending to leave without disturbing anyone. Huang lay on the floor, heavily under the influence of alcohol and a strong sleep-inducing poison, unconscious. Suddenly he shouted, raising his hand and continuing to mumble in his sleep. He was just talking in his dreams. Chu's poison dispersed the internal energy, guaranteeing Huang's incapacitation until the next morning. Suddenly, Chu noticed his sister approaching him. She spoke first, asking if he wouldn't even say goodbye. She looked quite sad. Her sadness was palpable. After all, her beloved brother was leaving home. Chu was surprised to meet her here. Suddenly she hugged him, not trying to dissuade him from his plan, but asking him to return as soon as possible. She said that if it became too difficult, he could return any time. She and their father would always wait for him. Chu was once again amazed. In the past, he had never had anyone who cared for him and worried so much. Preparing the horse and loading his belongings onto it, Chu was getting ready to leave. His sister had suggested he take this horse, a gift from the emperor himself. Jumping into the saddle and taking one last look at his home, which had become a cherished place in Chu's memory, he set off on his journey. He felt sorry to leave home, but no one besides him knew about the impending danger. Chu journeyed through the snow-covered forest all night, getting closer to his destination. As dawn broke, he arrived at the first location on his list. Patting the horse's neck and directing it towards the village, Chu pondered his next move. He first entered a tavern to have a hearty meal after the long journey. Food disappeared from Chu's plate at an incredible speed. Now that he had slimmed down, he didn't need to stick to a strict diet. Leaving a silver coin on the table after finishing his meal, Chu asked the tavern owner to gather all the ginseng gatherers and hunters who knew the area well. In a dimly lit room, a group of men gathered before Chu, standing in straight lines. One of them reported that they had discovered the location of virgin ginseng in the province of Hoi. Delighted, the leader of the unknowns ordered them to set out. Chu stood before the people brought by the tavern owner, the ones who knew the area well. One of them asked about the purpose of Chu's visit, suspicious of his appearance. Could he be a bandit? Understanding the misunderstanding, Chu quickly explained that he wasn't a bandit and that the bandages on his face were for medicinal purposes. He had arrived from a neighboring province. He also mentioned that his name was Jin, and he used to work for the Yu clan but was now looking for something in these parts as a former military advisor. Explaining that he was looking for a stone emitting a crimson light, the locals were a bit surprised by such a request and pondered it. One of the gathered men, despite the strangeness of the described stone, remembered something. When he was young, he got lost in the mountains and came across a strange stone. The description matched what Chu was looking for, and becoming more serious, he hurriedly asked where the stone could be found. The man hesitated for a moment but eventually spoke up, saying that it was at the peak of Pagoda. However, going there was not advisable. The place was the Fortress of 9 Dragons, in other words, the stronghold of mountain bandits who had settled there. This didn't scare Chu at all. Now it was clear why no one could find ginseng. Who would think of searching for it in a bandit's lair? Taking the hands of the man who knew the way, Chu politely began to implore him to guide him. It was crucial, and he had to get there at any cost. Seeing the sincere and honorable eyes of Chu, the man didn't hesitate for long and agreed to lead him there. The others were surprised by the positive response. The journey there was certainly not safe. Chu was glad that the man had agreed, and he genuinely thanked him without irony, knowing the danger of such a trip, both for himself and the guide. They walked for quite some time, navigating through snow-free mountain paths. Finally, they reached the desired location. Before them lay a chasm with a roaring river at the bottom, so deep that even the bottom couldn't be seen. Thanking the guide once again, Chu asked where precisely he had seen the stone. The man pointed in the direction where the stone should become visible at sunset. They waited until the sun approached the horizon, painting the surroundings in shades of red and orange. As the sun began to set, the whole area turned crimson, and the snow reflected the light even more. And when the sun was almost behind the mountain peak, Chu was able to see something. One of the stones in front of them started emitting a crimson glow. It was precisely what Chu had been searching for. Now, he was certain. Heartily thanking the guide, Chu decided to reward him with a gold pendant and send him back before they encountered mountain bandits. The man was grateful, surprised, and a bit embarrassed by the value of the payment. After saying goodbye, Chu approached the precipice. The next moment, he jumped down the cliff straight into the raging river. Gliding down, avoiding sharp protrusions, Chu approached the water's surface. Successfully entering the icy water, Chu resurfaced, looking around and searching for his next path. Since no one would have guessed that someone would swim across the river in winter, Chu headed toward the fortress. In the water, he had no equal. Quietly infiltrating the territory, Chu overheard bandits talking on a tower. They were discussing something about captives and selling them into slavery. Deciding to ignore it for now while he searched for ginseng, Chu focused his energy to locate the object of his quest, but instead, he found something else. A bandit emerged from the house, dragging a woman by her hair. His intentions were clearly anything but peaceful. Throwing the woman to the ground, the bandit began to kick her and sadistically torment her, reveling in his sadistic nature. Chu watched this scene with indecision. He couldn't just abandon everything and rush to help, but sitting here idly was also wrong. From the same house, a little girl appeared, crying loudly. The bandit noticed her immediately. The woman grabbed the man's leg, pleading him not to touch her daughter. How could he call himself human after such actions? But this wretch clearly didn't care. He raised his leg to stomp the woman's head into the ground. At this point, Chu couldn't bear it anymore. Every fiber of his being demanded punishment for this monster, who could no longer be called a human. Kicks rained down on the poor woman, who miraculously managed to stay alive. Chu was trembling with anger. He could no longer stand by and watch. He didn't care that he had stealthily sneaked in and didn't want to make a scene. Yet Chu still hesitated. He was disgusted with himself for not being noticed even as he was about to approach the bandit, who continued beating the woman. The little girl continued crying in grief and helplessness. She felt sorry for her mother. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu made a couple of quick moves and was already close to the bandit, who was about to meet Chu's fists. Infusing his entire body with spiritual energy, Chu prepared a powerful strike. Neither the mother nor the little girl, nor even the bandit noticed him as they were overwhelmed by the situation. But then, in one swift and fluid motion, the bandit fell to the ground with a broken face. Chu was a bit disappointed that he got stained with the blood of this scoundrel. After all, his clothes were quite expensive. The little girl was impressed by how Chu dealt with the bandit. She stopped crying, and admiration for her savior sparkled in her eyes. The girl asked if Chu had come here to save them, to which he replied somewhat irritably that he was just passing by. However, the girl's mother didn't share her daughter's optimism, and expected anything from their new acquaintance, hiding her daughter behind herself. She asked in a trembling voice who he was, extending his hand, which must have seemed like a giant's hand sent only to cause pain. Chu covered them with his cloak, as it was cold outside, especially in the mountains. Realizing that Chu didn't pose a threat to them, the woman became more open to dialogue. Chu managed to learn from her where the other prisoners were. The woman pointed to a building nearby, where another bandit was guarding them. The guard noticed them, but Chu quickly knocked him out as well. Picking up their bodies, he dragged them inside the house to hide them. Once inside, Chu noticed that there were more people in the room. It was a crowd of prisoners, ranging from infants to the elderly, all of them visibly terrified. Informing them that he came to rescue them despite his appearance, Chu positioned himself at the back and promised to lead them out of there. The woman asked what they should do and where to go. At least one person was confident in Chu's plan. He informed her that she would lead the others. A bandit entered the building to find his lazy, as he thought, comrades in their cloaks and with axes. But the street was empty. When his gaze fell on two unconscious bodies of his fellow bandits, he looked threateningly at the crowd of prisoners and demanded to know what had happened and who did it. The people huddled in the corner, afraid to respond. The woman who was rescued first asked Chu what they should do. Chu instructed her to lead the others. While the bandit was inside the building, searching for his comrades, Chu evaluated the situation outside to plan his next move. Suddenly his eyes fell on the two unconscious bodies of his accomplices. The bandit turned his threatening gaze towards the crowd of prisoners, asking what had happened and who did it. The people only cowered in the corner, remaining silent. Just then, a swift strike hit the bandit's neck, knocking him to the ground, completely bewildered. Standing over the defeated bandit, Chu checked the situation outside to assess and plan his next move. He noticed a watchtower on the edge of the cliff. A guard was supposed to be keeping an eye on the area from there. The guard, however, was not paying much attention to his surroundings. But at the last moment, he managed to see something. A blurry human silhouette, blurred by speed, was approaching the tower. It was almost at the base. Chu stopped beneath the tower, holding a torch in one hand and gathering energy for a strike with the other. Once he had gathered enough, Chu swung and struck the tower. A wave of spiritual energy spread in all directions, and the tower's foundation cracked like a spider's web. The tower went airborne as if hit by a siege weapon, and the guard on it couldn't react in time. A scream escaped the guard's mouth as he realized he was hurtling into the abyss, the bottom of which was invisible, filling his mind with terror. The former prisoners, almost free from their captors, came out to the street and noticed the absence of the tower, as if a hurricane had uprooted it. The destruction of the tower was the signal for the escape to begin. The first rescued woman led the others along the planned route towards the fortress exit. Meanwhile, Chu engaged in diversionary tactics, breaking doors and setting the interior of the fortress on fire with his torch, causing chaos. Chu hurled torches, setting one house after another on fire. The buildings ignited like matches. After all, wood burns well, and the fortress was made entirely of wood, from the walls to the living quarters. Standing amidst the burning houses, Chu decided to stir up more commotion to ensure the bandits didn't discover the escape. Meanwhile, the bandits were calmly sleeping in one of the barracks, dreaming without a care. Suddenly, one of them jolted awake, noticing the commotion on the street and catching the smell of smoke. Shouting that a fire had broken out, he began waking up the other bandits. They reluctantly woke up until the meaning of his words sunk in. The first bandit to wake up didn't manage to reach the door and escape outside. He was thrown back into the depths of the barracks. When the bandits turned their gaze towards the entrance, they saw a man with his face wrapped in bandages, holding a torch. It was Chu. Who else? The bandits asked who the hell he was. Chu calmly replied, asking them what they thought. Of course he was the arsonist. Having done his job, Chu started running. The entire fortress was now on high alert, and the bandits were hunting him, displeased with the abrupt awakening. Chu rounded a corner, hoping to shake them off, but one of the bandits quickly spotted him and pointed the direction to the others. Chu ran, and the bandits chased him. If only he had the ability to absorb and replenish energy, running wouldn't be necessary. Suddenly, as Chu turned another corner, a bandit with a spear lunged at him, intending to deal with the arsonist once and for all. Quick to react, Chu evaded the first attack and prepared for a counterstrike. Without slowing down, he elbowed the attacker, hitting him in the solar plexus and throwing him off the pursuit. Chu decided he had run enough. It was time to set a trap for the bandits. He focused his energy into his legs to increase his speed. Breaking the spear of the attacking bandit, he set it on fire, now wielding 2 torches. The bandit guards at the fortress entrance paid no attention to what was happening, as they couldn't see it from their perspective. Suddenly, a small stone flew towards one of the guards, possibly chipped off from somewhere. Turning their attention to the stone, the bandit guards noticed the blazing fortress in their field of view. Did someone attack them, or did the fire start for other reasons? Regardless, the bald and scruffy guards rushed towards the depths of the fortress to help their comrades. At the same time, as the entrance cleared, the prisoners, seizing the opportunity, also sprinted out of the fortress. They successfully overcame the exit and hurried away from the blazing mountain bandit camp, not even looking back. Inside the fortress, Chu was attacked from behind by a burly, bald, and dark-skinned man wielding nunchaku. The attacker delivered a powerful blow to Chu, but he managed to react and block it to some extent. Chu slid across the ground from the impact but managed to stay on his feet, using his hands to maintain balance. However, his baggage flew far away. The assailant was blind in one eye, covered by a bandage. The bald man, seething with anger, demanded to know who Chu was and how he ended up here. Chu decided to remain silent and not answer, but the bandits surrounded him, limiting his maneuvering space. The bald man asked if Chu was alone. Chu was initially cautious in his response, saying he was alone, but after some thought, he lifted his nose and declared that he alone was enough to take on the likes of them. The bald man was somewhat impressed, not entirely buying Chu's bluff. However, the noise caused by just one guy intrigued him. Chu was in a bad state. The attack by this guy had inflicted severe damage, considering their numbers and his condition. Things were really dire. Meanwhile, the bald man turned to his subordinates, realizing that the camp was still burning, and no one seemed to be in a hurry to put it out. After a motivating speech, the bandits rushed to extinguish the fire. The strongest ones remained with Chu when everyone else went to put out the fire. They were of no use here anyway. The bald man introduced himself as Sosan, the leader of the 9 Dragons Fortress. Chu had no intention of introducing himself in return. Not offended by Chu's refusal to introduce himself, the bald man continued. He said that he admired people like Chu, and would like him to join them. After all, not everyone would have the courage to infiltrate a camp full of bandits. The bald man persisted with his persuasion, believing that Chu's inclusion would greatly strengthen his gang. Chu, deciding to buy some time, sat down on the ground, asking if they were really suggesting he become a mountain bandit. Pretending to be lost in thought while wiping his chin, Chu gathered spiritual energy. The bald man kept talking about how challenging it is to find suitable people nowadays, and how Chu's bravery should be rewarded. He suggested burying the incident with the fire and standing on equal footing with his close associates. Chu remained silent no matter what the bald man said. He simply continued to stall for time. The burly man couldn't tolerate being ignored any longer, and he erupted when Chu sarcastically replied that it sounded great. Rising to his feet, Chu questioned when a wolf should serve a cur. He was gradually recovering and trying to provoke the bandits. The bald man was consumed by rage, veins bulging on his face, and a ferocious snarl forming. Chu assumed a fighting stance and further provoked the gang leader by proposing a one-on-one battle, but the bald man didn't fall for the trick. Pointing at Chu, he ordered his subordinates to tear him to pieces. The hardened thugs lunged at Chu without any hesitation, relying on their numerical advantage. The scruffy bandit launched a swift attack on Chu, using his spear. However, Chu managed to evade and let the attack pass over him. Not a scratch remained on Chu's body, but his clothes were torn along with the bandages that covered his face. 3 bandits now surrounded Chu. One engaged him in hand-to-hand combat, with Chu dodging his straight punches. Another wielded the spear, and the third had nunchaku. When the bandits saw Chu's face without the bandages, they were slightly surprised, as he looked like an old man. The bandits began taunting Chu, making unpleasant comments about his appearance, but he didn't succumb to their provocations. Unlike them, Chu looked like a human being. The provocation worked, but not in the way the bandits intended. They only grew angrier. Chu leaped away from another nunchaku strike. Performing a complex pirouette in the air, Chu counterattacked the enemy with his legs. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to knock out the bandit. While Chu was airborne, one of the hand-to-hand fighters attacked him, shouting something about pathetic tricks. It was amusing to hear such words from a bandit. Nonetheless, Chu took a powerful blow to the torso, diverting his flight from the planned trajectory. Flying backward, Chu managed to twist in the air, executing a backflip and landing on his feet. No sooner had he touched the ground than the entire gang pounced on him, not giving him a moment to catch his breath. Attacks rained down on Chu one after another. He spun like a top, evading everything that came at him, but he couldn't keep this up for long. One of the punches connected with Chu's face, sending him airborne again and disrupting his concentration. Chu flew impressively, very impressively, but lacking wings, he eventually had to land. The bandits gathered around him like a pack of hyenas circling a wounded lion. Chu had underestimated them, and now he paid the price. How could he protect anyone when he was so weak? Chu let go of negative thoughts, reminding himself that he saved those people. At least they would be alive and safe. But he had no intention of dying in this place. While Chu tried to catch his breath, the one-eyed bandit spoke up. At first he thought Chu was brave, but as it turned out, it was foolishness. Pointing at Chu, he ordered him to be finished off. The dance with death resumed as Chu flowed like water, eluding the attacks of the assaulting bandits. X section, the 8 drunken immortals technique saved Chu, allowing him to avoid injuries. However, he was still far from his former form, having taken a couple of blows. Deciding to end it all with a single strike, Chu employed the technique of light steps and lunged at the gang leader, delivering a swift blow that only grazed him, scratching the enemy's throat. Unnoticed by the bandits, the battle shifted toward the edge of a cliff, and just as they were about to attack Chu again, he jumped into the abyss without hesitation. The last thing the bandits saw was Chu's hand, with all fingers clenched except for the middle one, a well-known gesture. The one-eyed bandit became furious at such an ending to the battle. He was completely unsatisfied, but he could do nothing about it now. Chu continued to fall into the darkness of the chasm, vowing to return for their heads once he became stronger, of course. The bandits looked down with mild bewilderment, while the one-eyed bandit ordered his subordinates to find the attacker's corpse. He wanted to skin him to vent his frustration. Before the leader could give further instructions, a bandit from the fort rushed over, reporting that inside the building with the prisoners, there were only 3 charred bodies. The bald leader was boiling like a kettle. So many problems because of one man. Skinning him wouldn't be enough, thought the bandit leader. Sosen gave orders to his subordinates to comb the entire area and find all the escaped prisoners, every last one of them. Meanwhile, Chu continued his descent, contorting in the air to face downwards, slowing himself in the air before finally entering the water with his feet. At first, Chu was afraid he would crash into the bottom. After all, his speed was considerable. But he suddenly came to a halt, not understanding why. Completely losing his speed, Chu hovered under the water's surface. Just as he was about to assess the situation and figure out why he stopped, he felt something pulling him. Within a second, the situation became clear. The water currents had formed a whirlpool, which began to pull him further and further into its depths. Chu continued to fall into the darkness of the chasm, vowing to return for their heads once he became stronger, of course. The bandits looked down with mild bewilderment, while the one-eyed bandit ordered his subordinates to find the attacker's corpse. He wanted to skin him to vent his frustration. Before the leader could give further instructions, a bandit from the fort rushed over, reporting that inside the building with the prisoners, there were only 3 charred bodies. The bald leader was boiling like a kettle. So many problems because of one man. Skinning him wouldn't be enough, thought the bandit leader. Sosen gave orders to his subordinates to comb the entire area and find all the escaped prisoners, every last one of them. Meanwhile, Chu continued his descent, contorting in the air to face downwards, slowing himself in the air before finally entering the water with his feet. At first, Chu was afraid he would crash into the bottom. After all, his speed was considerable. But he suddenly came to a halt, not understanding why. Completely losing his speed, Chu hovered under the water's surface. Just as he was about to assess the situation and figure out why he stopped, he felt something pulling him. Within a second, the situation became clear. The water currents had formed a whirlpool, which began to pull him further and further into its depths. The whirlpool that had formed underwater for inexplicable reasons continued to pull Chu towards the bottom, carrying him further into the impenetrable darkness of the water's depths. Chu understood that if he didn't take action, he would sink to the very bottom, and wouldn't be able to resurface. So, he tried to gather himself and adjust his position relative to the bottom. Seizing the moment as he passed by another protrusion, he immediately pushed off from the solid surface, overcoming the water's current and directing his body towards the surface. The thrust was powerful enough to break free from the whirlpool's grip, especially as its strength waned at that depth. Chu began to ascend, striving to reach the surface before running out of air. He burst out of the water like a cork from a champagne bottle, finally getting a chance to breathe. Taking deep breaths, Chu tried to understand where he had ended up. Supported by the force that pushed him upwards, Chu lay on his back, needing to catch his breath and rest from the recent events, from the battle to his underwater adventures. Opening his eyes, he decided to survey the place he had ended up, or rather, the spot where the water's current had brought him. Looking around wearily, he began to examine his surroundings. Suddenly his gaze fixated on something interesting. Chu couldn't believe what he was seeing at first. The spiritual energy began to react on its own. This couldn't be real? Chu swiftly scanned his surroundings using his spiritual energy, hoping to find what he had sensed, praying that it wasn't his imagination. Wild ginseng. It was definitely it. Chu couldn't mistake it for anything else. Rising from the water, he became more active in his search for this much-needed item. Finally fully out of the water and surveying the cave he had entered, Chu was astonished. He had fallen from the waterfall, and then carried so far by the current, and then Chu's gaze caught something, his face reflecting a mixture of surprise and anticipation. His eyes widened. It was... Wild ginseng grew right on the rocky shore. A small shoot with a blossoming flower peeked out from under the ground. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary plant. Finally, tears of joy streamed down Chu's face. It had been difficult for him to find this place. Blind luck had led him here. Remembering how the informant from the impoverished clan had claimed finding it would be easy, Chu felt anger and frustration for not clarifying the details. Emerging from the water and silently cursing the beggar, Chu headed towards the precious plant he had desired for so long. Finally, the moment had come. Approaching closely and kneeling down, Chu began to dig up the precious root of the plant. The essence of the ginseng was right there, not in the above-ground part. After excavating enough, Chu firmly grasped the plant's stem and started pulling it out from under the ground, being careful not to damage it. Chu was burning with impatience. The name was very fitting for the plant. It looked like an infant. Chu was overjoyed. He had outsmarted that cursed demonic servant. His plans were doomed to fail now. After celebrating his victory, Chu prepared to consume the ginseng root, thanking it for the nourishment. After all, it would be impolite to simply devour it without gratitude. Chu was consumed by the taste of the ginseng. A cool sensation enveloped him, a slightly bitter taste on the tip of his tongue, sweet and refreshing, filled with spiritual energy. Finished savoring the taste, Chu began to absorb the root. The spiritual energy was dense and abundant. He intended to absorb every bit of it. After finishing, Chu settled comfortably. Now he would show everyone what he was capable of. Bald Sosen should start getting nervous. Chu would soon come for his head. These pathetic bandits wouldn't be able to stop him anymore. Sitting in the lotus position, he immersed himself in absorbing and assimilating the spiritual energy. Wait, useless guy from Huayan Prefecture, Chu has returned. A few people arrived in the small village where Chu had ended up. They were looking for someone, but it seemed their target had a different name, although it was clear that they had been here. Huang turned out to be one of the people who had arrived here in search of Chu. Huang's face looked battered, as if someone had given him a good beating. Learning from the tavern owner that a similar guy had been here but introduced himself as Jin, Huang rubbed his injured cheek, lost in thought. Contemplating where that damned young master could have gone, Huang's mind was a mess. The tavern owner was slightly bewildered by such a visit, but refrained from asking too many questions. On the day Chu escaped, it was morning. Huang had been sprawled on the floor, snoring loudly for the whole neighborhood to hear. He was still feeling the effects of the alcohol and the special poison Chu had drugged him with. As Huang lay there, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a quite displeased Chu's father. His loud shout and presence managed to wake up Huang, who was still half inebriated. Huang stared at him with a dumbfounded expression. The alcoholic's slumber wasn't in a hurry to let go of him. A thread of drool hanging from his lips only added to his foolish appearance. But a powerful kick from Chu's furious father resolved the drooling issue, wiping both the saliva and the remnants of sleep off Huang's face. Chu's father was practically emitting lightning bolts in his anger. How could that scoundrel Huang dare to fall asleep? Threats poured out of him as Chu's father raged, wanting to bury Huang alive in the ground so that he could sleep as much as he pleased. Huang still couldn't grasp what was happening, while others tried to calm the head of the family. Then, Chu's father pointed to a pile of empty alcohol bottles. "Look at how he got himself drunk," Chu's father continued to complain. And a realization began forming in Huang's mind. He started to recall how he had sat and drank with the young master, or rather, how Chu systematically made Huang drink, pushing him to down one cup after another at an alarming pace. With each cup of alcohol consumed, Huang's vision grew hazier and hazier, and the objects before his eyes began to dance, swirling in a drunken whirlwind of events. The last thing he remembered was his young master proposing a toast. After that, consciousness plunged into darkness. Huang was horrified by the realization. Chu's father continued fuming, wanting to tear apart the man he entrusted to look after his son, but who instead got thoroughly drunk. Two individuals with him tried to calm him and forgive Huang this time. Yet Chu's father hadn't even finished uttering one of his numerous threats towards Huang when he suddenly slumped in his companion's arms. The imperial physician was worried for Lord Huang. Laying him on the ground, the physician began to check his pulse. After all, he was a doctor and had to understand such matters. Suddenly his face turned pale, and his eyes widened. In disbelief, he looked up at the steel-faced individuals in the room, and shockingly announced that Lord Wang had died. At that moment, Chu's father came to his senses. He had just lost consciousness for a moment but wasn't dead. Upon regaining his senses, he berated the less-than-competent physician. Returning to Huang, who had been sent to search for the young master after receiving a thorough beating, he came out to the tavern's yard and noticed a boy tending to the horses. One of the horses was peculiar, or rather, its eyes were. The boy was also surprised by the unusual eyes of the horse, which also didn't eat everything, refusing even the special feed. He had to run to neighboring villages to find something that the horse would eat. Huang headed towards the stables. Meanwhile, the boy emptied a mixture of hay and various fruits into the feeding trough so that the horse would eat something. Approaching closer, Huang managed to recognize the horse. It was one of the elite horses from their estate. Huang immediately ran, mistakenly taking the boy for the young master from afar, and started calling for him. Coming closer and realizing that the young master wasn't there, Huang began to run around in a panic, asking himself aloud where his young master had gone and why he had climbed into such a hole. He dashed around the courtyard in search of Chu but couldn't find anyone, causing confusion in the boy. It wasn't clear how to react to this. Huang was a very eccentric person. Still, noticing the boy, Huang ran up to him, tears in his eyes, and began questioning him about the horse's origin and if he knew the owner. Approaching the boy and realizing that the young master wasn't there, Huang began running back and forth in a panic, asking himself loudly where his young master had gone and where he had disappeared to. After some consideration, the boy finally mentioned that the horse's owner had gone to Pagoda Peak, right where the Nine Dragons Fortress, a group of mountain bandits, was located. Despite pleas not to go there, he only hinted that he was looking for something there. Hearing about the 9 bandits, Huang went into an even bigger frenzy. After all, they were bandits, and his young master was so delicate. Moreover, the young master would surely be furious with Huang if anything happened to Chu. Imagining the bandits beating them first and then capturing Chu, Huang spiraled into even greater panic. Though how much greater could it get? Huang was nearly pulling his hair out with anxiety. Having heard enough, Huang abruptly took off like a professional sprinter, shouting something about his young master while on the move. He urgently needed to do something before it was too late. Leaving a surprised boy and a trail of dust in his wake, Huang dashed off in the only direction he knew, but he hadn't gone more than 20 feet when he suddenly skidded to a halt, realizing something. Huang turned around and ran back to the boy to clarify the details. But luck didn't seem to favor Huang at all, constantly tripping him up. Just a bit short of reaching the boy, he stumbled over a small rock sticking out of the ground. Testing his airborne abilities, Huang, without much thought, decided on an emergency landing face down right at the boy's feet. His fall raised a cloud of dust. Rising from the ground with a bloody and battered face, Huang managed to gather his thoughts and asked about the location of Pagoda Peak. Through the night forest, a group of people was running. At the head of the column was a woman carrying a small child in her arms. The people looked extremely frightened and seemed to be fleeing from someone. Suddenly, from behind one of the trees along their path, a male silhouette emerged, difficult to distinguish in the darkness. The people had already started to panic, thinking they were caught. However, it turned out to be the same man who had shown Chu the way to the Crimson Stone. Signaling his peaceful intentions, he decided to show the escapees a shortcut to the village. The woman wearing Chu's cloak briefly thanked the man and continued running. These were the same people he had managed to save from the mountain bandits' camp. The guide asked the woman with the child if they had seen a guy with bandages who was supposed to be heading in their direction. The woman shot a tense look at the man, but before she could answer. Meanwhile, near the stream where Chu had fallen, The sound of a waterfall echoed, and on one of the banks stood an armed group of 7 people. They were members of the gang sent to find Chu. Out of frustration, one of them was kicking the ground, reporting to the deputy leader about how the guy's body might have been carried away by the current, making it impossible for them to find him now. But they had no choice. Their boss would fly into a rage, and when he did, in case they didn't find the body, they would be in trouble instead of him. The subordinates could only sigh in resignation. The deputy leader started giving orders, suggesting they split into groups. 5 of them would go downstream along the river, while the rest would search the area around the waterfall. The subordinates accepted the orders and were ready to carry them out. And then one of them started pointing towards the waterfall, catching the deputy leader's attention. After his shout, everyone's gaze turned towards the waterfall. From within the waterfall, hidden in the rocks, emerged a person whose face was covered by hair sticking to it. This person lamented their fate, as if something had gone wrong. They would have drowned. The deputy leader was surprised to encounter a living person here. Besides them, there shouldn't be anyone. He was curious about where this person had come from, and he hurriedly asked. The person, whose face was still obscured by hair, noticed that they were not alone, and was astonished that someone was there to greet them. It was unexpected, but pleasant, as Chu, and it was indeed him, was just about to search for them. Who she was puzzled the bandits. They had no leads on this person. They were looking for a body, after all. So they couldn't understand what this person was doing here. Pushing the hair away from their face, revealing a new face without any wrinkles, they only bewildered the bandits further. They asked Chu if he was the one they were looking for, while the bandits couldn't understand why this strange guy was bothering them at all. For the moment, Chu didn't understand why the bandits didn't recognize him. But he didn't care. Chu only ordered them to help him remove his clothes as he was freezing. The bandits immediately tensed up, preparing for battle by raising their weapons and taking defensive positions. However, the deputy leader stated that just because they remain silent while he's burning with anger doesn't mean they can spout nonsense. But Chu was deaf to their threats, merely repeating his question, or whether he should resort to force for a worse outcome. The bandit didn't understand. What could one person do to them? Had he gone mad? Not letting the bandit finish his thought, Chu swiftly closed the distance between them and delivered a sharp kick to the jaw with his foot, sending the bandit flying into the air from the force of the blow. However, Chu didn't stop there. He decided to add another kick to the defeated bandit, this time striking from above and driving the bandit into the rocky shore. The suddenness of this left the bandits stunned. Their leader had been incapacitated with just 2 strikes in the span of an instant, leaving them with no chance. The unknown man was far too powerful for them. Picking up the wet cloak from the fallen bandit, Chu felt a pang of disappointment that it was damp. He should have been more careful. What was the point of exchanging one wet piece of clothing for another? The bandits were even more rattled by this, grabbing at their own clothing as if they wanted to shield themselves from the terrifying clothing thief. They seemed to be trying to cover up, as if insisting there was nothing noteworthy about their attire. Smirking with a shark-like grin and flashing his golden eyes, Chu bloodthirstily inquired of the bandits who was next to share their much-needed dry clothing with him. At his words, the clothing immediately flew off the bandits, practically leaping into the air from the speed at which they stripped. The bandits found themselves in a highly embarrassing situation. Standing in their underwear in the freezing cold, they cast fearful glances at the young man who was donning their clothing. Chu also borrowed their weapons, taking up a halberd. He tested its balance, holding it out in an extended arm and swinging it from side to side. The weapon turned out to be slightly heavier than he thought, but it didn't matter much. Suddenly, Chu swung the halberd, directing his strike towards the exposed bandits. They trembled from both the cold and the fear that overwhelmed them. They hadn't even had time to understand what was happening. They stood there with dumbfounded, terrified expressions, gazing at their assailant, completely powerless to do anything. In an instant, the head of one of the bandits separated from his body due to Chu's strike. The bandits were horrified. Their comrade's head had been taken off with just one blow. The bandits trembled even more than before. Meanwhile, Chu, with a mocking tone, asked if everything was all right with them. Would they just continue standing there, without even attempting to flee? However, Chu didn't care. He had no qualms about their fate considering what they had done, and he had already promised to kill every member of their gang. The bandits had fully realized that there was no escape for them on their own feet from this place. One of them, despite being extremely nervous, mustered the courage to ask Chu whom he had promised to kill. Chu, preparing for a new strike, calmly stated that he had promised himself. He wasn't planning on showing them any mercy, considering their actions, and he had personal reasons against them. At this point, the bandits couldn't endure any longer. Instincts took over, and they began to run away from Chu at the fastest speed they could muster. But this wouldn't help them. Complaining to himself about the troublesome bandits, Chu readied himself to strike again to quickly end this farce. After which, he could head to Sosan. With a swing of the weapon in his hands, a wave began to chase after the bandits, and in literally an instant, it reached their backs. One strike, and 5 heads rolled across the frozen rocky ground. In a single motion, the bandits who could have posed problems for Chu were easily and simply dispatched. Having finished with them, he sat down, preparing to make a move. He wouldn't wait for Chu. It was time for the hunt, a hunt for beasts, as these bandits weren't worthy of being called humans, and soon Chu would rectify nature's mistake. Swiftly moving between the groups of bandits that were supposed to be searching for him, Chu was actually the one hunting them. They were meant to hunt him, but in the end, he was hunting them. After finishing off the last one, Chu noticed blood on himself. Well, he had just changed his clothes. His clothes were dirty again, and where could he find new ones, Chu pondered. There wasn't a whole lot around. He didn't hold back in his attacks, so, deciding to at least wash the blood off his face, Chu approached the nearby mountain stream, which formed a small pool in this spot. The water was calm here, unlike other areas. Leaning over, he couldn't immediately believe his eyes. A young man looked back at him in the reflection. Whose beautiful face is this? A question raced through Chu's mind. After a moment's thought, it dawned on Chu. He had recently consumed the virgin ginseng. Now he understood why the bandits didn't recognize him. His face had become so elastic. As he washed his face, Chu continued to complain about the former owner of the body. How could he mar such a beautiful face? Still, he had lucked out. Now he had a quite handsome appearance. And with such a face, no one would suspect him of being adopted, especially if they compared him to his sister from the past. Now they shared common features. Self-admiration was interrupted by shouts coming from the forest, which began not far from the river. Looking around, Chu noticed birds taking flight into the sky, disturbed by the commotion happening on the ground. Now he had a rough idea of where the yelling was coming from. A man was being beaten by one of the bandits, struck in the back with a whip and sustaining a severe wound. His piercing cry echoed through the winter forest. Standing behind were 2 captives, tied with ropes around their hands and feet, who had been captured twice. Meanwhile, the dark-haired bandit continued to lash the unfortunate guide. The bandit suspected the old man of colluding with Chu, as he had encountered a group of fugitives and tried to lead them out of the forest. The man was innocent, but the bandit didn't believe him, continuing to rain down scorching blows. Just as the bandit swung again for another strike, the bandits noticed something. Even the whip-wielding bandit froze, staring in the direction of an unknown disruptor. The bandits confused Chu with Voot's deputy's lackeys. They were curious about what he was doing there. They should have been searching for the attacker's body. Once Chu realized he had been noticed, he squatted down and began to gather snow. The bandits couldn't comprehend what was happening. What was he doing? Did he come here to play? Why was he molding snowballs? The bandits were puzzled, unable to make sense of this odd behavior. Just as one of the bandits managed to ask Chu what he was doing, he had already swung, much like a baseball pitcher getting ready to throw. It didn't really resemble an attack. But then Chu threw the snowball, and it shot out like it was fired from a cannon, hurtling towards the group of bandits, specifically one of them. The snowball hit one of them squarely, and from the impact, the bandit was sent flying back several meters. If it didn't kill him, it certainly knocked him out cold. The whip-wielding bandit couldn't fully grasp the situation before another of his subordinates was struck by a similar projectile, inflicting heavy injuries. Chu was pleased with the improvisation that resulted. He managed to score 100 out of 100 with his accurate and forceful throws. Without waiting for the remaining bandits' reactions, Chu lunged at them, rapidly closing the distance and bringing his weapon within striking range. Instead of just hitting one, Chu leaped high into the air right in front of the group of bandits. Sensing trouble, they scattered in all directions. But it was too late. Chu was already descending, swinging the halberd. His landing was heavy. Those who hadn't managed to move away were thrown by the shockwave. The slightly less affected bandits struggled to rise from the ground, casting wary glances at their new acquaintance. Chu stood among the fallen bodies of the bandits, holding his head high and planting the halberd's heel into the ground. He was ready to continue. Swinging again, Chu prepared to execute one of his techniques. Slice through the clouds and cleave the moon. The instant attack mowed down nearly all the bandits, disregarding the distance between them. Only one bandit remained alive. He simply hadn't managed to get up and was lying on the ground, so the strike passed harmlessly above him. But that changed nothing. The same fate awaited him as his comrades. Chu approached the last survivor and asked him if he was scared. After all, that was the moon destruction technique of the Wudon clan. The bandit couldn't comprehend who this guy was at all. Chu was slightly disappointed that he went unrecognized again. Then Chu heard groans and turned towards the source, momentarily distracted from the last bandit. On the snow lay the familiar uncle, the guide who helped Chu find his way to the bandit stronghold. Chu had remembered him, so he could recognize him. Bound individuals stood behind the man lying in the snow. Enraged, Chu shot an angry glare at the bandit. The only thing that interested him now was who had done this. Realizing the situation was turning sour, the bandit began to make excuses and blatantly lie, claiming that he hadn't even touched the man and had no idea who had done it. Chu wasn't fooled by the absurd lie for a second. He simply made a single swing of his weapon, sending a blade-shaped wave hurtling towards the bandit at high speed. The bandit didn't even immediately realize what had happened, but in any case, it was already too late. He had no room to think anymore, even though he hadn't been particularly adept at using his head, even when alive. After dealing with the bandits, Chu approached the guide, who lay in a pool of blood on the snow. The captives were initially scared of him, but he hurried to assure them that he wouldn't harm them. Approaching the man, Chu inquired about his condition. The old man, opening his eyes, first saw before him a young man with a straw hat and the lower part of his face wrapped, whose eyes gleamed with gold. But it was just a delusion brought on by weakness. In reality, Chu, now in his new form, loomed over the old man. He told the man that he had asked him to return to the ancient world to prevent this from happening. The old man tried to say something in response but was too weak. Chu couldn't leave this man to die, so he attempted to channel some energy into the man's veins and heal him. It wasn't a complete treatment, but the man should recover. After providing first aid and noticing the man's breathing had stabilized and his wounds had stopped bleeding, Chu turned his attention to the other captives. He wanted someone to carry the man to the village where they could provide proper assistance. Meanwhile, he needed to finish up his business at the bandit camp. He instructed the people to leave without looking back, to move slowly and carefully towards the village. Listening to his advice, the people began to gather and leave. Chu decided to slightly modify his weapon to make it more familiar. After all, he was more of a swordsman, and he didn't often use polearm weapons. Thus, he broke the shaft of the halberd closer to the blade. Chu was calm because he knew he wouldn't have to chase after people. He would take care of that. He intended to unleash the wrath of the gods on these beasts. Raising his sword to the sky, lightning struck it, confirming the seriousness of his intentions. At the same time, 2 guards stood at the entrance to the bandits' fortress, noticing the lightning not far from their hideout. It was strange. Where could lightning come from in the middle of winter? But they couldn't marvel for long. Right in front of the entrance, a curtain of snow rose into the air. The bandits prepared for battle. But they didn't even have time to blink before a man leaped out from behind the snowy curtain, instantly incapacitating one of them with a strike. The second bandit only briefly outlived his companion. Their deaths were separated by a fraction of a moment. He had already taken care of 2. There were still many left. Not intending to hide, Chu decided to draw all their attention and deal with them in one fell swoop, so he wouldn't have to chase them around the entire hideout. Standing in the passage, he shouted the name of the leader of the local gang. Spiritual energy filled Chu from head to toe. Now he seemed like a different person, though if you were to ask any of the bandits, they would definitely say he was a different person. Chu had no intention of causing more trouble. He decided to put an end to everything with a single burst of effort. He effortlessly cut down the attacking bandit, splitting him in half without even paying attention. Determination blazed in Chu's eyes, along with something even more mystical and incomprehensible. He had firmly decided that he would kill all these bandits today. No one would escape. Swiftly moving among the bandits, Chu cleaved through them without resistance, quickly advancing forward. The back rows of bandits began to tremble in fear. They hadn't expected such power from their enemy. Most of them stopped being a threat to Chu because they were trembling with fear. But then he suddenly moved aside just in time. An arrow flew past him that could have hit his head, but instead struck a bandit behind him. Chu began to maneuver from side to side gradually, closing the distance between himself and the archer. Not a single arrow could hit him. In the company of 3 archers stood the bald boss of the local raiding cell. He was displeased with his subordinates, as they couldn't eliminate the intruder and kept falling like flies. Chu found himself surrounded, just like the day before, but something had changed. Chu himself had changed. Now this situation was not dangerous for him. Finally, Chu spotted the one-eyed man. He had been wondering where he had disappeared to while his subordinates were dropping like flies. The situation had turned in Chu's favor since the previous night. Chu continued to taunt the bald leader, suggesting that it seemed as if he had chickened out and brought in ordinary hunters. Chu felt his undeniable advantage, despite the numerical disadvantage. However, the fact that there were so many of them could only delay the inevitable, so it wasn't worth it. Chu raised his sword and prepared for the attack. The bandits were scared. They gripped their weapons tighter and drew the strings of their bows, but they couldn't prevent their demise. Resistance was futile. Just as Chu swung and prepared to launch his attack from the entrance to the fortress, voices were heard. Someone had arrived to mount a raid on the mountain hunters. Chu turned his head towards the entrance and saw orderly ranks of warriors marching out, already armed and charging into battle. At the head of this group ran Huang. The warriors brought by Huang and the bandits clashed in battle. Their only order was to kill all the bandits, and they were doing just that. The incoming warriors were clearly more skilled than the simple mountain bandits, so the battle was turning in their favor. They systematically cleared out the bandit camp. Huang was also involved in the battle, striking down one opponent after another. He also noticed the skills of a young warrior who had arrived before them and was already fighting the bandits. Chu sighed heavily. He had thought he would handle this on his own. The one-eyed leader was panicking, giving orders to stop the intruders at all costs. Chu spotted the leader among the crowd of his bandits. So-san was his main target, so it made no sense to waste time on anyone else, especially now that allied forces had arrived. The bald leader, sensing that they couldn't win this battle, decided to flee. No one was looking as he slipped away except Chu. He had no intention of letting him escape and followed. The leader fled, not caring about the path he took, but he had no chance from the start. He turned out to be quite the coward. After all, he hadn't once engaged in combat. But the bald man didn't get far in his escape, only reaching the leaning fence of the fort, where Chu caught up to him. The bandit had no reason to run. He was already halfway to his grave, just unaware of it. He couldn't understand why this strange guy was chasing him. He also didn't recognize Chu. Out of the kindness of his heart, Chu decided to help his friend remember himself. With a radiant smile, he demonstrated the universally recognized gesture of jumping off a cliff. The leader was like scalded water, thoroughly frightened and disoriented. He couldn't understand how that guy survived and what happened to his face. Nonetheless, Chu decided to explain that it was all thanks to mystical plants, though the leader wouldn't understand anyway. It was time to finish things. Chu began to approach the leader slowly. While he might have been a coward, his mind was sharp. He quickly deduced that he was facing a master of martial arts. He was nothing but a petty pawn before him. Realizing his predicament, the bald man fell to his knees, understanding the futility of the battle. He pleaded for mercy from Chu. To Chu, this situation seemed more amusing than anything. Had the bald man finally realized his place? The leader began showering Chu with promises of wealth, women, anything he could desire, if only he spared him. His words were cut off by Chu's cold voice, demanding him to shut up. Did the bald man spare anyone who asked him for it? No. He robbed common people, kidnapped children and women, and tormented them. Was there anything that could have stopped his evil? There was no forgiveness for such acts. The bald man knelt, realizing the dire situation he was in. He wouldn't survive this. There would be no mercy, and he was helpless, just like his victims before him. Raising his sword high, Chu pronounced the sentence on behalf of the heavens for all the wickedness the bald man had committed. All that was left for him was to accept it with dignity. Though what dignity did one like him have? The leader managed only one final scream before his head was severed from his body. Revenge had been taken, justice restored. Chu felt a slight pang of regret that the man who had caused so much suffering had met such an easy end. But by that time, Huang had approached. He clearly didn't recognize Chu and inquired if he was okay. Huang thought that the young warrior before him was very angry with the leader of the bandit gang. So young and yet so merciless, Huang remarked. Chu was about to greet Huang, but he was interrupted in mid-sentence. Without letting Chu say a word, Huang started asking questions. Huang was looking for a young lord about the same age as the unknown warrior before him. Someone full of arrogance and stubbornness, proud and ignorant of manners. With each word, a smile disappeared from Chu's face. Chu was already considering where to bury this impudent fellow when Huang continued speaking, commenting on how the guy eats like a cow and is quite a brute. But when it finally dawned on Huang who he was talking to, he abruptly changed the direction of the conversation. He started saying that Chu had become the epitome of beauty, and of course he recognized him immediately. Chu was seething more and more. Huang's words were making things worse. He couldn't believe his ears. Was Huang really talking about him like this to a stranger? But their conversation was interrupted by warriors who had come closer. They praised Chu's skills. Although his style was a bit rough, there was no point in scolding him for it. Huang decided to address the reason he had come here, bringing the commander of the Celestial Squadron with him. Chu's father was worried about him, and wanted him to return. Huang was in a difficult position because of the leader's character. It wasn't the right time. Chu hadn't yet killed the demon's minion. But it seemed Huang wasn't planning to leave without him, deciding to reminisce about the times when he was an inspector and caught criminals. Huang slowly approached Chu with a rope. Chu closed the distance, sensing something amiss. He immediately warned Huang that he wouldn't hold back if necessary. Huang grinned radiantly, a smile that sent shivers down Chu's spine. He didn't want to deal with someone who had such a smile. Realizing what was up, Chu started running. He definitely didn't need this. His business here wasn't finished yet, but Huang was already preparing to capture him. Twisting the rope, Huang threw it after the fleeing Chu. He hadn't eaten his bread for nothing when he was an inspector. The rope wrapped around Chu's leg like magic, guaranteeing that he couldn't go any farther. But Chu wasn't as simple as he might appear. Huang decided to remind Chu that he used to be an inspector for the Central Intelligence Agency, and they don't recruit just anyone. Huang abruptly pulled the rope that was wrapped around Chu's leg. He intended to knock him off his feet and then reel him in like a fish on a hook. But losing today wasn't in Chu's plans. Chu didn't even think of resisting. On the contrary, he accelerated toward Huang, wanting to use his momentum to enhance his strike. After all, he had warned that he wouldn't hold back. His fist collided with Huang's open palm, which effectively blocked the strike. The warriors who had come with Huang were astonished that this young master had reached such heights to fight on par with the man who once earned the nickname, the Exterminator. In reality, Chu even surpassed Huang, showering him with an incredible number of strikes, gradually breaking through his defense, with each blow getting closer to defeating Huang. Suddenly, instead of another strike, Chu made a swift lunge, getting close to the still recovering Huang. A swift blow from Chu's side to Huang's torso caused him to lose balance and almost fall to the ground. Chu thought he was about to capitalize on his success, but he wasn't given the chance. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Chu sprang away from Huang, ready to attack the new adversary. But instead of attacking, he had to go on the defensive. These weren't inept bandits anymore. They were trained warriors, and there were more of them. It would be difficult for Chu to win this battle. One of the soldiers hurled a piece of wood at him, a remnant from the bandits' camp. He claimed it was a gesture of regret, just following orders, though his expression didn't show it. Chu surveyed the situation, Huang on one side and 3 warriors on the other, who had arrived with him. A challenging situation for him, but Chu was prepared to go all the way. This alignment of forces clearly wasn't in Chu's favor. Seizing the moment, he decided to remove the rope from his leg, which could hinder him in the upcoming fight. Huang assumed a stance and prepared for the continuation of the battle. He was dedicated to his goal and intended to bring the young lord home one way or another. Spiritual energy began to gather around him. Chu, having dealt with the rope, also started preparing for a serious and complex battle, concentrating energy around himself. He was ready to launch into an attack at any moment. One of the warriors who had previously thrown a stick at Chu also began concentrating energy, preparing to strike and incapacitate Chu in turn. After all, no one intended to kill anyone here. Chu found himself surrounded. Powerful warriors were all around him, and he hadn't fully recovered his abilities enough to deal with them effortlessly. Suddenly, the tension of the battle was interrupted by an old guide who, leaning on the shoulder of an unknown man, walked towards Chu. The gazes of everyone present converged on the newcomer. Reaching Chu, the old man bowed deeply, showing respect and gratitude, deeply concerned about this issue. He was very emotional about this, and wouldn't forgive himself if he hadn't acted this way. Chu was embarrassed. After all, he hadn't done anything particularly special. But the man, who turned out to be the old man's son, hurried to assure him that saving lives was no trivial matter. Without Chu, this old man would have truly perished, and his gratitude to Chu was sincere. He blushed and couldn't find the right words to respond. The satiric explained that he really wanted to thank him, so he gathered courage and followed the celestial squadron. Moreover, all those whom Chu rescued from captivity were also very grateful to him. They had managed to escape successfully. By defeating the gang of 9 dragons, Chu saved the lives of hundreds of people, not just hostages, but their families too, and those who could have fallen into the bandits' hands in the future. Having said everything he wanted, the old man bid farewell and left with his son. As Chu stood in thought, contemplating that he had indeed expended too much spiritual energy, he didn't notice how a rope was thrown at him, entangling his body. A horse-drawn carriage and 5 riders were traveling on the road, returning from a successful mission to find the young lord. Bound Chu was inside the carriage, trying to shout to Huang. In his hands he held the peace and tranquility of Murim. How could Huang not understand this? Huang agreed with everything said, as if speaking to a child or someone mentally disturbed. But he had orders to bring Chu home, and he simply ignored all of Chu's assurances of the seriousness of his words. Chu's plan went awry. He intended to avoid Huang until the Servant of Chaos appeared. Yet here he was, caught in Huang's grasp, getting further away from his goal with every passing second.
Huang looked down on his young lord condescendingly, suggesting he should rest while he took care of everything else.
Huang casually extended his hand toward Chu, who didn't even notice the trick. As Huang touched Chu's head with his palm, he induced sleep using a technique, abruptly interrupting Chu mid-sentence. Chu continued to murmur something incoherent, beginning to slump onto his back, lulled to sleep by a specialized spiritual technique. And soon, Chu's consciousness completely faded. One of the accompanying warriors marveled at how the young lord, with such a youthful face, managed to single-handedly defeat the gang of mountain bandits. Huang, on the other hand, requested that Chu's pivotal role in the victory over the 9 dragons not be mentioned in the report. Reputation in Murium was hard-won, and the more fame one gained, the more troubles it attracted. Huang truly cherished his young lord, and didn't wish such a fate for him. Unfortunately, he didn't know what awaited Chu in the future. Agreed upon that Jin had dealt with the mountain bandits, the false name Chu used during his journey, so public attention wouldn't be directed at him. Chu, however, didn't hear any of this conversation. He was in a realm of sleep, lying in a swaying carriage that was taking him home. Meanwhile, in the cave beneath the waterfall where Chu had dug up the ginseng, several people were present. They had arrived late and only found a hole in the ground where the plant had recently been. The Servant of Chaos fell to his knees, inspecting the disturbed earth. His accompanying attendants were concerned by their master's behavior, and were about to approach him. The servant's master interrupted their voices. The virgin ginseng meant for their young master had disappeared. A dark aura began to thicken around the white-haired man. The man was engulfed in a wave of anger, and the dark aura grew denser, unsettling the attendants with its oppressive atmosphere. Silence descended upon the cave. Like a friend, the white-haired man completely lost control of his anger, and it began seeping outward, exerting pressure on those gathered there. The attendants took a step back. Suddenly they started gasping for air, clutching their throats as if trying to remove an invisible grip that was choking them like a vice. One by one, they slumped to the ground. With great effort, one of the attendants managed to call out to their organization's leader. At this rate, he would kill them all. With each passing moment, the pressure increased, bringing death closer to his subordinates. But suddenly, the leader calmed down. The pressure vanished, and nothing remained to remind them of what had happened just a second ago. The dark aura dissipated, restoring the cave to its previous state. The attendants could breathe easily once again. Now that the pressure had disappeared, the danger was over. Gathering his thoughts, the leader called out to one of his apprentices, who immediately responded to his leader's call. Rising slowly to his feet, the leader stated the obvious. A thief had been here. The ginseng was gone. He needed to return to the Golden Palace and assist their young master. As for tracking down the unknown thief, he assigned that task to one of his attendants. He needed to find him, recover the ginseng at any cost, even if he had to rip open his stomach, and then beat all of his relatives, friends, and the friends of his relatives. Chu sat in the carriage, succumbing to despondency. He had a chance to kill the Servant of Chaos right there on the spot where the ginseng grew. But now that opportunity had slipped away. He could have spent the rest of his life in comfort without any worries. But cursed Huang ruined everything. Now he would have to suffer in achieving his goal. Huang informed Chu that they were almost there, and mentioned a letter from his father, stating that he couldn't wait any longer and took poison to meet him. Huang simply ignored all of Chu's complaints. In the end, the moment was missed, and there's no use dwelling on it unnecessarily. There's no point in turning back anymore. At least half of Chu's plan worked. He managed to obtain the ginseng right under their noses. They were approaching the capital of the prefecture, the city of Hefei. The long journey by carriage was almost over. After the chaos arrived, Chu had only seen training halls, so the city was a novelty to him. It was a large city with a water canal running through its center. The city was beautiful and well-maintained. Chu had never seen anything like it before. Peaceful streets where people traded calmly, walking from stall to stall, purchasing items according to their taste. Street performers entertained all who desired. Finally arriving at their destination, Huang decided to release Chu on the condition that he wouldn't attempt to escape. Chu's body had become stiff. It seemed that he was just a little away from dying in that cramped carriage. Chu stood before the imperial gates, examining the architecture. It all clearly matched the level of confidence in the Namgung family. As he prepared to pass through the gates, Chu was stopped by a gatekeeper who blocked his path with a sword. A familiar situation for Chu, but this time, in the inner courtyard, Chu's father appeared and ordered the newcomers to be allowed in. Seeing his father, a smile appeared on Chu's face. The expressions of a loving person clearly showed all his concerns for his son. Chu decided that at least this time he would play the role of a dutiful son. Spreading his arms wide, he wanted to embrace his father, but his father, with a red face from anger, walked past him towards Huang. Pouncing on Huang, he began demanding to know where Chu was. In the letter, Chu indicated that they were traveling together. Did Huang really try to deceive him? Chu's father's anger didn't subside, but Huang managed to utter some words, pointing at Chu with his hand. Glancing at Chu, he didn't recognize him and continued shaking Huang by the chest, questioning how he dared to mock him. This slender and charming bandit couldn't possibly be his son. Chu attempted to correct the situation by addressing his father and revealing his relationship with him. Huang was telling the truth after all. He looked at Chu with wide-open eyes and couldn't believe it. Could this really be his son? After struggling with himself, he finally let go of Huang. Chu smiled at him warmly, and his father still couldn't believe that the person before him was his son. Could it truly be? Approaching closer, all Chu's father could manage was to ask why. Oh, these people. His son had returned from his journey and he was already starting in on him. Deep night at the Namgung estate. The full moon illuminated the night beauty of the city with its silvery disk, giving it an air of mystery. Inside the house, in one of the rooms, a dialogue was taking place among 3 individuals. One of the warriors was giving a report about the recent events. He revealed that according to the initial version, it was the work of a man named Jin. However, in reality, the young Lord Chu had single-handedly dealt with all the bandits. One of the men with distinct features of the Namgung clan was surprised. He managed to handle a gang of bandits all by himself. But the information had been verified. The man still couldn't believe it. Could the warriors have been mistaken? But no, it really was the case. Furthermore, when they tried to capture Chu, he successfully resisted, and they had a hard time capturing him. A younger man tried to object, attributing everything to the negligence of the leader of the Heavenly Squad and Huang's bodyguard. He claimed he wouldn't believe in such tall tales. However, the leader of the Heavenly Squad disagreed. They deployed all their forces, excluding lethal techniques, to capture the young lord. But the man refused to believe. The elder Namgung began to criticize his son's lack of foresight, how he had let such a talented young man slip through his fingers, and how he had even become more handsome after losing weight. How could he believe some rumors and then deny obvious facts? Rising from his seat, the man decided to independently settle the matter of marriage, forbidding his son from meddling in it in any way. The next day, 3 people gathered around a table: Chu, his father, and the elder Namgung. The elders were engaged in conversation over a glass of strong drink. Chu sat, internally annoyed by the situation. Not only were these people drinking early in the morning, but now they were bothering him for some reason. But his thoughts were interrupted by his father's suggestion to take the state examination. Chu had no desire whatsoever to take on additional responsibilities. He already had to save the world. Suddenly, Namgung decided to speak up, drawing attention to himself. He began to speak, stating that military service would only waste Chu's talents. He argued that Chu would at most become a general, and the training was completely different. Chu didn't know where this old man was going, but he was already liking it. Chu's father listened attentively to his speech. In the end, he suggested finding an exceptional teacher for Chu, someone who would help him develop his skills to unprecedented heights and enter history as the savior of the state. The last words deeply impressed Chu's father. He had always wanted the best for his son, perhaps even too much. However, Chu's father couldn't understand where to find such a teacher. But as it turned out, there was no need to search at all, since the very teacher they needed was right in front of them. Namgung Chan, the Sword King, and the former head of the Namgung clan. Such a person could undoubtedly polish Chu's talent according to his own convictions. At least that's what Chan believed. Chu sat and listened with a satisfied expression. Of course, a martial arts genius who single-handedly defeated mountain bandits would be an enviable student for any master. Chu pondered the possibility of becoming a disciple. Unlike the other 9 schools, they left a good impression. The Namgung family was one of the most renowned. Chu thought about how he could achieve much in the world of Murim with the name of the Namgung clan behind him. It would also provide an opportunity to distance himself from the Yu family. Chu only needed to convince his father of this. But as it turned out, his father was also delighted that Chan was willing to become his son's teacher. He radiated happiness and gratitude. These two reached an agreement without any problems. They even managed to determine their relationship with Chu. In fact, Chan acknowledged Chu as his own son. Chu's father mentioned that he had been concerned when he learned about the troubles troubling the emperor's mind. But now that Chan had agreed to watch over Chu, he felt much lighter and happier. Chan speculated that the emperor's concerns must be related to his thoughts about the throne's future. In that case, the emperor wants Wang to be close to his heir, as he is knowledgeable and can teach the future emperor many things. The emperor trusts him a lot. It was time for Chu's father to return. Sitting in the carriage, he advised his son to listen to his uncle and do well in his training. Chu's father continued to give advice, turning the whole situation into something resembling a farce. But when the carriage started moving, it seemed Chu's torment was over. As his father and Huang appeared on the map, they continued waving as the carriage moved away. Chu couldn't wait for them to leave. He felt quite embarrassed. Nonetheless, Chu found it pleasant to experience such love and attention. It was something he had been deprived of in his previous life. Chu's uncle suddenly addressed him and told him to follow him. Leading the way, he walked ahead. Chu couldn't understand. Were the training sessions starting right away, just after he had said goodbye to his father? They moved together across the clan's territory, with all the people they met bowing and smiling at Lord Chan. They clearly were happy to see him. Chu was interested in this treatment of the former leader. After a while, they began to approach a staircase that led upwards. 2 guards were guarding the staircase, standing on either side. But upon seeing Chan, they didn't even consider stopping them. They ascended the wall that separated the city from the outside world. The wall was quite high, and from here, a beautiful view of the picturesque surroundings opened up. Upon reaching the roof of one of the wall sections, Chan simply walked through the air, as expected from the current Sword King, the step of the Great Void. Even his previous teacher didn't possess such a level of mastery. Standing on the rooftop, Chan stared at Chu, motioning for him to follow. Chu pondered. He couldn't use certain techniques now, as they would raise too many questions. Therefore, Chu simply decided to jump onto the roof. Crouching down and gathering energy in his legs, he prepared to jump. It was quite simple, and it would avoid unnecessary questions. Chu easily managed to jump onto the roof, standing next to his Uncle Chan. Now, he only needed to understand why they had come here. Chan complimented him on his ability to control his body. Approaching the edge of the rooftop that faced away from the city, they both froze, and Chan initiated a conversation. He asked Chu about the number of places he had visited, according to Chu's opinion. Chu tensed up. Was this a test of his vigilance? He had been too relaxed, but Chan continued, revealing that he had visited a total of 64 places, all of which belonged to the Namgung family. The words about belonging to the Namgung family struck a chord with Chu. He couldn't understand. At the same time, Chan continued, asking him to look in the specified direction. His finger pointed to a building in the distance. It was a gazebo located on a hill. Chan then traced with his finger from place to place as if drawing an invisible boundary in front of the eyes, outlining the territory he wanted to show. Everything Chu saw, as it turned out, belonged to the Namgung family. It covered quite a large area. His family owned a vast expanse of land. The city beneath them was very beautiful in the rays of the setting sun. Chu couldn't understand where Chan was leading with this. And yet, Chan continued to marvel at the expanses of his family's property, as if hinting at something. Chu started to feel a false sense of unease. Chan asked Chu what he thought about what he saw before him. Chu didn't understand where this old man was heading. Was this some kind of test or something else? Chu pondered. Did Chan want him to run back and forth? Something like a demonstration of his movement skills, a showcase of his speed, Chu guessed. What a troublesome old man, thought Chu, already preparing for a dash. All he needed was to prove the strength of his abilities. Crouching for a low start, Chu began to infuse his legs with spiritual energy. But he was interrupted by Chan's voice, praising the beauty and wealth of these places. This made Chu stumble. His foot slipped, throwing off his balance, and he embarrassingly fell, hitting his head. Chu decided to admit his lack of mental abilities and turned to Chan for clarification. He had completely lost the meaning of this conversation. Chan smiled kindly and looked at Chu, telling him that he was leading up to the fact that a portion of these lands could become his. Chu was very surprised by these words. Could this land really belong to him? He thought they had come here for training, not a geography lesson from the Namgung clan. Chan continued to smile and said that there was nothing to be surprised about. As soon as Chu married he would give a part of all this as a dowry. A very tempting offer, as Chan thought. Hearing this, Chu was shocked. Did he really come here just for this conversation? Chan confirmed that they were here solely for this purpose. Chu was speechless. After all, what did he expect from a person who was trying with all his might to seduce him and marry his granddaughter? Chan thought that Chu was contemplating because he might not want to marry him. He continued to assert that he could convince her, and Chu shouldn't worry. No longer wanting to listen to him, Chu approached the edge of the roof and jumped down. What nonsense, he thought. Not planning to start a family anytime soon. Chu managed to land softly on the ground, using his spiritual power to slow down the fall and avoid injuring himself. And Chu started to run away from Chan in this conversation. He didn't need any of this. What he needed was to become stronger, and he wouldn't find that in family life. But Chan wasn't going to let him go that easily, and chased after him. Chu was fast, but Chan was faster for now. Believing that he had offered too little, he tried to persuade Chu on the go, promising more. Realizing that running was futile, Chu stopped, deciding to clarify all the unsaid moments. Chu wasn't planning to get married, despite all the promised wealth. Chu began to present arguments to the bewildered Chan. He was a son of the Yu family, which already owned a lot of territory, and the emperor favored them. Merchants were willing to do almost anything for them. So there was no point in marrying for property. Finishing the conversation, Chu made it clear to Chan that he should forget about the wedding. He had actually expected Chan to teach him martial arts, not propose a marriage. But Chan didn't give up. Who if not he, who had achieved everything with his sword, could overcome any obstacles? He didn't consider that Chu was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so offering him silver made no sense. Chan executed a series of strikes from a single technique, trying to impress Chu in this way. His movements were smooth yet sharp at the same time. On the other hand, Chu wasn't pleased with engaging in something unclear so early in the morning. Did all old men really wake up this early? Chu pondered. Concluding the demonstration, Chan inquired of Chu how he found what he had seen. It was the art of the royal sword, something that should impress anyone, but not Chu. Seeing Chu's unimpressed expression, Chan decided to show him something else. He threw his sword. It was a technique called energy restraint. The sword, obedient to its master's will, began to cut through the trees in the training area. Chu was only concerned about the fact that such trees were surely expensive. Breathing heavily, Chan tried to catch his breath and asked if Chu was impressed this time. These combat teachings were only passed down to direct descendants. Chan promised Chu that if he married he could gain all his knowledge. While Chan spoke, Chu's patience waned. He wasn't going to listen about marriage again. Chan was already desperate. He was offering knowledge that only direct descendants possessed, and it couldn't be learned even with money. But Chu was deaf to his persuasions. Chan decided to suggest that Chu master something from the Namgung family's martial arts. But in Chu's eyes, there was nothing special about them. Hearing this, Chan burst into loud laughter. Chan thought that while Chu was talented, he had only recently started to learn martial arts. He believed Chu couldn't see the whole picture, not grasping the true power of his art. Chu suggested demonstrating what he saw. If Chu could show that he wasn't interested, maybe Chan would leave him alone. If Chu demonstrates that he isn't interested, maybe then Chan will let go of him. He picked up a stick from the ground, intending to use it as a sword. Chu had managed to study Namgung's art enough. They used it to beat him. Chu started waving the twig, pretending to try and recall how Chan did it, causing only confusion for him. But then Chu became more serious and started replicating exactly what Chan had shown him. Without making a single mistake, he executed the art of the royal sword, astonishing Chan. But suddenly Chan abruptly stopped Chu. He became angry. Chu couldn't have learned this style, so how did he know it? It deeply concerned him. But with an innocent face, Chu assured him that Chan himself had taught him this. It struck Chan like lightning. He really had shown Chu that move. Chan was amazed. Chu had grasped the art of the royal sword with just one glance. He had clearly underestimated Chu, a genius sent from the heavens. Chan was lost in thought, thinking that Chu was a genius that couldn't be found anywhere else. Chu tried to reach Chan, but he continued to stand still without blinking. Chu grew tired of just standing there and decided to leave. Discarding the stick, he continued on with his tasks. Now he definitely wouldn't have to marry anyone. Meanwhile, Chan was ignited with the idea of marrying Chu to he after all. This guy was clearly worth the effort. Chan had to get him by any means necessary. At the same time, 3 men in broad straw hats arrived in the city. They were the Chaos Servants who had lost the ginseng and were now searching for the thief. Approaching the city center, they decided to split up and continue the search individually to expand the coverage area. They followed Chu's path, bribing the owner of the tavern where he had stayed. They managed to find out that the thief's name was Jin, but didn't realize it was a fake name used by Chu. The young man stood in front of the estate, looking for his uncle Chu. He still hadn't shown up at the training ground for some reason. Chu exited the building and noticed his nephew. He was calling him for a training session that he was supposed to conduct. However, Chu wasn't interested, so he decided to send the young man to practice on his own. But the young man was persistent. In the past, Chu would have been frightened by such a look, but now his teacher even seemed somewhat endearing. The young man was simmering with anger. He didn't like Chu at all, although he had heard from his uncle that Chu was incredibly talented. What did it matter if Chu could replicate the technique he had seen only once? Looking at Chu's yawning face, He continued to ponder that a true master wasn't just about exceptional physical attributes, but also diligent training of internal strength. The young man couldn't sense any formidable energy from Chu, and Chu himself was tired of standing there, so he went back into the house to continue his rest. The young man was becoming furious, for now he was trying to reason with Chan, but his respected uncle should come with him. Chu's previous teacher had dug his own grave with his own hands, and Chu was going to make him pay for it. And then, a brilliant idea popped into Chu's head. What if they switched places, and he would be the one to educate this young man? A wicked grin spread across Chu's lips. Chu decided to explain that he couldn't teach him anything new. Instead, he was going to teach the young man. The young man was getting increasingly furious. He addressed Chu politely and maintained his manners. But where did Chu get so much arrogance from? Chu found the situation amusing. The young man decided to beat Chu and force him into training by sheer strength, wishing him luck in this endeavor, which Chu responded to by calling him nephew. The young man was further incensed by how Chu addressed him. Although Chu didn't show it, he had merely referred to his nephew as a captive. What was the big deal? The young man lost his temper. He started yelling at Chu, accusing him of unprecedented insolence and shamelessness that could pierce the heavens. Chu was taken aback. After the young man had actively provoked him, all he had heard about himself was being labeled as insolent. For that, he could have come up with stronger words. Observing the contorted expression on the young man's face, Chu thought that he had simply taken the bait, although he was barely holding back. Perhaps it was worth continuing and finally driving him over the edge. Chu decided to push further. His nephew had shifted from formal communication. Chu noticed it and spat at his feet, eliciting another tirade about insolence. The young man was shaking with anger but didn't know what to do. No one had ever insulted him before, and he had never used foul language, so he was clueless in this situation. Chu recalled how Sun cursed every day when he taught him, inventing new insults towards Chu. So Chu thought he must be accustomed to cursing since infancy. No one could defeat Sun in swordplay. He earned the nickname King of the Seven Senses. Within each person, there are 7 senses, 7 emotions. Sun was the person who united them and formed the martial art. Perhaps that's why he would beat Chu every morning when he was in a bad mood. And after a good lunch, Chu would receive laughter from a cheerful Sun. When it rained and Sun felt melancholic, he would become Chu because he was sad. Chu found it really challenging because how do you adjust to the character of someone whose mood changes 12 times a day? And what about now? Now Chu saw before him a cultured gentleman who was doing his best to contain his emotions. And yet, he had ascended to the peak, elevating his emotions to the absolute. Chu didn't want one of the heroes of Murim to disappear, but he couldn't just fix the situation. Now he had to change Sun's character. A difficult task lay ahead for Chu, but it didn't sadden him. On the contrary, a menacing smile and a grim expression were his response to challenges. Sun didn't understand what Chu was so fired up about, but Chu decided not to explain everything again. Now he would beat him, and Sun would have to figure it out on his own. Chu quickly approached the young man. Sun recognized the movement, the step of the heavenly wind. How dare this pathetic imitator be so audacious? Sun wanted to show him what an original and a fake were. Sun unleashed a flurry of strikes on Chu, attacking relentlessly, but Chu effortlessly evaded all his blows. The time had come for Chu to strike. Performing a pirouette in the air, Chu kicked him, sending Sun flying. But Sun managed to block Chu's strike, avoiding serious damage. At the same time, Chu continued to taunt him, criticizing his defense. Chu persisted in pressuring Sun. In a single rush, he closed the distance, preparing to attack again. Sun concentrated, channeling his spiritual energy and preparing to counterattack and force Chu to retreat. Suddenly, Sun sensed something amiss. Chu also decided to strike using his spiritual energy, gathering it into his fist. He surged towards Sun and was ready to strike. The distance between them rapidly closed, and Chu had a wide grin on his face. Sun recognized this strike. Chu had used it against him before. Block and strike collided, initiating a confrontation of spiritual power. Sun held on with all his might, but Chu's momentum was too strong. He couldn't withstand this strike. In an instant, Chu's fist broke through Sun's defense and was headed straight for his face. Sun was astonished at how Chu had played the battle, seizing his mistake and transitioning into a devastating attack. Chu's fist reached Sun's face. The essence of the technique was that upon impact, there was a surge of energy, increasing the strike's force, much like the Namgun fist technique. Thunderous explosion. A powerful burst of energy rippled through Sun, like a shockwave from an actual explosion. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions, as during a thunderstorm. Sun's body soared into a swift flight, only stopping upon colliding with one of the walls. Debris from the structure scattered in all directions. Sun lay beyond the breached wall, surrounded by fragments and parts of the wall. He was drained of strength but still conscious. All Sun managed was to mumble insults towards Chu. Gathering his strength, he managed to prop himself up on his elbow. Sun had heard that Chu was talented, but could a single glance really be enough to memorize how to manipulate chi within the body? Was this truly a talent bestowed by the heavens? As Sun was about to rise from the ground, Chu approached him, stating that it wasn't the end, and there was still more for him to learn. Chu began pummeling Sun, tears in his eyes. The moment Chu had been waiting for had finally arrived. Recalling the time when an adult son used to beat Chu, he felt justice being served. Chu practically radiated significance in this moment, relentlessly striking the fallen Sun. However, Sun, unable to endure the pain from the beating, started hurling insults at Chu. Bastard, son of a bitch. He felt like he might die from the pain. Suddenly, Chu paused for a moment. He was happy because his disciple had finally grasped how to channel his anger. What Sun was feeling now was indeed anger. Chu was now in his teacher's shoes, and his teacher was in his. Tears of joy welled up in Chu's eyes. After his words, Chu continued to berate Sun, who was no longer holding back in his expressions and screamed profanities, not understanding what was wrong with this insane bastard. Concluding the lesson, Chu decided to finish with a powerful uppercut, sending the battered Sun into the air. Sun blacked out. Weakling, Chu thought. Perhaps he should have given him the remaining precious spiritual plants to consume. But to find the second spiritual treasure, Chu had to track down a certain guy. The one who knew the location of the second spiritual treasure was Doxum, who would soon find himself in the prison of the Chongmu Alliance. His encounter with the Servant of Chaos was scheduled to occur in half a year. That's when the Servant of Chaos would search for the spiritual treasure. At that time, when he came to Doxum, Chu would appear at the right moment and decapitate him, preventing the coming of chaos at its inception. In such a case, Chu's suffering would come to an end, and he could live a normal life. But there's no guarantee that some unforeseen variable wouldn't emerge. Having finished his contemplation, Chu lifted the unconscious Sun. He still had work to do. Chu slung him over his shoulder, continuing his thoughts, understanding that he would need to be prepared for any unexpected turns. He had to train his damn teachers, just in case. Sun regained consciousness and immediately screamed. It felt like a horrible nightmare where he was beaten unconscious, but it wasn't a dream. He wondered how malicious a person had to be to strike another person so severely. But Sun knew he would seek revenge somehow. He would do whatever it takes to achieve retribution. As Sun voiced his thoughts aloud in the room, Chu entered. Sun's words about vengeance caught Chu's interest. He tried to dismiss it, but Chu clearly heard everything. Meanwhile, Chu approached Sun's bed and complained that he was too frail. Just a couple of strikes, and he was lying there for half a day. Chu delighted Sun by explaining to the elders that their duel had been a sparring match. Sun disagreed with defining their ordeal as sparring, but he wisely kept quiet. Chan recognized Chu's potential and how he could help his nephew become stronger. Chu then shared another piece of good news. They would train together now, as Chu could better instruct him. So now, Sun and Chu were together, alone. Their training began from that moment. Chu systematically beat Sun again and again for 10 days. For 10 days, Sun endured the beatings, unable to offer any meaningful resistance against Chu. But finally, Sun began showing progress. When he entered a rage, his strikes became more effective. Finally, Sun was infusing enough spiritual energy into his strikes. In just a few days, he grasped how to channel his anger into his sword. After all, pushing a person to the limit was a way to achieve rapid development. At this point, Chu decided to conclude training on channeling anger, evading a potentially more successful attack by Sun. It was time to move on to teaching the extraction of anger. With this, Chu struck Sun's chin with his foot. The blow sent Sun flying into the air. It was powerful enough but not enough to knock him out or inflict severe damage. But to solidify the effects of the lesson, Chu decided to land a few punches as punishment for the missed strike. Yet in that moment, Sun's eyes ignited with fire, and Chu felt that Sun had experienced a breakthrough in understanding what Chu was teaching him. Twisting, Sun attempted a powerful strike at Chu, who easily dodged, though he was surprised. Sun was disappointed. He had hoped to finally punish his tormentor. However, Chu didn't let Sun dwell on his disappointment for long. Chu was already behind him, his fist poised for a strike. Sun knew that blow was coming and braced for the impact. Unexpectedly, Chu didn't strike him but suggested they take a walk outside the gates. Sun asked where Chu was going, only to realize he was being tested for insolence. Chu intended to teach him a lesson. Sun quickly caught on, graciously stepping aside to allow Chu to lead the way wherever he wanted. Amidst the market stalls, a beggar sat in worn clothes, collecting alms from sympathetic people. A straw hat on his head concealed his face. Suddenly someone approached him, tossing a silver coin into his collection bowl, thus capturing the beggar's attention. The beggar thanked his benefactor, and the man only asked for a short conversation as gratitude. The man said that it was his first time in this city, and he didn't have any friends here yet. At the same time, using a special technique that concealed his words, he reported to his commander that he had been hiding under the guise of a beggar and that there was no one named Jin in the Namgung estate. Pretending to continue the friendly dialogue, the commander, disguised as a beggar, inquired curiously as to why there was no one named Jin, finding it strange. The subordinate continued the report, mentioning that while there was no one named Jin in the estate, there was a new presence there who coincidentally matched the timing. He went on to explain that it was Yu Chu, the only son of Yu Wang. Currently, he was still in the estate. The commander was interested in further instructions on how to proceed, whether to call for reinforcements. Chu and Sun left the Namgung estate and headed deeper into the city, following a direction known only to Chu. By a strange twist of fate, they happened to pass by two Chaos servants who were discussing Chu. In the end, the Chaos Reconnaissance Commander decided to investigate everything currently with all the forces available to him. He didn't want to anger his master unnecessarily. No one wanted to keep their leader occupied, so they decided to keep an eye on Chu in order to gather more information about the thief. After concluding their conversation, the two individuals also decided to end their performance, which they had put on to divert attention. It was time to move on, and quickly. The subordinate left, and the commander also began getting ready. He still had a lot of tasks to attend to, especially considering he needed to personally oversee everything. Two people observed the beggar. They controlled this area, and this ragged individual wasn't paying them anything, despite receiving significant alms. Little did they know that he wasn't an ordinary homeless person. Chu bought a large number of books containing sad and touching stories, which Sun now carried. Since Sun was born into a wealthy family, he couldn't understand the poverty and pain of his kin. But for his training, he needed to experience these feelings. Having finished explaining to Sun, Chu decided it was time to go watch a Peking opera, something amusingly absurd. Sun understood their future plans, and his mood significantly improved. A dreamy smile appeared on his face. Joy brings tranquility to the soul and prevents anger and sorrow from overwhelming a person, Chu instructed. Sun wondered if it was truly possible to gain insight using such simple methods. Chu continued to explain that only someone who possesses tranquility can expand their horizons, thus improving their understanding of an opponent and their movements. A beggar infiltrated the theater, keeping an eye on Chu. Now that he could see Chu more clearly, he concluded that Chu was most likely the one who stole the ginseng. Through the field where agricultural crops swayed, a group of people moved, concealed by cloaks and wide-brimmed hats. This group was tasked with infiltrating the city secretly, eliminating the Namgung heir, while Chu was to handle their commander. The most important thing for them was to execute everything discreetly. But suddenly local thugs who protected the beggars confronted their commander. The commotion caught Chu's and Sun's attention. Looking around, they spotted a group of individuals who looked like thugs. This group was heading toward the beggar, intending to show him what happens to those who don't pay for the space they occupy. The commander had to call off the operation. The group of warriors halted, hiding amidst the tall vegetation. The commander was extremely displeased that the local thugs had targeted him at such an inopportune time. The problem was, he couldn't reveal himself. The thugs continued to accuse him and were getting ready to attack him. They surrounded the commander, forming a ring around him. He couldn't reveal himself. It seemed he would have to let himself be beaten if he didn't want to jeopardize the mission. The thugs turned their attention toward the beggar, planning to teach him a lesson about what happens to those who don't pay for their spot. The thugs rushed toward the beggar, fists raised, intending to use this simple method to explain the rules of their world. A brawl erupted in the alley. They knocked the beggar off his feet, sending him to the ground, and began beating him. Sun noticed this, and suggested to Chu that they should break up the fight, as it was unfair for a crowd to attack a single person like that. However, Chu had no intention of intervening. Justice doesn't always prevail in the world, as it does in books. This city is controlled by Namgung, but they rarely concern themselves with small gangs like this. They will continue to fight over this alley for a long time to come. These were low-level thugs, not associated with the world of Murim. There's no point in getting involved with them, that's for sure. In simpler terms, it's just another scuffle between gangsters for territory. Chu summed up the situation dismissively. As soon as Chu and Sun left, a sinister aura surrounded the thugs, and they stopped beating the beggar. Suddenly, one of the thugs was sent flying from the crowd due to a powerful blow. With no sign of the commander of the forces of chaos and trouble looming, the thugs realized they were in trouble. An intense malevolent energy emanated from the beaten beggar commander. The thugs began to back away, but they were already surrounded by people in dark cloaks. Ordering everyone not to interfere, the commander planned to deal with these wretches himself, the same wretches who had caused him so much suffering. Meanwhile, the leader of the thugs, in fear, ordered an attack on the seemingly unknown beggar. The commander menacingly leans forward before the gang leader. The latter immediately looks at the man with bewilderment, unsure if he had just been seriously wounded, as there is still a strong energy emanating from him. The commander spoke with a terrifying voice, stating that this was a 1 in a million chance, and there should be no room for even the slightest mistake in their grand plan. The gang leader immediately knelt before the man and begged for mercy. The commander grimly states that the only way to take responsibility for one's actions is death. His eyes immediately lit up with a red glow, and his face darkened. The commander immediately placed his hand on the gang leader's head, and immediately after, a dreadful sound filled the air. People around watched in horror and fear. The commander instructed his subordinates to deal with the gang standing before them, and to leave no traces behind. They immediately responded with a brief agreement to the given order. Blood splatters flew in all directions. At the same time, a man ran through a field of wheat. Strong winds swept across the entire field, causing the stalks to dance in the wind. The man immediately addressed Van Thol, the gang leader, stating that these people were not mere wanderers. He immediately shouted with all his might that he needed to report this information to the Kaban branch. The man then rushed forward, cutting through the air and breaking the plants around him. As soon as the father finished reading the letter, he shouted in anger, demanding to know why they had not come to them. He crumpled the received letter with force. They immediately informed the father that the girl had said she couldn't marry against her will. In response, the man angrily ordered his interlocutor to send a heavenly message and to send them to the Chunmu alliance immediately. The man then sighed wearily and told the father that he had already left for the battle location of the factions. The man continued, explaining that the girl had arranged for the letter to arrive after her arrival. The father was furious upon hearing these words. He immediately began to tremble slightly. The father then forcefully pushed the table aside and yelled at the man, questioning how he had raised his children. However, the man quickly remembered that the father himself had told him he would raise the girl as a warrior woman who would represent the Namgun family. The father calmly responded that there was nothing to be done, and that since he wouldn't come, they needed to send Hyun to the Chunmu alliance. And here, the man with a satisfied expression on his face rides along the road with his hands folded behind his back. He was in a cheerful mood, frequently whistling an unfamiliar melody. But then he hears someone's loud exclamation filled with profanity. Immediately, the father realized it was an intrusion. He skillfully leaped over a high fence. The man's gaze drifted into the distance, noticing familiar and slightly blurry silhouettes. He was still suspended in the air, utterly surprised. As soon as he landed on the ground, he continued to watch two guys who seemed to be in a fight. Familiar shouts from the boys immediately rang out. Chu shouted to Sun that he should put not only anger but also sadness into his sword strike this time. Right away, Chu yelled at Sun to recall a recent romance, and what he felt when the main character died. The father himself was surprised that his nephew Sun was being beaten. Immediately after Chu's request, Sun remembered and started crying bitterly. He began to sniffle loudly and tears streamed from his eyes. He then swung his sword. Surprisingly to everyone present, Sun's sword immediately sparked and emitted a bright yellow light. Sun was astonished, because the energy emanating from the sword resembled energy filled with restrained anger. Watching all of this was the old father, and Chu noticed it right away. In his thoughts, he wondered rhetorically what the old man was doing there. Chu immediately yelled for Sun to stop. The young man dodged the blow and raised his left hand. Sun only looked at the guy standing before him with a sense of resentment and anger in his eyes. He lightly bit his lower lip. Sun immediately cursed loudly and exclaimed that everything was fine just now, and he could have hit his opponent on the head properly. The young man immediately began to swing his sword in all directions with a displeased expression on his face. The father was surprised right away, wondering if his grandson's son was using profanity. The man quickly covered his mouth with his hand because he was slightly astonished by this. But the father immediately shifts his thoughts because Chu asked him about what the man was doing here. In response, the father awkwardly chuckled. The man immediately explained to them that Chu and Sun's training seemed so fascinating to him that he just continued to watch from a distance without interfering. To this, Chu only replied that the father could have simply come into the yard and watched properly. The man awkwardly responded that he had not thought about it that way, and walked into the yard. He quickly remembered that it was also his home, and it seemed strange to say he didn't want to enter. The father immediately turned to his nephew Chu with a question, because it seemed to him that he had just been teaching his grandson's son about the sword. Chu calmly replied that it was impossible because, in his words, they were just sparring. Sun himself was surprised by this statement, as Uncle Chu had indeed been teaching him, and he couldn't understand why he was saying such things. In response to his nephew's words, The father told Chu that Sun's style had just deviated from the usual family Namgun basics, and if no one had taught him this new technique, how did he learn about it and apply it? However, Chu calmly stated that Sun himself had suggested this technique, causing Sun to go astral with these words. He was very shocked because he had no idea what his Uncle Chu was talking about. The father, too, was equally surprised, but managed to control his emotions. In response to Sun's strong reaction, Chu told him to just be quiet because he was getting on his nerves with his antics. Chu immediately displayed a wooden sword in front of him and explained that it was the technique of the seven senses. To this, the father asked with surprise what the seven senses technique was. Chu continued, saying that once, Sun told him that he had a major breakthrough, and he had developed a way to channel his emotions into his sword. At this point, Sun had no idea what was being discussed. The father pondered, as channeling emotions into a sword was a significant breakthrough. The man immediately chuckled joyfully and realization dawned upon him. Specifically, the realization that the Namgun family sword, which had once rejected joy and various other changes, began to change as soon as it entered the new era. But Chu immediately interrupts the man's thoughts and asks him a question, namely, what brought him here? However, as soon as the man began to answer the question posed by the boy, he was immediately cut off. The servant then wearily informs them that the former leader is also present. He quickly apologizes for interrupting their important conversation, but explains that an urgent matter has come up. A man from the Kaban branch has just arrived. The father immediately inquires about the reason for this person from Kaban's visit. The servant promptly reports that there was an incident at Kaban during the night. The father immediately turns to his nephew Chu, stating that they will talk later because he has urgent matters to attend to. Following the man's words, Sun also informs Chu that he needs to go. After everyone has left, Chu privately contemplates how similar they can be even when they turn to leave. Chu entertains the thought that he should take a stroll down the street since he doesn't have much else to do. Chu decides to do just that. As he walks past people, all the surrounding gazes are fixed on him. It's evident that he is being surveilled. One of the individuals immediately asks the commander what they should do. The commander considers that they might not have another chance anytime soon, so he orders his people to follow Chu. His subordinates promptly comply with the given command and initiate surveillance. The commander instructs his team to wait until Chu reaches a deserted location. Once he's there, they should surround him and promptly remove him from Hefei. Immediately, people from all sides begin shouting that their goods are being sold at incredibly low prices, even for free. Meanwhile, Chu reflects on how enjoyable it is to leisurely stroll. He mentions that it was quite stressful in Anping because everyone recognized him. Nevertheless, despite that, he still misses them a little. He wonders if everyone is doing well there. Suddenly, Chu remembers that before he returns to Anping County, so they can all continue to live peacefully as they are now, and before the chaos arrives, he has something to do. However, Chu is distracted from his thoughts when he notices something strange. Chu recognizes a familiar face in a passerby. He is absolutely certain that he has seen this person before. However, he dismisses these thoughts, thinking that he may have simply bumped into him on the street. Just as Chu is about to peer into a bookstore, he suddenly notices something unusual happening around him. Approaching Chu is a peculiar vendor offering free cookies. He immediately invites Chu to sample his baked goods, to which Chu agrees with joy. However, his expression changes right after tasting the cookie. At this point, Chu fully comprehends that something is amiss, especially as he notices a crowd of people observing him as though he doesn't notice them. As Chu continued walking a bit further, he noticed a beggar who had been beaten within an inch of his life. He wondered if this man truly believed that Chu wouldn't recognize him just because he was dressed neatly. Suddenly, the words of the servant about the incident at Kaban during the night flashed in Chu's mind. He immediately realized that these guys were behind the so-called incident. Unexpectedly for the man standing nearby, Chu started running towards him with a joyful expression, exclaiming about what an unexpected encounter it was. At this moment, all the people around who were following the commander's orders were slightly surprised and shocked by the fact that the guy started acting suspiciously. Chu immediately darted off in an attempt to elude the people who were trailing him. The crowd of people quickly ran after him, trying not to lose sight of him. Someone immediately shouted for everyone to run there. However, to their astonishment, when they arrived at the place he ran to, it was just a dead-end alley. One of the people said that Chu definitely went around this corner. Everyone began to look around, but suddenly they heard someone's voice behind them asking who they were. Everyone immediately turned around to the voice. With a smile on his face, Chu continued, saying that he was very curious about why such a large group of men was chasing him. Everyone immediately started looking at Chu. who was sitting on the roof of a nearby building. The guy promptly decided to joke about whether he was to their taste. He slyly smiled. However, the others didn't appreciate his humor, and began taking him much more seriously as their adversary. Chu immediately descended from the rooftop and continued, saying that if he wasn't to their taste, then why were they all sneaking around him like rats? Chu asked them if he was the target of their pursuit last night, but his question was met with silence. Then, Chu grinned and commented that judging by the expressions of these strange men, he seemed to be correct. But then he asked them why they needed him. Chu also noted that he was facing the remnants of the 9 Dragons gang, or those who were searching for ginseng, making the guy wonder if these men had gone too far. The gang members immediately began conversing with each other, asking others what they should do. The leader told them that killing him would be much simpler, but he was the son of the previous successor, so they might have to deal with the government itself. However, first and foremost, they needed to ensure something, namely, whether the guy before them was Jin Weigen, the one who took the virgin ginseng. However, Chu immediately wore a puzzled expression and asked who this Jin Weigen was. He suggested that they had clearly got the wrong house number. The man frowned and pondered whether the guy was innocent, but on the other hand, to obtain virgin ginseng, one needed to attain at least chai release level or higher, and he felt absolutely nothing from this guy. In reality, Chu's body had been trained by the strongest master in Kaban. Did this gang of men really think they could easily see through him? Besides, this gang wouldn't be able to sense Chu's spiritual energy at all. However, if these guys had come all the way here in pursuit of ginseng, they were probably somehow connected to the Servant of Chaos. Chu immediately thought that there was no need to complicate things further, and it would be easier to catch them and get some answers. The leader of the gang immediately apologized to Chu, stating that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Chu sighed with a smirk and mentioned that they couldn't just take their leave. That was because Chu had become very curious about who these men were. But upon hearing the guy's words, the man ordered his men to subdue Chu. Immediately after this command, 2 men rushed towards Chu. To avoid being subdued, Chu didn't hold back and didn't employ any lethal techniques. The guy slyly smiled. With a single kick, Chu managed to send both men flying in opposite directions. They hit the ground with a loud thud. Chu, wearing a smile, asked them if he looked that weak in their eyes. The gang's leader couldn't comprehend how someone without a speck of inner strength could accomplish such a feat. To this, Chu, as if reading his opponent's thoughts, asked him if he was really that surprised. Chu then lightly kicked the man lying on the ground and stated that since he had gotten hold of these 2, his business was done here. The guy quickly turned his head to the man and asked him how he intended to proceed, whether he would just let Chu go. The man was seething with anger. He called the guy a bastard. Chu, on the other hand, considered that it would be quite uncomfortable for him if all these men were to attack him simultaneously. But then he thought that, on the other hand, there was nothing too complicated about it, and he could change the situation. Chu turned to them with a crafty smile on his face. He asked these guys if they wanted to hang out with him. With a swift move, Chu managed to lift one of the men who had been lying on the ground and quickly ran in the opposite direction from them. The men standing nearby immediately started running after him, with the leader ordering them to chase him. One of the gang's henchmen started catching up to Chu, who was still carrying a man on his shoulder. The man behind him swung his sharp sword to strike Chu, but Chu calmly noticed it. Chu then skillfully dodged the attack, making a sprint forward and avoiding the blow. Chu immediately looked around and noticed a massive horn on the nearby building. He thought that it would be just right for his plan, as he had something in mind by that point. Chu tensed his arms and promptly threw the man's body into the air. When the man landed, he made a huge noise by crashing onto the roof of a building, breaking the tiles. A shockwave emanated from the impact, indicating the tremendous force of the thrower. People inside the building immediately began rushing out, looking alarmed and bewildered by what was happening. Fear and confusion were evident on their faces. Everyone started shouting that the building was collapsing, and that everyone inside should hurry and leave. Meanwhile, Chu had already jumped into the air and swung at the same horn on the building with all his might. Enormous chunks of the building scattered all around. There was nothing left of the building where it once stood. Chu left no stone unturned. Only the leader and his subordinate had managed to reach the spot where Chu had run off to, and they were met with this horrifying scene. Chu immediately asked them if that was it, and whether these people had turned out to be much faster than he had anticipated. Chu continued, asking if the leader knew about one thing. The guy immediately fell silent, and there was a hush around him. Suddenly, a horrifying thought crossed the leader's mind. He exclaimed, wondering if the guy standing before him was not an ordinary guy as he had thought, but rather the one they had been searching for. With a smirk, Chu told him that this guy was, in reality, a naive fool who had followed him all the way to Hefei. His tone changed to a more mocking one, and Chu asked the man if he still wanted to have fun, because he was certain that the man had no idea what awaited him. Soon they would not only face Chu, but also Namgun and Kaban. The leader's gaze immediately turned menacing and sinister. He was absolutely furious. The man rushed at Chu with a low blow, but Chu took these words as a compliment. As Chu had already mentioned, once they got entangled with Namgun and Kaban, it wouldn't be easy to just run away. So they should hurry up and leave Hefei. Only then could they fulfill their duty. The leader immediately ordered his subordinates to attack Chu, brandishing his sword. Everyone rushed towards Chu at high speed. Chu, with a smirk, thought to himself that they had probably decided to kill him to silence him. With a swift and agile movement, Chu raised his leg and struck the ground with tremendous force. All the stones immediately flew into the air from his blow. The people who were attacking him began covering their faces with their hands and were generally unprepared for this from their opponent. But then one of Chu's opponents exclaimed that did he really think he could hide from them? However, Chu had his own fighting technique, and the debris from the destroyed building served a different purpose for him. He immediately began picking up small stones. Gathering his strength, Chu was ready for his next attack. He thought that when they say to run, you should run. In the next moment, the stones that had just been in Chu's hands flew towards his opponents. Chu shouted that these were the 12 chain cuts of the Tan family. Unexpectedly, Chu heard a voice behind him, shouting for him to snap out of it because he had just exposed his back to his enemy. His enemy immediately yelled for him to die and raised the blade of his sharp sword over Chu. But Chu immediately noticed this and commended his enemy for his decent teamwork. However, the guy quickly retorted that if he were a martial master, he wouldn't have allowed himself to be pierced by his opponent's sword so easily. Just a few seconds later, his enemy fell into an unconscious state. To this, Chu expressed his surprise, wondering if he had already died by his hands because it seemed so effortless. The guy couldn't believe he had died so easily. However, suddenly the leader raised his sword over his comrade, hoping to kill him. In that instant, blood sprayed onto the leader's face. He stared at his opponent with a heavy gaze. Chu thought to himself what a despicable guy this was. Chu watched a very strange and somewhat frightening scene unfold before him. The leader ordered his subordinates to be killed to erase all traces. Suddenly, Chu heard the voice of the leader behind him, shouting that they should retreat. The guy continued to stand there in confusion, holding the man's throat in his right hand. The gang immediately started running as they cut the throats of each other. Chu immediately released the men and told them that if they continued to act this way, he wouldn't hold back his power anymore. Chu then sprinted after them at tremendous speed. The gang continued to flee from Chu, who was successfully catching up to them. But suddenly, Chu stopped because another man with a sword emitting some sort of purple magic appeared before him. Chu froze for a couple of seconds and began to size up his new opponent. The opponent immediately started attacking Chu with various strikes, which Chu quickly and skillfully dodged. Thoughts crossed Chu's mind, questioning whether his opponent genuinely believed he could stop Chu with his mediocre sword. Chu immediately threw the guy over his back. He thought that he didn't care whether they died or not. He was only interested in one person. The man flew to the ground with a loud sound. Out of the corner of his eye, the leader noticed that Chu was still pursuing them. So, the leader and his assistant split up and started running in different directions. Chu thought that if he let this guy get away now, it would only cause him more trouble. The assistant then shouted to his commander that there was someone ahead of him. They were immediately told not to move and to prepare their guards. Everyone quickly pulled out their weapons, swords, clubs, and the like. Chu was pleased that they had arrived much earlier than expected. He then referred to them as turtles since they were very slow. At that moment, Chu decided that he would concentrate on catching only one person. At the same time, the commander was running away from Chu and the other guards. He thought that if he allowed himself to be captured by the guy, their grand plan would be in great danger. However, the commander also thought that he couldn't surrender at this moment because he and his gang had come too far, and they couldn't afford to lose everything now. The commander threw a strange black object with red stripes. Black smoke, resembling molten lava, began emanating from this strange spherical object. The commander turned toward Chu and forcefully threw the object in Chu's direction. But the commander was immediately astonished to find that the guy who had been standing next to him had mysteriously disappeared. He couldn't understand how this could have happened because only a moment had passed, and he couldn't have vanished so quickly. Immediately after the red spherical object had flown far away from the commander, it exploded. The explosion was so powerful that it shattered everything around it and created a shockwave of air. Suddenly, to the commander's surprise, a punch from Chu hit him in the cheek, with Chu telling him that he needed to pay attention to him right now. The man was bewildered, unable to evade the blow. Chu quickly invoked a spell and moved his hand behind his back, preparing for his next attack. The commander was immediately impressed into the ground by Chu's strike, sending up a cloud of dust and dirt. Rocks flew into the air, and dust filled the atmosphere. Chu immediately stretched leisurely and turned to the commander, saying that perhaps it was time for him to come to terms with the current situation because, judging by the looks of it, his subordinates had also suffered quite a bit. Upon hearing these words, the commander only asked the guy what kind of creature he really was. The man was covered in bloodstains and splatters. Chu immediately followed up with a question, asking whether he had been hiding his true power from the 7Us all this time. However, Chu disapprovingly shook his head, stating that he wasn't very pleased with this guy being the first to ask questions. He mentioned that they were following the wrong sequence, and added that the winner of a battle gets to ask the first question. The guy then asked the commander which family he belonged to, but the man remained silent and lay on the ground.
To this, Chu shrugged his shoulders, saying that if this guy didn't want to answer the question, there was nothing they could do about it. The guy then suggested that since they were now alone, they could take their time getting to know each other better. The commander began slowly and cautiously getting up from the cold, bloodied floor, realizing that the situation had reached an impasse, and all his subordinates would soon meet their pitiful ends.
The commander also understood that he would meet the same fate, but he knew that even though he was destined to die, he would take this cheeky guy with him to the afterlife. The commander pointed his sharp sword toward Chu and prepared for an attack. Chu remarked that he recognized that look and wondered if this guy was planning something before departing from this life. He added that the guy's intentions were written all over his face. In response, the commander's voice trembled with anger as he asked if everything that was happening was just some kind of joke to this guy. These words made Chu contemplate whether Kaban and Namgun's people had not yet found them. Since he still had some time, Chu told the man that if he wanted it so badly, he would finish him off with a single blow. The commander was seething with rage at these words, finding them selfish and hypocritical. Was his opponent truly so confident in his abilities? The man chuckled to himself, believing that killing with a single blow was impossible, and that he should cut the cheeky guy's throat to finally silence him. The commander thought that Chu would overcome the considerable distance between them in one go and strike him. That would be his only chance. The old man rejoiced inwardly, urging his enemy to act and attack him, envisioning himself thrusting his sharp sword directly into the cheeky guy's throat. Chu prepared himself to attack his enemy. There was one martial art that would surely show someone like this guy what a different level truly meant. A tranquil force touched the surface of the earth, causing it to tremble subtly. The ground beneath the foot that took the first step felt as solid as stone, capable of supporting the heavens themselves. Chu swiftly moved his foot aside and raised a tense fist in front of him. Blue and turquoise energy particles floated in the air around him. He struck the air in front of him with his fist, cutting through the atmosphere. Just as the commander was about to ask what Chu had in mind, and if he was trying to intimidate him, he was suddenly sent flying from a powerful punch to the stomach. Astonishingly, Chu hadn't taken a single step toward his opponent during this entire time. It turned out that it was the shockwave from Chu's punch to the air that had propelled the man. The commander was sent flying at great speed into the nearest wall. Chu merely grinned because his attack had succeeded. A bright blue light appeared around the man's chest. In the next moment, a bright blue explosion occurred in front of Chu. This was Chu's technique. The guy then informed the now battered and bruised commander that it was quite an impressive technique, a forgotten Shaolin art known as Fist of Steps. By this point, the old man lay on the ground amidst blood splatters. Chu continued to explain that he had to endure countless blows to the face to master the technique completely. After his words, Chu approached the commander, who was writhing in pain, groaning, and lying on the bloody concrete. Chu asked him what he should do now, as torture wouldn't be an option, so he decided to start by taking him to the Namgun family. Suddenly, behind them, a loud cry begged Chu to stop. The man in front of them introduced himself as Pak Song, and mentioned that he was also the head of the Kaban branch in Hawaii. Two guys followed him closely. Chu responded with surprise, saying that if they wished, they could have him. The two men who had quietly followed behind Pak Song rushed to the battered body, attempting to lift him together. Chu and Pak Song observed the scene. One of the men turned to Pak Song, remarking that the injured man resembled the villain described by Baum. Pak Song then instructed Chu to hand over this guy to Kaban. However, Chu suspected that they might be just a bunch of thugs who had arrived just when everything was ready and hot. Chu's student Sung suddenly ran up to him and shouted, addressing his uncle. As Sung approached Chu, he noticed in horror that his uncle's clothing was severely tattered and covered in someone else's blood. In anger, Sung yelled out, demanding to know who the audacious person was that dared to lay a hand on his Uncle Chu. Sung had only mastered the most loyal dogs module in 10 days. However, Chu promptly gave Sung a slap on the back of the head, calling him a scoundrel. Immediately after the slap, Sung raised his voice, and with surprise asked his Uncle Chu why he had just hit him. He began rubbing the sore spot on his head. Chu, with a somewhat comical yet angry look, exclaimed to Sung that apparently he hadn't had enough. To this, Sung responded in denial, stating that it wasn't what he had meant. Pak Song, meanwhile, observed the scene from a distance. He then turned his gaze to the commander, who lay unconscious on the ground, battered, bloody, and bruised. He quietly noted to himself that the commander didn't appear weak at all, and that all his comrades had already reached the level of chi release and chi shot. Pak Song was greatly surprised that Chu had single-handedly defeated such a powerful master. Chu then turned to the man and asked why he was glaring at him like that. To this, Pak Song immediately responded with an apology and clarified that he had behaved very rudely towards Chu with his actions. Ignoring this apology, Chu immediately got down to business, asking if Pak Song acknowledging the commander meant that Kaban was also after him, and questioning why they were doing this. Pak Song promptly explained to Mr. Chu that the Gyua gang, which had previously had some dealings with them, had been completely wiped out by someone. He went on to say that this heinous act had been committed by the gang they were talking to now. Pak Song then turned his attention to young Master Yu and asked why he had decided to join this battle. Chu remained silent for a moment, thinking to himself that Pak Song had recently tried to sense his qi and was now attempting to extract information from him. However, Chu replied to Pak Song, suggesting that they must have been pursuing someone, and by some coincidence, they mistook that person for him. Pak Song countered by asking Chu who they could have confused him with. Chu simply shrugged and replied that he had no knowledge of such information. Chu wondered if Pak Song truly believed that he, as a disciple of the great Chui Buli who once dominated Kaban, would be so easily manipulated. He recalled his own teacher and considered him to be a true rascal, though in his opinion there was no seeming about it. Chu let out a heavy sigh. Pak Song began to suspect that Mr. Chu was definitely hiding something from them, but unfortunately he couldn't pry it out, so he kept these thoughts to himself. Nevertheless, there was one advantage to Pak Song's sudden appearance. Even though they had brought Commander's Uncle Chu into the Namgun family and attempted to uncover the mastermind behind all of this with the current strength of the young man, it was still not enough. That's why he couldn't do anything yet. Besides, all these scoundrels were hiding and operating strictly from the shadows. So, it was unclear what they would do when they found out that someone like Chu was tracking them. But if it were revealed that the tracking squad had been defeated by an enemy, they might come after them with even greater force, which would also threaten the Yu family.
But Chu clenched his fist and thought to himself that this was not going to happen. This was precisely why he needed to redirect their attention, especially now that he had learned that the servant was not just an ordinary person, and that they possessed power.
Chu immediately came up with a brilliant idea for diverting attention to another target. He cast his gaze upon Pak Song and his friends, who were standing in silence. Chu thought that these guys would be perfect for diverting the enemy's attention, and if these Kaban psychos were determined to dig up someone's secret, they would undoubtedly clash with the servant and his loyal army in the future. This was how Chu could buy himself some free time. Right now, Chu's task was to send a small impulse, and the reaction would follow naturally. Chu told them that it seemed like someone was behind them, and from what he heard from the guys, there was something about the overturned sky. Upon hearing these two words, Pak Song reacted even more intensely than the blazing sun in scorching heat. He enthusiastically exclaimed that the young master should deliver his message to them. Chu then told Pak Song that things couldn't go this way, and pointed out that he understood their position. Still, he himself had almost died. Chu asked him to look at the wound on his arm, which in reality was just a small scratch. Chu abruptly turned and started giving Sun a menacing look. In his thoughts, Chu wondered why Sun wasn't immediately helping him, as if he didn't know what pull and push meant. However, Sun had no idea what his Uncle Chu wanted from him, and continued to be puzzled by Chu's piercing gaze. Sun began to think that he must have done something wrong, or that something was hurting him terribly. Sun tried to concentrate because, after all, he was Namgun's son, the heir to the Namgun family, and he had received an excellent education not only in martial arts, but also in statecraft and arithmetic. With this, he concluded his reasoning, and yelled at Pak Song to stop because they were putting Uncle Chu in a very difficult and awkward position. Chu thought that they had educated Sun, but who told him that he had succeeded? Chu spitefully thought that Sun was nothing more than a blockhead, and to make matters worse, he was the heir. However, Pak Song turned to the heir. "Young master, once again with a request, as the most honorable name of Kaban was at stake. But Sun yelled at them, saying they had already been told not to. Chu's hand suddenly slapped Sun's face, and he reluctantly agreed to Pak Song's request, stating that there was nothing they could do if the leader was asking so earnestly. Pak Song was somewhat surprised by this change in Chu's reaction, but then Chu became serious and told them not to spread the information that Mr. Chu was also involved in this. He warned them that as soon as they learned any information about their identities, they must report it to him. Chu continued, saying that if they all gave him these two promises, he would gladly hand over the item. Pak Song immediately smiled with a glint in his eyes, and assured Mr. Chu that he would take full responsibility, swearing by his name. Chu then turned his back to the guys, wearing a cunning and satisfied grin on his face. Pak Song, however, remained somewhat tense and vigilant. One of the men asked Pak Song why it felt like they had been outsmarted because young Master Yu hadn't even paid for the information, and they were essentially investigating everything for free. Pak Song angrily confronted him, saying that he must not have heard what he said about overturning, as it seemed the fool didn't understand what overturned sky meant. Pak Song began shouting at him, explaining that it meant there were people who wanted to seize Murim for themselves. The men just looked at Pak Song in surprise. He continued, stating that if they could just extract the truth from the commander, that someone was targeting Murim, it would lead them straight to the elder's location in the main residence. Pak Song instructed his henchmen to follow him and carry the commander's unconscious body. By that time night had fallen, and Chu found himself alone with his thoughts. Chu sat on his bed and thought about how initially the servant should have obtained some clue within 6 months, and about the second treasure from Huan Doksam, who was imprisoned by the Chongmu Union. But then Chu remembered that he was the one who had managed to obtain the virgin maidens, thereby altering the course of history. What was most important was that he had power, so Chu needed to be much more cautious than he was now. It would be prudent to assume that since he couldn't acquire the virgin maidens, he would act twice as fast to obtain the second treasure. Chu needed to preempt him and find Huan Doksam much earlier than him. This meant that Chu had to act even more carefully and swiftly to stop the impending chaos. His father jumped for joy and couldn't believe the words Chu had just spoken. According to him, he was heading to the Chongmu Union. His father, just to be sure, asked if Chu was joking by any chance. But even then, it would be a terrible joke. Chu replied that everything he had said earlier was true, and that he wanted to meet more people and gain more valuable experience. His father agreed that Chu should gain experience and promised to provide him with a letter of recommendation. He also mentioned that he would send a message to He and asked her to assist Chu. He believed that if they met more often and spent time together, they would get along better and become closer. Upon hearing this, Chu sighed heavily, realizing that his father was still not giving up on his idea. However, Chu's expression changed, and he told his father that he also wanted Sun to go there with him. Sun was left in complete shock by these words. He was so surprised that he felt like he might go bald on the spot. Father intervened, explaining to Chu that fulfilling this request would be much more challenging because Sun had responsibilities as the heir to the country. Chu reflected on this and agreed, acknowledging the heavy burden on the heir to continue the family legacy, leaving Sun with no freedom of action. After his words, Chu stood up from his seat and said that he needed to gather his belongings, so he should leave early. Sun was still perplexed because he knew this man wouldn't give up so easily. Father assured Chu that he would talk to the leader and take care of preparations for Mr. Chu. Chu headed for the exit of the room, and his father continued to gaze at him with a bewildered look. Chu quietly whispered to himself that besides he and the Murim Union, there were still others from the 5 hills. Hills referred to women who were rising stars in Murim, representing righteous sects. Father was very alarmed by these words because they were not part of his plans. He quickly made an astonished expression and scratched his head. Exiting the building, Chu mentioned that fate was entirely unpredictable, suggesting that they might get closer, leading to a wedding not far down the road. He even joked about the possibility of having children together. Then he swiftly changed the subject, mentioning the arrival of spring and the pleasant weather during this time of year. Father urgently shouted to convene a family council. His hair stood on end in shock. The father shouted urgently to convene a family council immediately. The hairs on his head stood on end. Chu, on the other hand, had anticipated this reaction, so he continued with a smile on his face, then jumped and clicked his heels together. He was skilled at manipulation, and that's where he achieved his goal. The events take place in Yangzhou. A man orders someone to keep a closer eye on someone. Then one guy takes a folded piece of paper from his cloak. The man who gave the order questions why all this fuss is necessary, but the guy replies that he's doing it with a pure heart, and they are not strangers to each other. Immediately, the man turned to the porters and asked them why they were taking so long with all these things. He told them to hurry up, and they promptly went for breakfast. After a while, They managed to handle everything on board, and the man who had given the envelope to the man wished them all a safe journey. But as soon as the people boarded, the expression on this guy's face turned resentful and somewhat aggressive. He muttered to himself about how these damned officials could only flaunt their money. And so the ship set sail. The guy descended from a raised platform to the ship's hold. He noticed a shadow behind a large pile of crates in the corner. He reassured the person that there was nothing to worry about, as he had ordered his sailors not to enter the hold until they reached Wuhan. The man who had been hiding in the shadows came forward and told his interlocutor that he would definitely pay him the remaining money once they docked. The other person replied that there was no other option. The guy climbed out of the hold and mentioned that now they only had to endure the encounter with the black whale pirates. He assured them that they wouldn't have any problems with the passage fee. However, a shout was heard from someone who vehemently disagreed. Chu and Sun immediately came on board, with Sun taking a more active role in the dialogue, while Chu listened to what the guy was saying. By that time, the sails had already been hoisted. Chu asked Sun why he was so nervous about some pirates. Sun responded that it wasn't that simple, and he had explained this to his uncle many times. Sun continued, mentioning that catching the pirates would be good, but what about all the losses they would suffer in the process of a fight? Chu, on the other hand, thought that the local situation was like a dark, wild forest for him. But it wasn't such a big deal. In response to his uncle's expression, Sun remarked that Chu seemed to know nothing about such matters. The guy continued, explaining that if they provoked the Yangtze River pirates, there could be much more serious consequences than Chu could imagine. Sun asked his uncle what would happen if, by clashing with these pirates, he instigated a conflict with the Yangtze River faction. Was Chu planning to deal with all the pirate gangs on his own again? To this, Chu asked the guy if he always talked so much. Sun replied that there was more to it, and they also had a monster with whom his grandfather had an ongoing feud. Chu became curious and asked about this monster. Sun explained that it was the king sea serpent, Gu Saji, a man known as the sea monster. In response, Chu slammed his fist on the table where they were sitting with Sun, expressing his dissatisfaction. He exclaimed, "Is all this fuss over a man who thinks he's a sea monster?" However, Sun told him that if his uncle rushed into battle and started a war, all the river crossings of the Yangtze would be destroyed, resulting in huge losses. So the guy asked Chu to sit quietly and not do anything foolish. In response to all the guy's words, Chu gave him a resounding slap. Immediately after that, Sun grabbed his sore head and asked his uncle why he always resorted to violence and called it a bad habit. Chu acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He began to wonder if such a monster as the king sea serpent really existed. Chu sighed to himself, thinking that there was nothing he could do now, and that this time he would have to sit quietly and not get involved. One of the people on board was surveying the surroundings. Just as he turned his head to the side to get a better look, he saw a ship of black whale pirates sailing directly towards them. He immediately shouted, alerting everyone on the ship. The man pointed in the direction of the pirate ship. All the people on board, in a state of horror, watched as the black whale pirate ship approached them. Their facial expressions were filled with fear and confusion. Immediately, one of the pirates threw a gangplank between the two ships to board the one where Sun and Chu were. One of the chief pirates approached the guy who had been in the hold earlier. He was surprised to see who was on board and recognized him as the owner of the pier, Mr. Ku Dok. He asked how the man had been. Ku Dok replied with joy that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how the guy was doing. The guy replied that he was doing well thanks to their efforts and requested something from Ku Dok. The black whale pirates immediately brought a huge chest filled with gold coins, stating that it was their payment for passage through their waters. Ku Dok told them that he liked this approach because he didn't even have to tell the guy anything. He did everything himself. Sun, who had been watching from a distance, saw that the deal with Ku Dok had apparently gone smoothly. Sun wondered why they hadn't left the ship yet since they had received everything they needed. Chu dismissed his concerns, stating that there was no need to worry about trivial matters when there was such a beautiful sea around them. However, Ku Dok mentioned that while they had resolved the passage issue, there was another matter preventing them from leaving the ship. Specifically, they had received an order to find someone. The people on board were surprised by this statement. Ku Dok asked the guy if everyone who had come on board was present, and if there was no one else on the ship. The guy immediately started to worry, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He chuckled at Ku Dok's words. However, Ku Dok immediately told him that he knew him well, and was aware that sometimes the guy transported lawbreakers on his ship. The man immediately put his hand on the guy's shoulder. In response, the guy couldn't offer a substantial reply. To avoid frightening the guy, Kudok told him that if the person he was transporting turned out not to be the one they were looking for, he would turn a blind eye to it. He urged the guy to speak up because they had no intention of antagonizing each other. Right away, the guy mentioned that he also had someone in the hold. Kudok shouted to everyone, warning that the person they were looking for had committed a terrible crime and escaped, and if people agreed to cooperate with the pirates, nothing bad would happen. That's why the man asked everyone to line up. All the people around immediately formed a line. However, one of the pirates suddenly noticed Chu, who stood apart from the others, simply gazing at the sea. In an instant, Chu received a resounding slap from the same pirate. The pirate immediately shouted at Chu, calling him a brat and asking if he hadn't heard that they were told to line up. Sun began to worry because even if this ignorant pirate unexpectedly attacked Mr. Chu, it could lead to serious consequences. Sun desperately prayed that his Uncle Chu would show even a bit of patience and not start a fight over such a matter, as it could have severe consequences. Suddenly, strange sounds emanated from the hold, apparently made by the person the guy was transporting. Everyone turned towards the exit of the hold, waiting for this person to appear. Kudok watched as a man in black clothing with white ornaments in some places emerged from the hold. Kudok addressed the guy first, saying that he refused to come out first, and instead dared to touch his men. However, the criminal responded, asking if Caban had given him up because if so, they had a big problem. And how could they entrust his capture to some insignificant pirates? Kudok immediately flew into a rage and lunged at the guy, unsheathing his sharp sword. He yelled at him that he would simply cut off his miserable head. Kudok completely unsheathed his weapon, preparing to attack his enemy, who had insulted not only him, but all the pirates. Chu suddenly thought that the pirate was quite skilled. However, the criminal decided to act differently and instead of immediately fighting, chose to break their ship's mast. Everyone around watched this with surprise. Chu, with anger, quickly grabbed his sword and shouted that he would show these damned bastards something. However, Sun restrained his Uncle Chu. Kudok began to attack the criminal, but the latter skillfully defended himself with his fists, dodging the blows or evading them. Chu watched all of this attentively and suddenly noticed something very interesting. Specifically, the lawbreaker had a tattoo of a red snake on his arm. Chu remembered that there was a man in the Chongmu Union prison with a red snake tattoo. His name was Huan Doksam, and this man knew the location of the second treasure, the one Chu was after. In Chu's mind, it seemed that even in this life, the heavens were following him closely. Sun immediately yelled at his uncle not to get involved in the fight, because he had promised not to interfere. To this, Chu only shouted at Sun to protect the people on board, and warned that if anyone got hurt, he would diligently train the Sword of Anger for 2 days. Sun immediately drew the sharp edge of his sword, realizing that he wouldn't be able to intercept all the blows directed at them. Fear and determination to fight mixed in his thoughts, and he was ready to engage with the enemies. The only way for Sun to increase the speed of his sword was to use the Sword of Sorrow, which gave the sword much greater agility and mobility. This sword was their last hope for success in this confrontation. Sun began to fend off the blows aimed at the peaceful people on board with all his might. Immediately, someone thanked the guy for protecting them, even if it meant risking his own life. Sun, on the other hand, wondered what his Uncle Chu was planning to do. Kudok swung forcefully at his opponent, shouting for him to die already. However, the enemy skillfully dodged the blow of the enormous sword. The man noticed that Kudok was putting too much force into his attack. It was precisely at this moment that the criminal realized it was his perfect chance to gain an advantage easily. He immediately decided to strike the pirate in the face with his fist, as if trying to make the most of the situation. But to their surprise, Chu also joined the fight, preventing the criminal from inflicting any harm on Kudok. It was like pouring gasoline on the fire that had engulfed them. Chu skillfully knocked Kudok's large and heavy weapon out of his hands in one swift motion. Both men were in shock and clearly did not understand what was happening. Chu tensed his fist and drew it to the side, gathering strength for a future strike. He immediately delivered a precise blow to Kudok's abdomen, sending him flying from the force of Chu's punch. The man cried out in pain from the impact. The criminal immediately asked Chu why he did that, but Chu was interested in asking him only one thing, whether he was Huan Doksam, the person he had mentioned earlier. At the mention of this name, the criminal flinched slightly, and sweat dripped from his face. He was clearly nervous. Chu told him that judging by the expression on his face, it seemed the guy was right in his assumption. That's how he justified his decision to save this lawbreaker, because Chu had one more question for him. Chu then approached the other pirates and told them that he urgently needed this person, so they should figure out what to do. Chu said they could either fight and kill them all, or leave quietly without unnecessary battles and sacrifices. The pirates stared at the guy in amazement, but it turned out they were actually looking at the criminal. As soon as Chu turned back to the man he called Huan Doxum, the latter had already disappeared. Apparently, he had managed to escape. Chu immediately rushed to the edge of the ship, leaned on the railing, and looked into the water. To his surprise, Chu saw his recent acquaintance down there, who had decided to simply run away and leave him without a word of thanks for saving him from drowning. Chu cursed at how hard he had worked to save him, and this was how he repaid him. Kudok immediately started shouting for all the pirates around him to catch the scoundrel and not let him escape so easily. All the pirates immediately jumped into the water and swam after the criminal, who had fled like a rat by jumping overboard. Amidst all this chaos, a slightly exhausted Chu watched, clearly displeased with the situation that had unfolded around him. Chu yelled, calling Sun, and the guy immediately responded to his uncle's call. Chu ordered Sun to quickly separate from Kudok. The pirate who had been sitting on the floor was still in shock because he didn't understand if they were talking about someone else or him. Chu also told Sun that if he couldn't carry out the order he had given him, he knew exactly what punishment awaited him. A shiver ran down Sun's spine, and he was terrified because he remembered he would have to train the Sword of Anger for 2 days. Chu also clarified that if he let Kudok escape, he would have to train anger for an entire week. Sun loudly declared that he was ready to go to the ends of the earth to ensure the criminal didn't get away. Chu, in turn, turned around with a smirk on his face. He approached the edge of the ship, gathering his strength and preparing for action. Chu immediately made a determined leap from the ship, causing the water to explode around him, creating a small water bomb. The people were surprised when Chu transformed into a shark, thus conserving his strength and not exerting himself too much while swimming in his human body. Chu quickly swam towards the criminal, keeping him in sight. Kudok, still shocked by what he had just witnessed, heard a voice behind him. Sun finally decided to ask the pirate who this person was and why they were chasing him. Sun also remarked that his Uncle Chu was incredible, as he hadn't even noticed when he had learned this aquatic art. He had heard from the head of the Yu family that Chu had spent a lot of time splashing in the water to lose weight, so he assumed that's when he must have learned it. Kudok, still struggling to get up, asked Sun who he was. In response, Sun started approaching him and drew his sword from its sheath. Sun calmly explained that he remembered that his Uncle Chu had ordered him to deal with the pirate. Kudok himself loudly exclaimed, wondering if this guy was insane and didn't know who he was. To this, Sun replied to Kudok that he was a very angry pirate who nearly sent everyone on board to the afterlife. Kudok himself yelled in surprise. Sun then placed his palm on Kudok's head and said there was no need to talk about it because he had been ordered to deal with the pirate, and that's exactly what he would do. While the pirates ahead continued to swim, Chu approached one of them and addressed him. He knocked down Mr. Huang, to which he exclaimed that this guy was a real troublemaker. Huang immediately drew his sword and struck where Chu had been before, but he was surprised to find no one there now. Just as Huang was about to check where Chu had gone, the man descended from above and landed a kick right on Huang's face, successfully landing. Chu pushed off from Huang and leaped further. Huang, on the other hand, swiftly started descending towards the seabed. It was then that Chu had a brilliant idea, in his opinion. He was confident in his actions and determined. Chu began jumping on the heads of the pirates heading towards Huan Doksam. He also started articulating a thought he considered very clever. Namely, if Bodhidharma was able to cross the vast Huanghe River on a single reed leaf, then it also meant that Chu would easily be able to cross the Yangtze River by leaping over the heads of the pirates. Chu shouted to Mr. Doksam that he should stop right now, and finally stop running away from him. Huan Doksam himself was amazed that Chu had effortlessly overcome this pitiful crowd of pirates. He wondered if this guy turned out to be a great master who could use water-walking techniques. In reality, Chu was just exceptionally skilled in martial arts. But even in this situation, Huan Doksam couldn't simply surrender or lose to his enemy. He immediately leaped to confront Chu, preparing for a strike. Chu told Huan Doksam that it made no sense for him to waste his energy, because he wouldn't put much effort into their fight. As soon as Huan Doksam delivered his first blow to Chu, it posed no difficulty for Chu to evade his attack without much effort. However, Chu countered with a strike of his own to Huan Doksam to keep him on guard. Specifically, he grabbed the man by his collar. Chu then used all his strength to throw Huan Doksam onto the nearest land, all while keeping a vigilant eye on his opponent. Huan Doksam screamed loudly during the flight, because he could never have expected such a move from his adversary. Chu told him that this was precisely why he shouldn't have wasted his strength, because Chu had just told him that he wouldn't kill him. Instead, he wanted to save him in exchange for some information he was interested in. Huan Doksam immediately exclaimed, questioning why he should trust someone like Chu. In response, Chu pointed out that he hadn't even had a chance to introduce himself, and Huan Doksam was already hurling insults at him. He then landed a precise blow to Huan Doksam's chest. After this blow, Hwan Doksum realized that he couldn't even move his left foot's finger. Chu reassured him that when one's willpower was suppressed, they couldn't die. He told Hwan Doksum not to hold any grudges, but simply to understand that he was afraid the man might try to escape again. He was about to ask Chu who he was when he received 2 precise and swift strikes approximately in the area of his collarbones. Imagine his surprise and sheer shock when, opening his mouth, he couldn't utter a word. To this, Chu reassured him somewhat, but still told him that when his will was suppressed, he wouldn't be able to die. He also advised Hwan Doksum not to hold a grudge against him, but the guy was simply afraid that the man might escape from him again. Chu immediately turned his face to the other pirates who were emerging from the water with various weapons. The guy asked Hwan Doksum how he should deal with all of them. Chu realized that by this point, quite a crowd of these pirates had gathered around them, and it would be somewhat problematic for him to fight them all alone. But then the guy noticed that hidden weapons of the 7 Tan were nearby, and that was exactly what he needed right now. A massive group of angry pirates rushed towards Chu, shouting aggressively that they needed to capture Chu urgently, as well as the lawbreaker. Meanwhile, Chu calmly collected all the necessary weapons scattered around them. Initially, Chu had a very calm and patient character, but as his very cruel teacher, An Chon-su, used to say, everything in existence can become concealed weapons against your enemy. When a person reaches a certain level, they can use not only stones, but also sand as weapons when necessary. But for now, Chu had enough of what he had. In the 9-Dragon Fortress, Chu used snow as a weapon, which was abundant there. Now he was using rocks, which flew at the pirates at great speed. Immediately, half of the pirate gang was defeated with just a simple move by Chu. They lay with large bumps on their foreheads and bruises all over their bodies. The remaining pirates were very frightened because they didn't know what to expect from their incredibly strong and powerful opponent, Mr. Chu. Chu mentioned that such a fight with the pirates could certainly ignite a war between them, as his younger nephew Sun had warned. In the process of their fight, innocent people could also get hurt, and that would be a bad outcome. But then Chu picked up a sword that a pirate must have dropped earlier. He told the pirate that in that case, he should cover his tracks and eliminate witnesses. The pirates immediately started running in the opposite direction of Chu because they were very scared of what he might do to them. However, Chu took a step back, gathered more strength, and made a few swift strikes with his newly acquired sword. His strikes were precise and accurate. Chu discarded the sword he had borrowed from the pirate and threw it into the ground with force. He then told Hwan Doksum that they had successfully dealt with the pirates just now. Now Chu was entirely focused on Hwan Doksum. Grabbing him by the chin, Chu told him that it was time for them to have a little chat. Chu finally restored the man's voice, and he immediately exclaimed, asking who the hell he was. To which Chu replied that he was Jin Weigen. It was uncertain whether Hwan Doksum was connected or had informants. That's why Chu couldn't reveal his true identity to the man. Now Chu needed to carefully consider how to extract information from him. Chu told Hwan Doksum that he would ask him one thing, and he better answer seriously. Specifically, he asked where the 1,000-year-old conch was located. Hwan Doksum's expression immediately changed, and he was very surprised that Chu knew about such information. Chu excitedly exclaimed that Hwan Doksum did indeed know the whereabouts of the 1,000-year-old conch. He immediately asked where it was. Hwan Doksum tried to pretend he had no idea about this conch and replied that he didn't know. At that moment, Chu stood up and told Hwan Doksum that he would check right now whether the man really knew nothing about the conch and where to find it. Chu began kicking the man vigorously, saying that he might sleep soundly, but if he confessed before being buried, he wouldn't need to sleep. Chu started telling Hwan Doksum that it wouldn't be on the front yard or in the mountains behind the house. Hwan Doksum thought that Chu was a complete psycho. Observing all of this from afar was Sun. He wondered why Chu was going so far, and noted that his uncle was beating Hwan Doksum much harder than when he knocked him out. But Sun got distracted and turned to Kudok, addressing him. Sun told him not to hurry, and advised Kudok to swim as slowly as possible. Kudok didn't understand Sun's logic because he had just been pushing him earlier, and now he was asking him to slow down, calling him an inconsistent bastard. Kudok thought that they would both end up in hell as soon as the leaders arrived. Chu leaned over Hwan Doksum, telling him that he had finally awakened because it had been 4 hours since he knocked him out. With a menacing look, Chu offered Hwan Doksum to return to the old way, specifically to let him beat him with his feet to extract the truth. At that moment, Sun looked in amazement into the distance. Chu also noticed and asked him what was going on. They continued to sail until they heard someone's laughter from somewhere. Kudok laughed and said, "Do these bastards finally realize that the Black Whale Pirates' flagship is right in front of them now? They'll all end up as fish food at the bottom of the sea." However, Chu immediately struck Yu Hyung with a divide-and-conquer move and later told Sun that it seemed they had guests. His nephew expressed displeasure in his voice, reminding Chu that he had persistently asked him to be much more cautious and to stay put. Chu calmly replied that there was nothing they could do now, and told the boy that all he could do was enjoy the consequences. Chu suggested to his nephew to quickly deal with those who stood in their way and return to the ship. The boys immediately rushed into the fight, and Chu shouted that they would welcome their new guests shortly. Soon, only debris from the Black Whale pirates' ship remained floating in the water, along with the bodies of the pirates. Somehow, someone managed to survive. The pirate looked in frustration towards another lone ship with only 2 people on board. Kudok was rowing on the ship, while Chu urged him to row faster. The pirate was furious at the sight because Kudok seemed like a crazy worm at the moment. Moreover, he wondered why the man was sitting on the oars with these strange guys. Another survivor swam to this same pirate and asked him if they had any signaling rockets left, specifically the red one that hadn't gotten wet yet. The first pirate started rummaging through his clothes, searching for the red signal. He told his companion that the boss would find out that they had taken this task upon themselves. However, the second pirate told him to stop talking and fire the signaling rocket already. He also said that, okay, they might get a few curses from the boss, but was it really so important when the pride of the Black Whales was at stake? The pirate immediately aimed the signaling rocket upward, thinking that when it soared, that person would definitely come here. The pirate thought to himself about the water tamer king, who had subjugated all other pirates, and how even the warriors of the battle world were afraid of him. While the official sat calmly, he received reports that the red rocket had been launched over the Yangtze River. He immediately became agitated, and as he stood up from his seat, loudly banged his hands on the table, shouting inquisitively. This was Chagall Subom, the great advisor of the Chonmu Alliance. A man burst into Chagall's presence, informing him that exactly 2 hours ago, the red rocket was fired in the vicinity of the Yangtze River. Furthermore, a large number of pirates were converging from the river mouth, urgently demanding the opening of the passage to the Yangtze. Chagall Subom was surprised by these words because wasn't the red rocket a pirate signal that pirates only launched when the level of threat was highest? Chagall Subom immediately asked the man for the reason why the pirates fired the red signal. The man, confused, replied that they currently had no information about it. Chagall Subom yelled at these fools, saying that it had been 2 hours already, and they still hadn't found out the reason for launching the red rocket. The leader was furious with his careless subordinates. Chagall Subom thought that even if this matter was so important that the pirates had launched the red signaling rocket, they must obtain it because the enemy of their enemy was their ally. Chagall Subom slammed his hand on the table and instructed the man to relay his order to the Green Dragon's leader to immediately head to the western checkpoint in Wuhan and suppress the numerical protests. The man shouted back that they couldn't allow the pirates to gain another waterway, which included the Chonmu Alliance as an ally. Chagall Subom inquired about the exact location from where the rocket was launched and received the response that it was known to be a water route from Anhui to Hubei. The man immediately realized they were referring to the Black Whales. Without wasting a moment, he asked where the water tamer king was currently located. He was informed that according to the reconnaissance report, he was in the vicinity of the Azhou district. Chagall Subom asked about Kavan, who was visiting the Alliance and had the highest position among the Kaban guests. He was told that the youngest Wandering Dragon had arrived here to take the entrance exam for the Hidden Dragon Squad. Immediately, a disapproving exclamation was heard questioning why he was being disturbed precisely at this moment, in the middle of the dark night. But he was informed that a red rocket had been launched over the Yangtze River. The guy remarked that even in such fantasies, there should be a limit, specifically referring to Kavan, the youngest and Wandering Dragon of Kaban. Kavan immediately explained to the guy that he had been lying face down on the table next to him and asked him to get up. However, he couldn't get up for some time. The guy he had been sleeping next to pushed Kavan's hand away. Kavan complained to himself about overindulgence and how excessive drinking on a night like this was very harmful to one's health. Kavan shouted again for the guy to get up. Finally, he responded. The guy asked him why Kavan was bothering him, especially in the middle of the night. Kavan told him that his majestic uncle had sent him on a mission. The man asked, "So what's the big deal?" Kavan angrily exclaimed that he had to leave for Shanxi tomorrow urgently, where conflicts had broken out with the groups. This meant that they wouldn't be able to see each other for a long time. The guy looked puzzled and asked what the point was then in what he had told him. Kavan sighed heavily because he was his friend, and they needed to say goodbye somehow. The guy just shook his head disapprovingly and said that what kind of goodbyes could there be when his alcohol was about to come out right now. Kavan merely stated that he wouldn't expect an ounce of sentiment from his friend. The guy then produced a rope from somewhere and began tying knots in it. Kayvon handed this rope to one of the nearby men, telling him to take this knot and head to the crossing, where they would find a group of wanderers. They should thoroughly search the waterway of Wuhan to the north. The guy rubbed his eyes wearily and said that now they could live in peace. And possibly, very soon, the water tamer king himself would intervene in the matter. The guy mentioned that he didn't really want the generous wanderer to suffer unnecessarily. In the night, two people were rowing across the sea in a boat, cutting through the water with their oars. On the boat itself stood a man of interesting appearance, and a dragon was depicted on his clothing. The remnants of the ship were floating in the cold night sea. The crowd of people was deeply worried and fearful for their lives because they were left without any assistance on a broken ship with no hope of rescue. They also watched as the guys dealt with the enemy pirates. Immediately, Sun overthrows one of his opponents, who cries out in pain and falls to the ground, releasing his sword from his hands. Sun turns towards his uncle and looks with interest at what he's doing there. It turns out that Chu had just defeated his opponent as well. The pirate's body falls to the ground with a crash. After Chu managed to defeat his opponent, he turned to look at a somewhat horrifying sight. Because as soon as they returned with Doxum in tow, a large number of dispatched pirates were heading towards them. Chu thought that no matter how many they defeated, the pirates continued to arrive from the sea. Chu shouted to Kudok, addressing him. The pirate immediately responded. Lord Yu understood perfectly well that he couldn't allow himself to be tied up. Chu asked Kudok where the nearest dock in the vicinity was, and they should disembark exactly there. Kudok shouted his agreement, and his men immediately started rowing with their oars on the water. Around Chu and the boat he was crossing with others, a strong wind suddenly picked up. The guy immediately lifted his head to see what it was. In reality, this wind was caused by some guy who was about to land on their boat. Chu muttered to himself about what this could be. This very guy landed on their ship right away, leaving behind a bright streak, indicating that he was moving at great speed. The guy landed on the ship and shouted loudly, addressing the pirates of the Yangtze River to listen to him. He said he was the youngest wandering dragon of Kaban, Kei-dushin, and from now on, this vessel was under the protection of the Chonmu Alliance. Chu had no idea who this person Kei-dushin was. Kei-dushin himself told everyone that now the people on board could be at ease because the Chonmu Alliance would protect them all. Suddenly, Chu remembered that he knew someone very similar because he had met him before. He shouted to Kei-dushin, asking if he was that same bastard. The guy just looked at Chu in surprise because he didn't understand who was being referred to. On their ships, the pirates immediately began shouting for them to stop. Chu was surprised that the pirates listened to Chuibuli, who had been one of Chu's teachers in the past. The pirates shouted that they, the sons of the Yangtze River, welcomed their leader. The pirates' ships immediately stopped. Chu turned abruptly and looked into the distance. The guy noticed that someone with a cloak on which a dragon was drawn, was approaching them. Kei-dushin and Chu immediately began to worry a bit because right in front of them appeared the Water Tamer King. Also, Chu noticed that this boat had come too close to them. Chu yelled at Kudoku to turn as quickly as possible with his people. The guy himself thought that ahead of them was the leader of a gang of bandits, and that they must avoid any encounter with him at all costs. Kudoku and his people immediately tried to steer as quickly as possible to avoid a collision with the leader of the bandit group. And so, the leader of the bandit group's ship, and the one on which Chu, Kudoku, and Kei-dushin were aboard were about to collide. Chu understood perfectly well that if things continued like this, a collision between their ships would be inevitable. The leader of the bandit group raised his hand before him. A powerful strike immediately halted the ship on which Chu, Kudoku, and Kei-dushin were. Chu had no idea what had just happened. Right then, Chu realized that the leader of the bandit group had stopped a huge ship with sheer energy alone. The guy wondered just how powerful their opponent was. The man climbed aboard their ship, and beside him stood a huge hulk who looked menacingly at those around. Kei-dushin immediately folded his hands in a respectful gesture and told the leader of the bandit group that the Kaban ambassador greeted the ruler of the Yangtze River. Song immediately echoed Kei-dushin and told the man that the Namgun family's son greeted the Water Tamer King. Kei-dushin wanted to say something as well, but he didn't get the chance. Suddenly, the man who stood behind the leader of the bandit group dashed forward at great speed. Chu realized that the situation was escalating rapidly and becoming much more dangerous because this man ran past him, and he had to dodge. Suddenly, a henchman of the leader of the bandit group grabbed Kei-dushin by the throat and hoisted him high in the air, choking him. The leader of the bandit group sighed and looked at Chu with interest.
The leader wondered how it was possible that some 20-year-old kid had sensed Jun-san's movements, who had mastered the level of radiant ki to perfection.
Jun-san, by that point, was beginning to exert force on Kei-dushin's throat. The guy started making wheezing sounds. Suddenly, Chu turned to the elder, facing him, and the man looked at him questioningly. Chu put on a gracious demeanor and, with all seriousness in his voice, told the leader that he was a very well-known figure, so there was no need to intimidate some sniveling kid. Chu also expressed concern about how this could damage the elder's reputation, as everything has consequences. The leader immediately agreed with him, stating that the guy was right, and that they couldn't allow his reputation to be tarnished either. He made a hand gesture, signaling his man to release Ke Dushin. The henchman of the leader immediately noticed his commander's signal and relaxed his grip. Ke Dushin immediately fell to the floor with a dull thud. The leader of the bandit group exuded an intimidating energy. He turned to Chu, asking if the young man might explain what was happening. Chu thought that they might hold on a little longer because the Chanmu alliance would arrive soon. Chu was unhappy that this monster had suddenly emerged, and if the guy touched him the wrong way, he would send him straight to Yamaraja, the supreme judge in the Buddhist afterlife. Chu told the elder that they were peacefully sailing to Wuhan on the boat, when pirates suddenly appeared and started terrorizing the innocent people. The elder asked him if he had decided to show generosity and save all the innocent people. The young man responded affirmatively, saying that one could put it that way. The leader stood threateningly, emitting his powerful energy. Chu understood perfectly well that his opponent didn't believe the lie he had told. His mind went blank, and he didn't know what to do. But then he remembered something. Chu turned to the elder again, telling him that the guy came from the Yu family, located in Anpin County in Henan Province. The young man continued, saying that the leader might not even know, but their family had no connection to Muram. However, Chu mentioned that their family had powerful government support. The young man also mentioned that his father used to be the heir apparent, and that even now, he was in Intianfu, looking after His Highness at the request of His Majesty the Emperor. Intianfu is the capital of the Min Empire. As the divine strategist teacher used to say, if you want to crush your opponent with words, you must show them that you have powerful support on your side, and if there isn't any, boldly fabricate it. However, the leader immediately told him that he couldn't care less about who this guy's son was. Chu understood that the man wasn't buying it and cursed his teacher in his head. The elder stated that he was a pirate, born a pirate, and would remain a pirate until the end of his days, so he would be pursued by authorities and martial clans until his death. He didn't care whether it was the government or some martial clans. Chu had no idea what to do. After all, the young man still needed to somehow save the passengers, Namgun Son, Ke Dushin, and also Huan Doksam, to thoroughly interrogate him and extract useful information later. But now the leader was thinking, how on earth could he do that when he faced not just one monster but two monsters? With the guy's current level, he couldn't even touch the Water Tamer King, let alone his guard. Chu remembered that the divine strategist had taught him and another person, and in their agreement, there were two truths. Namely, either press on the opponent's fears or entice them with something good to arouse genuine interest. Chu turned to the elder, telling him not to misunderstand his words and also asked him to listen. Chu told the elder that he was simply informing him of his current status, and questioned whether the young man would dare to be insolent to the elder. The leader asked what he was getting at. Chu told him that he would like the elder to show mercy and spare them, but he had sunk dozens of ships, so it was unlikely the elder could turn a blind eye to that fact. The young man continued, explaining what he wanted to convey with all this. How about the young man paying a substantial compensation that would satisfy the leader of the bandit group? Chu thought that the elder was a pirate himself, as he had mentioned earlier, so it couldn't be that he didn't like money. The leader asked the young man again if he had just suggested compensating for all the trouble they had caused with money. Chu confirmed his words, and demanded that the leader name the amount he wanted to receive. The elder just grinned in response to these words. Within seconds, the leader burst into laughter, threw back his head, and stared at the sky. Chu, on the other hand, wondered if the old man had lost his mind at the thought of a pile of gold bars. Chu had no idea what was going on with this old man, but suddenly the elder was right in front of him and said that he liked this scoundrel. Chu couldn't even notice the moment when the old man had approached him so quickly, so he jumped back, wondering how this old man had managed to startle him. The elder turned to Chu and asked him to look up towards the nearby mountains. The young man raised his head and looked in the direction the leader indicated. The elder told him that all those people with swords on the mountain were ready from the Chanmu alliance. The leader asked the young man if he knew why they were just standing there doing nothing. Chu asked the elder what he meant by his words, although he mentally understood the situation with the Chanmu alliance was obvious. The old man replied that they were sizing up their opponent's side. Outwardly, they appeared to be righteous, loudly proclaiming their alliance. But in their minds, they decided what would bring them greater benefit. And if they dared to start a war with the leader of the bandit group for the sake of saving a bunch of people, the damage to them would be immeasurable. Chu was shocked by his interlocutor's words. Could this old monster alone stand up to the Chanmu alliance? The leader replied that they also represented righteous sects, so why was Chu suggesting a deal to save everyone? Chu wondered if the elder would believe him if he told him that all these scoundrels were needed to deal with a servant and thus save the entire world. While the young man actively contemplated his response, the elder analyzed his opponent. He had a hunch about the character of this young lad. The leader couldn't discern his abilities at all, but some bungler wouldn't be able to track Junsan's movements.
Since he couldn't figure anything out until this point, the only option left was to verify it himself.
The elder addressed him, saying that there are many things in the world that simply can't be solved with money. The elder immediately ordered his guard to strike Kei Dushin. He rushed in for the attack. Kei Dushin remained on the ground, completely open to attacks. He didn't react in time to his opponent's strike because it was too fast even for him. Chu immediately rushed to Kei Dushin's aid as soon as he noticed this. He angrily shouted at the leader, calling him a crazy old man. The guard of the bandit leader executed a swift and precise strike against Kei Dushin, with no remorse. But this strike was deflected by Chu's nimble maneuver, who had managed to reach Kei Dushin and Junsan. The young man yelled at Kei Dushin, questioning why he was sitting there and should have evaded that attack. Dushin immediately reacted, as if awakening from a trance. Kei Dushin leaped overboard from the ship they were on. Chu was now facing a huge problem right in front of him. The leader of the bandit group's fear was now bringing down his heavy mace upon him. The strike landed right on Chu's chest, causing him to cry out and swear. After such a powerful attack from his opponent, Chu came to what he believed was the only reasonable decision. Namely, that with one single strike, he would secure victory over this giant. Chu argued that his opponent was a master who had reached the initial stage of radiant qi. If the fight dragged on, Chu was sure to be defeated, so he decided to put all his strength into a single attack. The young man believed that this power was closest to the source, filled with the purest natural qi. In terms of strength and quality, it was a level above the internal qi accumulated in Dantian. Chu understood perfectly well that Junsan wouldn't be able to evade or stop his strike. Upon witnessing this fighting style, Junsan simply grinned widely, leaving Chu himself quite surprised and bewildered by his opponent's reaction. Suddenly from behind, Chu received another blow from the leader of the bandit group himself. Chu immediately collapsed to the floor, devoid of strength, as the blow had been precise and skillful enough to knock him out. Chu thought that the man was the head of a gang of ruffians and that he had won the fight so unfairly. The young man called the water-taming king a real bastard. After uttering these words, Chu immediately passed out, his head hitting the ship's floor. Sun, who had been standing nearby all this time, exclaimed his uncle's name and immediately grabbed the hilt of his sharp sword. The leader of the bandit group turned to Sun, warning him not to make any rash moves. Sun was shocked and horrified by the fact that the water-taming king had managed to subdue him with just a single glance. The young man realized that his Uncle Chu had fought at the cost of his own life to save his skin. Sun felt disgusted with himself because of what he was doing right now. In fact, he was doing nothing. He was too scared to even move. But then, the young man gathered all his strength into a fist and confidently declared to himself that he would definitely save his Uncle Chu. He continued to draw his sword from its scabbard while keeping his hand on the hilt. The old man sighed and began to watch the young man's actions. Sun was determined and serious because he had decided to save his Uncle Chu at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. The elder was greatly surprised by the fact that the young man possessed the will of the sword. Judging by the pale color of the sword, it seemed that the young man had not yet perfected this technique, but it was undoubtedly the will of the sword. The man pondered where this talent had come from. One countered his servant Junsan, and the other disrupted his qi-binding art. However, as the elder observed, Sun was not in the best condition due to the excessive surging power that had infused cruelty into his mind. The old man smirked, all the while analyzing the situation around him and considering his next moves. And then, the elder told Sun that as he saw it, the young man was related to that scoundrel Changsun. Sun immediately began to attack, fully exposing the blade of his sword. The leader of the bandit group himself stated that he couldn't kill the young man and deprive him of the chance to see what this sprout would grow into. The man raised his leg for a strike. The moment the elder's foot struck the ship's floor, a slight tremor enveloped everything around. In reality, with one kick of his leg, the old man was able to churn the waves so that they encircled the ship like two sturdy walls. And so, some time passed from that moment, a delicious scent wafted from somewhere. This very scent reached Chu, who was still lying exhausted and powerless. However, the young man opened his eyes and looked around with interest to determine his location. But the first thing he saw was a roasted chicken in a dish in front of him, emitting such a delicious aroma. Junsan sat opposite Chu, chewing on a similar piece of chicken. Apparently, he had been instructed to watch over the young man while he regained his strength and rested. Chu himself was very surprised by this because he thought his death was imminent. However, the elder immediately addressed the young man, asking Chu to satisfy his hunger. He also clarified that Jun-san personally caught and cooked the food for them. The water tamer king then told Kudoku that the fire was dying out. He turned to Chu and mentioned that they had some undercooked meat left, which they would roast a piece for each person. The old man again advised Chu, guessing that the young man must be hungry, so he should eat some meat and have something to drink. Chu immediately started looking around and searching for his friends. He began asking the others about the whereabouts of Sun and that scoundrel Kei Dushin. The young man dared to assume that they had done something bad with the other guys. He was furious just thinking about it. His eyes turned red, and his aura grew tense. However, the water tamer king assured Chu not to worry about his comrades because he spared them and handed them over to the Chanmu Alliance. Chu asked the leader again if he really decided to spare them. He received an affirmative answer, and was told that the Namgun family child had been slightly injured, but would get better once he woke up. Chu chose not to respond, but instead looked at his interlocutor with excitement in his eyes. Then the elder told the scoundrel that he shouldn't worry about his nephew, and even though they were deeply entwined with the fate of Changsun, he wouldn't crush their sprout for that reason alone. Upon hearing these words, Chu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his nephew was still alive. However, his stomach rumbled loudly, and he covered it with his hand. The elder told Chu that he knew he would be hungry. As Chu began to suspect that the food from this old man might be poisoned, the leader told him, as if reading his thoughts, that the more he thought, the more he poisoned himself. Chu took a bite of the meat and said it was delicious, but he still worried slightly about the food. The old man watched with pleasure as Chu devoured the meat and encouraged him to eat more. Then, a voice was heard saying that there was only one final needle to be inserted into the body. The healer wearily wiped his forehead to remove the sweat from the strenuous work he had done. He sighed tiredly and said that everything was ready. The old man then mentioned that, for some reason, the water tamer king had suddenly shown mercy toward his rival. Kei Dushin himself was surprised because, for the water tamer king, beating someone to near death was an act of mercy. The elder continued, saying that although he and Changsun were deeply connected by a dark fate, he wouldn't trample their sprout just for that reason. The elder explained that if it weren't for the water tamer king, he would have fallen into madness shortly and would have become disabled by now. He didn't know what the water tamer king thought of this child, but he not only forcibly manipulated his demonic chi but also disrupted his chi circulation. Why the king did this, only he knew. The elder instructed Kei Dushin to keep an eye on the boy and said he needed to send a letter to the Namgun family. He also mentioned the need to calm the Sword King's anger before he went into a furious rage upon hearing the news. Kei Dushin recalled what had happened in that brief moment. When Sun attacked the water tamer king with all his fury, the man managed to interrupt his strike by kicking the ship's floor. Sun then stared at the water tamer king with a wild look in his eyes, full of rage and anger. The elder, with a stern expression, told the Chanmu members to leave as soon as possible. People stood in horror, witnessing the terrifying fight between two formidable opponents. However, after the elder's words, they began to retreat. The water tamer king and his servant jumped off the ship. The servant continued to carry Chu on his shoulder. They jumped onto a small raft and began rowing in their direction. Kei Dushin quickly rushed to Sun, who was tired and had collapsed to the floor, dropping his sharp sword from his hand. Kei Dushin could barely recall what had happened, and he was also pondering one question. Why did the water tamer king need the young Lord Yu? Meanwhile, Chu sat with the water tamer king, Jun-san, and Kudoku by the campfire, and they continued to roast meat to enjoy together. Unexpectedly, they offered another piece of meat to Chu, seemingly asking him if he was hungry. The young man looked at it questioningly. Jun-san extended another piece of meat, which he had cooked, to Chu with a sweet and friendly smile. The young man, for his part, was surprised because when he had fought him, Chu had attacked him like a fierce wild tiger. Chu turned his head to assess the situation around him once again. Chu thought that at first glance the old man appeared to be just an ordinary local. The young man couldn't understand how a person could change so drastically. He even speculated that the old man might have a split personality. Now the water tamer king offered Chu a drink. The water tamer king asked Chu how old he was while pouring some alcohol into a small jug for him. Chu took a sip of the alcohol, planning to respond to the elder's question. After drinking, Chu replied to the water tamer king that he was currently 17 years old. The old man remarked that he wasn't even 20 yet and already possessed such abilities. They asked the young man if he had any teacher who had taught him such techniques. Chu, on the other hand, wondered why the old man was asking him all these questions, as if he were simply curious. At that moment somewhere, Chu's teacher felt an itch in his ears. The elder once again requested that Chu open up and tell him who had trained him. Chu eventually told the water tamer king that his son-in-law had taught him, and that he came from a family in Hubei. The Tam family, unlike the Murim, was focused on practical martial arts of military discipline, rather than esoteric martial arts. Chu understood that delving into all the details wasn't his primary concern. The elder told him that even in the realm of martial clans, did he really think that he was unfamiliar with the martial arts of the Tam family?
The Water Tamer King told the young man that the martial art of the Tam family was bold and authoritative, not at all soft and flexible like Chu's. Moreover, the palm technique Chu had used to attack Jun-san was significantly different from the usual internal qigong. Internal qigong is a technique that accumulates qi inside the body.
The elder told the young man that there was something much more fundamental going on. With those words, Chu began to feel a bit uneasy. Chu was surprised that even the Sword King hadn't understood this. The elder, on the other hand, noted that the young man's gaze spoke volumes for itself. The young man looked at the Water Tamer King again and asked him if he had any more questions. The elder replied affirmatively to Chu, saying that he was indeed interested because he had never seen energy used in such a way before. The old man continued, saying that since Chu claimed he had learned from his son-in-law, it meant he didn't have a Murim teacher. Chu answered in the affirmative, thinking to himself that he couldn't reveal the names of the 6 saints. In response, the Water Tamer King sighed and a satisfied grin appeared on his face. He said that since Chu currently didn't have a teacher, why shouldn't the young man become his disciple then? Upon hearing these words, Chu's eyes widened in astonishment, thinking that this old man was talking nonsense. The Water Tamer King asked the young man if Chu hadn't just said that he would take responsibility for all the trouble he caused. The elder stated that the young man would become his disciple, and he would pretend that nothing had happened. In his mind, Chu panicked because he was destined to become the hero who would save Murim in the future, and now he was supposed to be the cursed pirate's disciple. What was even more important, his father was a respected figure in the government. The old man told him that, since he was now his disciple, they should forget those old-fashioned bows, and instead have another shot of alcohol together. Chu started to backpedal, asking the old man who had made such a decision. The Water Tamer King, with a menacing look, said that he had made that decision, and complained that his hand was already hurting from holding the shot glass. The elder began the countdown. Chu immediately began to explain that, as he had mentioned earlier, his father was a highly respected man, and he was also a prince, and even now, he was the instructor of His Highness the Crown Prince, so he couldn't understand why he would become a pirate. But the elder didn't care at all, and asked the young man if, since his father was an official, he couldn't become a pirate. Suddenly, Chu yelled at the elder that he should make him a pirate, and his father would be greatly disappointed in his son, asking if one could be a more wicked son. The Water Tamer King pondered this. But then, the elder suddenly showed the young man a threatening fist with a fierce and menacing look, asking him if he wanted to get beaten up. Upon hearing these words, Chu was taken aback, as he definitely did not expect such aggression from the Water Tamer King. Right then, the leader told the young man that he had also heard from Ku Dok that he excelled in swimming, so with such talent, he must have been born to be a pirate. To this, the young man couldn't even respond with a word. He was astonished because he couldn't argue with that. Furthermore, at such a young age, standing up against Jun-san, such talent, according to the elder, only occurred once in 1,000 years. The Water Tamer King also said that did Chu really think he could easily let go of such a gem when it was right in front of him? Chu realized that it would be impossible for him to easily escape from this elder. The elder began rolling up his sleeves and told the young man that he saw a lot of doubt in his eyes. But the Water Tamer King raised his foot again for a kick and said that there was nothing to be done, and he would have to cut the young man's decision time short. At that moment, Chu felt a sense of déjà vu, as he distinctly remembered seeing this somewhere before. Immediately, Chu's screams echoed throughout the forest as he yelled in pain. By that time, the campfire had already gone out, where Jun-san had been roasting pieces of meat for everyone. Chu sat on his knees in front of the Water Tamer King, severely battered and bruised. The king was finishing the last drops of alcohol from his jug. The elder asked the young man if he had decided whether or not he would become his disciple. In response, Chu asked the elder to give him a little more time to determine his answer. However, just as the elder was about to get up and start beating the young man again, he immediately agreed to the leader's offer. The Water Tamer King cursed, saying that he should have agreed to the elder's offer right away. But in his thoughts, Chu told the old man to go to hell because he would become his disciple. But, truth be told, he had absolutely no time for this. But right then, Chu set a condition for the king, saying that all of this should be temporary. The elder repeated the young man's words with surprise. Chu understood that he needed to find Huan Doksam as soon as possible and reach the Chanmu alliance. Chu realized that he had still not been able to obtain the information he needed about the second treasure from Huan Doksam, so he needed to find a way to approach him and learn about the treasure's location before the cursed servant did, by any means necessary.
The Water Tamer King thought about the young man's words regarding it being temporary. Chu understood that, for this, he needed to find himself in the Chanmu alliance as soon as possible.
And now, Chu realized that he needed to apply a bit of pressure to defend his point of view, and perhaps the old man would agree to this condition. Chu told the elder that if the truth about him becoming the disciple of the Water Tamer King were to be revealed, people would start eyeing him like a wolf. As Chu noted in his thoughts, especially the Chanmu alliance would do so. He also told the elder that he would then become a frog, only able to watch the Yangtze River flow by. So Chu asked the old man to clear a path for him. The Water Tamer King heard the young man's words about gaining experience and expanding the Yangtze pirates to the point where they would dominate all of China in the future. The leader was amazed that even he, being the strongest leader in the group's history, couldn't encompass all of China. But if the young man could. Chu noticed that the Water Tamer King had fallen for his tricks. The elder then told the young man that since he had acquired such a disciple, he would have to endure a little. But he also noted that if he had just deceived him, he wouldn't hesitate to erase everything related to the young man from the face of the earth. To this, Chu reluctantly agreed, thereby confirming that everything he had said earlier was true. The Water Tamer King immediately ordered Junsan to relay the elder's orders to all the Yangtze pirates. Specifically, from this moment on, Yu Hyong would be the young owner of their Yangtze, but not a word about him should leak out to the public. However, the Water Tamer King stated that if anyone were to find out about this, he swore by his honest name that he would punish the culprit immediately.
After some time, Chu was already sitting in a boat, rowing through the water waves, smoothly cutting through them with the oars.
Chu thought that he had submitted to the old man not because he had been beaten up before. Everything that was happening now was still a carefully thought-out strategy by the young man. Later on, Chu realized that he would still devour the horde of Yangtze pirates that fell into the servant's hands. And as soon as Chu consumed all the spiritual treasures and spiritual herbs, he would be able to finish off that pathetic old man with just his left hand. At that time, the Water Tamer King was calmly sitting on a rock around a pile of long green grass. He sipped sake, holding his leg with his other hand. The atmosphere was relaxed. But then, Father shouted at the elder, calling him a damned water spirit. The old man tiredly opened his eyes and looked at the man, who appeared very angry and furious. The old man asked if this man was Chansong, to which he immediately yelled that yes, he was the one, and then again called the king a cursed water wretch. Chansong was yelling at the top of his lungs that he had warned the Water Tamer King not to touch his children before. To this, the old man simply asked him why he was such a fool. The Water Tamer King told Chansong that the man had misunderstood, and he later learned that his grandson, just like him, had been on the ship. To this, Chansong mentioned that he found out about Son on his way here. The man said he had heard about him purifying his circulation. The old man immediately responded that the man was already aware. The Water Tamer King suddenly flared up in anger and began shouting at Chansong as if a fire raging out of control. His voice reverberated across the battlefield like a thunderous roar. He questioned why Chansong was berating him when the old man had saved him from his own madness, and Chansong should be very grateful. Upon hearing these words, Chansong decided not to remain silent. He was undoubtedly concerned about the safety of his dear friend, Yu Hyung. Chansong yelled so loudly that his voice pierced the air and echoed through the battlefield like a fateful thunder. He also threatened that if a single hair on his head was harmed, he would turn the Yangtze into a sea of blood. His threat sounded ominous and resolute. Chansong was ready to make any sacrifices to save his relative and win this battle. However, the Water Tamer King, looking at Chansong, questioned whether Chu was his student, to which he received a response that the old man was talking nonsense. But in the next moment, the Water Tamer King switched as if changing the subject. He said that perhaps Chu could also be considered his student. However, the elder did not believe his words at all, and understood that Chansong was not his teacher. The old man thought to himself that this was quite a predicament. Now Chu was his student. He asked Chansong what he planned to do if he couldn't bring him back. Chansong immediately shouted, and calling the Water Tamer King a son of a bee ******, quickly grabbed the hilt of his sharp sword.
Shansong was so fast and agile that every move he made seemed like an elegant dance. With this incredible grace, he lunged at the elder with his sword. The man shouted that this water spirit was cursed. The leader managed to dodge the strike, which could have been his last moment. His reflexes were as sharp as a razor, and he reacted to danger instantly. At that moment, Everything around froze as if time had slowed down.
The Water Tamer King was furious at such rudeness and insolence. He loudly and angrily called Chansong a damn swordsman. The old man barely managed to evade the blow that the man was delivering. The elder hurriedly retreated towards the water and jumped onto a piece of wooden board, which happened to be quite handy for him. He shouted to the man that he had nearly sent him to the afterlife. The Water Tamer King also shouted, wondering if Chansong had indeed intended to take his life just now. The rage was boiling inside the old man, and his eyes gleamed with a blue flame. This fact infuriated him.
Chansong immediately replied, saying that did the elder really think he had come here just to play pranks? In reality, everything was deadly serious. The man immediately shouted with an authoritative tone, telling this water creature to get out of his water now, as he would personally shred him to pieces.
The Water Tamer King only stared at his opponent, gathering his strength and thoughts because he was determined not to lose under any circumstances. The old man shouted at Chansong to attack him, and they would see who would win their duel. Watching this whole scene from a distance was Jun Sung, who by that time had managed to catch another big wild boar to roast and feast on later. The old men kept shouting for their opponent to attack first, unless of course he had chickened out. Jun Sung let out a tired sigh, as it seemed he had witnessed similar fights not for the first time, and these childish games had already worn on his nerves. That's why he decided to go on with his own business. The Water Tamer King exhaled, thinking about what they were doing, as such things were only done by little children. They were adults, so they should solve their problems like adults. The old man told Chansong to stop, as the kid had long sailed away, and by now, he should be in Wuhan. To this, Chansong asked in surprise if he was telling the truth. The Water Tamer King swiftly emerged from the water, jumping right beside Chansong. The elder immediately confirmed his words, calling Chu a scoundrel. Chansong himself thought that while the old man might be a criminal, he wouldn't stoop to such a low level as lying. Immediately after his words, Chansong sheathed his sword, showing the elder that he was now inclined towards peace and wouldn't attack him. Only now did Chansong decide to thank the Water Tamer King for saving his nephew. The elder was offended that the man had decided to express his gratitude only now, after almost killing him. The leader raised his hand. Out of nowhere, his cup and teapot with alcohol, which he had been drinking with Chu earlier, suddenly flew towards him. The Water Tamer King immediately offered Chansong to have a drink with him before leaving, to ease his soul. Chansong agreed while thinking that the most important thing was that Hyun was safe and should have already arrived at the Union of Chonmu. However, suddenly 2 sharp sword blades were placed around Chu's neck. He was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. He was surrounded by a large number of enemy pirate ships. Chu started saying that his name was Yu Hyun and that there was an obvious misunderstanding between them. One of the pirates told Chu that the Union would decide among themselves whether it was a simple misunderstanding or not, and Chu should let the pirates tie him up without resistance. Chu himself thought that he was going to the Union of Chonmu anyway to meet Hwan Dok-sam, so for now, it was better not to make unnecessary noise. And so, the cart with the young man entered the city. Chu looked ahead with surprise and interest, wondering what lay further along their path. Before them stretched a beautiful and large city. Small ponds were situated near some of the houses. The horse-drawn cart continued to move along the empty street between the residential buildings. Chu felt as though he was in a forest made of pavilions. Chu continued to admire everything around him with incredible enthusiasm. He never tired of exploring this amazing place. The tall buildings in the city seemed like heavenly towers, reaching for the clouds. Their architecture was remarkably diverse, and each house had its unique history. The cool ponds adorned with lilies and water pitchers added charm to the entire picture. The water in them sparkled like a magical mirror, reflecting the sky and the surrounding nature. Chu felt himself becoming one with the harmony of nature in the city. The man standing next to him had heard that this warrior had single-handedly defeated all the mountain bandits and stood up to the pirates of the Yangtze. But now, he thought to himself that this warrior looked like a simple boy, fitting his age. Meanwhile, Chu was pondering in his mind about how much people respected the leader of Chonmu. Chu wondered what if he became a hero who stopped the chaos. Would it be possible that he would later be appointed as the new leader of the Union in honor of this event? In his mind, an image began to take shape where Chu became the leader, and everyone around him greeted him, calling him a hero of Murim and the strongest leader in the history of the Chonmu Union. Chu thought that it was no more than family property in the Yu family, and by profession, he would be the leader of the Chonmu Union, respected throughout Murim. But was there a retirement plan as perfect as this? However, to make this come true, Chu first needed to deal with Hwan Dok-sam, and that's why he had to find him. In this immense building, which seemed to embody wisdom and grandeur, the great advisor diligently and devotedly carried out his challenging work, serving the Chanmu Union. This place had become a kind of sanctuary for him, where every step, every decision, and every word carried significance and responsibility. The building was filled with silence and an atmosphere of concentration when he made important decisions and safeguarded the Union from potential dangers. And so, this man and Chu, with hearts full of determination and hope, cautiously opened the door and entered the room where the leader of the Chanmu Union resided. At that moment, their footsteps seemed like a solemn march, and their gazes were filled with anticipation and excitement. His eyes widened instantly, and a bead of sweat ran down his face like a river. In that moment, he realized that he was in the presence of something that made his heart beat faster, and his blood pound louder in his veins. The bead of sweat, like a river, trailed down his face, leaving traces of moisture on his skin. As soon as the man stepped over the threshold of the room, he bowed and announced that Deputy Chief of the Green Dragon Squad, Pei Songchan, greeted the leader of the Chanmu Union. Chu, on the other hand, continued to stand there in bewilderment. It turned out that the man in green, apparently the deputy leader, was indeed the leader of the Chanmu Union. He stood with his back to everyone in the room, gazing out of the window. The leader of the Chanmu Union told Chu to come inside quickly, to which the young man calmly obeyed and entered the room. The man continued by asking the young man if his name was Yu Hyun, and inquired if he was mistaken. The man's own name was Lee Haksan, and by status, he was the leader of the Chanmu Union, the White Warrior. Lee Haksan's speech sounded gentle and calm, but there was an incredible weight to it. It was not a thirst for bloodshed. It was the superiority of the strongest, which with a single glance could freeze people in terror. Chu's teachers had told him that if Lee Haksan had survived and assumed leadership, they might have been able to stop the Servant of Chaos. Chu addressed Lee Haksan, introducing himself as Yu Hyun and expressing that this was their first meeting. Lee Haksan noted that Yu Hyun had just turned 17, but the boy's energy had already risen to the level of chi-cutting at the very least. Lee Haksan told Chu that he had the dragon's eye completely, and the leader of the Chanmu Union had heard that the boy had faced the Water Tamer King one-on-one. So did this mean that the information was true? Chu thought about how one of them was the teacher of his own teacher, Chigal Subom, and the other was the leader of the Chanmu Union, whom even Chu's teachers respected, Lee Haksan. Chu only now began to feel like he had entered the den of a tiger, so it was imperative for him to gather his thoughts. And now, the man in green turned to Chu, asking if he was the one responsible for the chaos on the Yangtze River. Chu informed them that they already knew he came from the Yu family, and that his father was an advisor to the emperor. Could Chu pretend not to notice people suffering from pirate lawlessness? The man replied that Chu had entered the battle in the name of justice for this very reason. The man told Chu that this was acceptable, but then who was the middle-aged man with him? Chu asked who exactly they meant by middle-aged man. The man responded that it was quite strange because according to the passengers, Chu unexpectedly intervened in his altercation with the pirates. Chu pondered. The middle-aged man, Huang Doksam. Chu was sure they had already questioned him, but he hadn't mentioned that he had asked him about the 1,000-year clamshell. So Chu only needed to come up with a convincing reason for why he intervened in his fight with the pirates. Chu immediately lunged at the girl standing next to him, pouring tea into a cup. Lee Haksan immediately noticed this action, even though it was skillful, precise, and fast, almost imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Lee Haksan was quick to grab Chu and prevent the attack on the girl. The man immediately shouted, demanding to know what this meant. In response to these words, Chu said that this action was his answer. Lee Haksan, just like Chu at that moment, simply intervened in his fight. This was the most precise and visual way to show what had happened. Lee Haksan grinned and said that he believed Chu's words, that the boy had rushed without hesitation to save innocent people on the ship. The man released Chu's hand and said that the victory was his after all. Upon hearing these words, Chu smiled cunningly. He wasn't even surprised that he had managed to defeat the leader and the others because his evidence was undeniable from all sides. Lee Haksan said they would consider that the boy was simply overwhelmed by a strong sense of justice at that moment. Chu then asked about the man they had talked about. The man in green asked why he was so interested in his well-being, when earlier the boy claimed he had no connection to that man. Because, as the man heard, Chu used violence. Abruptly, with a loud thud, Chu slammed his fist on the table and shouted that it was because he was deeply angered at that time, as he had put innocent people around him in great danger.
Chu wondered if they would fall for it, at least partially because what he said was true. The man immediately informed him that he was in detention because they had locked him up to interrogate him about the incident.
The man turned to Chu and asked if he wanted to meet him, which surprised the boy, because he had planned to question him thoroughly. He was surprised because they offered to interrogate him, and it seemed like some kind of bait, as they were making it too easy. The man asked him if he didn't want to. Chu wondered if they planned to follow their interrogation and find out why he saved Huang Dok-sam. Chu thought, well, he would take the bait, but only because he needed to find out where the 1,000-year clamshell was. The boy replied to the man that he didn't want to meet him. On the contrary, he was just about to request their assistance. This Huang Dok-sam had put so many people at risk for his own well-being, but Chu decided that everything would go his way. The man told the boy that he would inform the guards in advance, so Chu could come at any time. He wondered how long Chu could maintain such a cunning expression on his face. Chu thanked the man for this, and, as a final question, they asked him why the Water Tamer King spared him. This question caught Chu a little off guard. He had been waiting for them to ask him about this for a long time. Chu replied to the man that he had made an agreement with him to compensate for all the damage. Specifically, he would pay for the sunken ships and the injured pirates. Deputy leader of the Chanmu Union and Lee Haksan looked at Chu with skepticism. The leader of the Chanmu Union asked the boy if he really thought they were all fools, and claimed that the Water Tamer King should have killed him. But for some reason, he spared him. However, Chu responded by saying that they should ask the Water Tamer King himself, because Chu had told him he would compensate for everything, and that's why he was released. Lee Haksun was furious at how Chu was boldly lying to their faces without even blushing. A vein on his neck bulged, and in his thoughts he cursed this cunning boy. Chu simply understood that if they caught him in his lies, his overprotective father, Yu Songwan, would make a huge fuss. Chu asked the man if such an answer would suffice. They told the boy that yes, for the time being, all his answers would be accepted. Chu thanked them and said he needed to go. Deputy leader of Chanmu asked Lee Haksan how long they would have to believe all the lies of this boy. He received a witty reply that the man didn't know, and that they would believe him as long as he breathes. The head of the Chanmu family remarked that this boy was amazing, and that he hardly felt his inner strength. The deputy nodded in agreement and said he noticed it too. The leader immediately looked out the window from the large building. The leader said that the boy's dantian was completely empty. To this, the deputy asked the leader if he wanted to tell him that Chu was not hiding his nagun. He simply didn't have it. But the leader immediately refuted the deputy's statement because at the moment when he stopped the boy's provocation, he was able to feel a slight recoil. So it was obvious that for spiritual practice, he used a different place instead of dantian. The head of the Chanmu family contemplated that the Sword King and the Water Tamer King wouldn't take interest in such a child without a substantial reason. Immediately he asked his deputy why they shouldn't just keep this boy by their side because, in his opinion, this child would certainly assist the deputy in his endeavor. Upon these words, the deputy leader of the Chanmu family began to unroll a scroll in a red case. They planned to gather hidden dragons from all corners of the world and unite them into a single combat unit. But so far, their results looked very disheartening. Those who could be called hidden dragons were usually dragon heirs, or the driving force behind their families. So, recruiting them wasn't that simple. A hidden dragon is a person who has not yet been able to demonstrate their brilliance.
The head of the Chanmu family immediately responded to the deputy that, according to the doctor, Namgun's song might soon break through to a new level. The deputy replied that yes, he had heard, and that the Water Tamer King might have helped him. But then the leader suddenly mentioned to the deputy what if they considered it as Yu Hyun's merit.
The leader spoke of a young warrior who, for the sake of saving people, had single-handedly opposed the Black Whale pirates and survived even after a confrontation with the Water Tamer King. He also came from a renowned family, was handsome, and had everything else. And there was one more rumor to add here. Namgun's song had reached the level of radiant chi because Yu Hyun had been with him all this time. The deputy was amazed at what the leader had just said because all these things made sense. Yu Hyun connected them all. The deputy laughed and said the leader didn't need to put a finger to his lips. The leader, in response to these words, said that he had only provided some food for thought, and that the details of the plan were entirely in the hands of the deputy leader of the Chanmu family. By that time, Chu had already arrived at Namgun Song's room to inquire about his condition. He clicked his tongue a couple of times, and told the boy that his appearance wasn't very good. Song immediately joyfully shouted his uncle's name as soon as he saw him. His uncle was standing next to the bed. Namgun Song at the same time was completely wrapped in bandages all over his body. And then Kei Dushin entered the room with a message, specifically a scroll in a red case. He asked Song if he was also here to join the Hidden Dragon unit. Kei Dushin then noted the young master Yu Hyun and told him that he was also here, clearly not expecting to see him here. Chu rolled his eyes wearily and wondered if it was now Kei Dushin's turn to be under his command. Chu contemplated how to handle this situation because he couldn't just beat him up. And the problem wasn't only with him, but also with the other teachers. By that time, Kei-dushin had approached the boy and told him that he knew the boy was also interested in the Hidden Dragon unit. Kei-dushin informed Song to take a look at who else was here, including his not-so-friendly acquaintance Sadok and also Murinto. At that moment, Chu noticed something, and it was very useful for him. Chu immediately snatched the scroll, and Kei-dushin shouted that the young master couldn't see that document because only young warriors from righteous clans of Murim were allowed in the unit. But Chu couldn't care less about that at the moment, because as soon as he saw the document, he realized that all his cursed teachers were listed there. It was exactly what he needed at that moment.
Suddenly a man screamed in pain, cursing as a violet snake bit his hand. This man was Amchonsu, a member of the Tan family.
Next was Eunhyeon, who was the immortal sword of the Udon clan. He was called Udon because he could balance a plate of udon on the edge of his sword. Following him was Wangan, a Shaolin monk. He sat under a waterfall and talked about how he was particularly troubled by spiritual torment today. Then came Shagal Murin, who was a divine strategist, and he happened to be known by Kei-dushin. He mentioned that the stars were too chaotic today, and it was bad energy for them. Chu thought about how under the pretext of the Hidden Dragon unit, he would subdue all his cursed teachers who had tormented him. By that time, Chu was already imagining meeting them soon, and his heart was pounding in his chest. Kei-dushin, on the other hand, didn't understand because it was supposed to be summer outside, so why was he shivering? Namgun Song felt the same. Chu immediately replied that they should sign him and Namgun Song up for the Hidden Dragon unit. His gaze was confident and determined. End of Season 1.